doing.
Okay.
The only way to learn is by beginning.
Yeah.
It's true.
True.
It's true. We'll give everybody a minute to file in.
Because I really like to be good at the thing before I start.
I'm used to there being like either being like a little hiccup in the program when we start, but I just hit start streaming and it was just going, and I swear I had a moment of being like, oh, did it?
Did it do it?
There's no feedback.
Okay, we're good.
What's up with Flux? I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what he always looks like, man.
Yeah.
You just
I'm pretty sure I've heard Flux go Roger Roger a couple of times.
He says it
he actually has
every episode.
Yeah.
A couple of every episode.
That's not even kind of a lie.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody at home. Welcome to 1 week from the return of Vestige. If y'all want to drag on someone, go tell Izzy you hate him. Because we'd be playing today if not for him. I'm not going to be shy about that.
I play so bad.
I'm going to kill that bastard. I'm going to kill him.
Alejandro, this morning, he's like, what time do you have game? I'm like, I don't.
We haven't played in a whole year, Izzy.
Just
what the?
It's true. We haven't played since last year.
No.
Everybody, welcome to our Q&A for the return to Vestige, where we're going to be taking questions. We might devolve into playing a game or something. I don't know. But today's just kind of a touching base and talking to everybody in preparation for the return to Vestige. And also, I had a bee, and it's vanished. The bee...
You had a what?
Get it away. I don't like bees.
No. Like the insects?
Oh, yes, I was going to mention people at home. Same thing I just told these people before we started. I've switched over to OBS Studio, so if there's any technical issues or anything seems different, that'll be why. Because we're still...
Yeah.
I haven't actually streamed using this before, so if there's any issues, then apologies. But yeah, hello! How you doing? You can see above me...
Hello!
Oh! Thank you for the resub.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Much appreciated.
You can see above me currently up there. If you're so inclined, you can see the new logo for the next arc of the game.
Some kind of logo.
I'm sure there's no significance.
It's all significant. Every piece of it
Literally
means
all of it.
something. It's a bunch of different things, and every single piece of it's gonna mean something different.
Here's a new text chat in the Discord. Make theories.
Yeah.
While I sit here and nod and go,
The components of it are the only one I'll spoil is the central emerald is the one that Diane wears all the time. All the other pieces, there's at least 4 things in this emblem that correspond to major things that will happen in the next arc.
I'm sure it's all
So I'm gonna
nonsense.
steal her emerald because it will match my swords.
It's true.
It's not the same gem, but they're similar colors.
But it's
so
green.
And it is the
But it's
shiny
green.
thing.
It's shiny.
It's
I'm a
actually-
bird, and I want the shiny thing.
Yeah. This all tracks.
Yeah.
This all tracks.
I cannot wait until I can, in character, make more bird jokes again. Maybe one day it'll happen.
I will kill you.
I can't do it as long as I have wings, but who knows? Maybe somebody will rip them off.
Oh, it's only a matter of time before. Don't tempt Avi. She'll do it.
Oh,
She's a
jeez.
maniac. She'll do it.
the fucking clips you made last stream.
Shut up! Fucking!
I was
Why
in
are
the
you bullying
fucking
me?
car. Aaron, those made my fucking day.
Why are you bullying me?
What?
Because you're so bullyable.
I made memes about Nemric getting his ass beat during my last stream, and chat was like, "You need to tell Cody about these jokes right now." I'm like, "I'll clip it and I'll send it to him," and they did. So I did.
See if I can. I'm trying to. Let's see what. A few more months till I hit a year. Thanks again for the good times. You're very welcome, Fleepo5.
Hell yeah.
Fleepo. What a nice name.
Good old Fleepo.
Good old Fleepo.
They do the fweeps.
That sounds like something a Rick and Morty character would just like throw in. Heckin'.
Howdy, hey, I'm Fleepo.
Yeah, it's just very like, oh, good old Fleepo. Always there to help us when we need Fleepin'. Thanks, Fleepo.
And then he dies.
And
Then he gets hit by a car or
then he
something.
gets-
It's like, oh, I can't believe they killed Fleepo.
Oh, they came out of nowhere. We really established that character as someone that was
Marty,
they were gonna matter. Like we gave them a name and a backstory, and then the car just came out. It just feels narratively insignificant, you know. Now I'm spending so much
It's
time
like we
pointing it
built him
out.
up is all.
I have issues with High on Life, but regardless,
Really? No.
it's just a bit too Justin Roiland.
Yeah.
There we go. I was trying to make the alerts match up with the emblem, and I did it.
I still can't believe
Proud of you.
that Aaron never made a Mother Tier version.
So, people
Well,
that
name
are
another fucking death meme song, and I'll work on it.
Aaron.
Yeah?
Since you know stuff and I don't, could you please tell people at home, since we're doing an AMA thing today, if people want to use the
Right.
AMA function, how do they do that?
Let me fire that up right now.
Yeah.
Instagram needs to stop copywriting my own music.
Oh my god.
Did it do it again?
I tried to re-upload it, and it's like, ooh, that's not yours. I'm like, ooh, but it's mine.
Can you not give yourself permission to use it? How does it work over there? On
Yeah,
YouTube,
I mean-
on YouTube, you would like have the option to contact who copyrighted you. Do you have the ability to tell it you approve of your own
Your
use?
thing being
It's
on
not.
your thing.
It's not giving me alerts on anything else. I'm gonna check my sound drop, but I'm like,
Yeah, that's
I just have
that's
to
annoying.
tell. It's so
Yeah.
fucking annoying. I was like, I wrote
Yeah.
this fucking
All right, everybody.
song.
Schubert raises a good point. It is Aviana's song, not yours.
Oh shit! Fuck. You're
Damn.
right. She did write it. You're
Well-
entirely correct.
Mhm.
The AMA requests are going up, right? Meow. Try and keep your questions vestige centric, unlike last Thursday, where it was kind of any of the campaigns with more of a Princess DMS focus. With this one, since we're coming back to vestige, let's poke out what you might have in your noggins for that.
Vestige.
It's true.
As a special
and
treat,
requests are open.
if you have any, as a special treat, if you have any lingering questions about things that didn't happen or could have happened in Honokuni that might have previously been behind the DM screen, I am now more open to talking about those than I was.
What was the
Yeah.
strongest
Questions.
card in
Hell
Wrench's
yeah.
deck?
I will get the PDF.
Yes, I need to know.
Wait.
You-
Logan, hold on. They didn't use the AMA function.
Ooh.
That's true. What were all the red moon effects? I can tell you that.
Did you not see all of them?
You did see all of them, but if you want to know what they all did specifically, I can answer that.
Heck yeah.
It'll take me a minute to get that information up, though. Let's see. Likewise, it's going to take me a sec to look through all the cards and figure out which is the most powerful.
Somebody ask a question in the meantime.
Yeah, someone doing a question in the
There's
meantime.
ton. I mean, the next one's to you, so we'll do that. Next one's to you, so we'll not do that. What is the main story thing you are all excited to come back to from Samsoni?
I'm looking forward to
Diane
everybody
eating
explaining
up.
what happened in Honokuni to folk.
Just tell them we've been gone for 2 months or whatever. He's
What
like,
the hell are
We've
you
been gone
talking
for,
about? I
like-
walked across a bridge. Granted, it was a
little
long
over-
bridge.
Almost a month.
Yeah, almost a month. Yeah.
Granted, it was a long bridge, but it didn't feel
Was.
like a month.
It was an 8-kilometer bridge.
No,
Mhm.
it was a
Yeah.
month.
A long ass bridge.
Very long.
It's a long ass month.
How I gained that level.
All that cardio got him alive. How many hunter
Logan's
groups
just waiting
actually...
for us to
I can answer this
doing
one quickly. How many hunter groups actually won since the ritual was made? There is no answer to that question. I think that for there to be an answer would suck the life right out of the mystery of the
mean-
ritual. So
I mean, to be fair, the answer is probably none, right? Because they would have
Technically.
then got eaten.
it depends on what your criteria for winning is. Because they're probably referring to like defeated the table and got wishes.
Mhm.
If they mean completed the ritual, one.
Hi.
If even
let's see.
that many.
For main story B, I'm excited for this sort of Damocles stuff.
Mhm.
I'm excited for all the Flux stuff.
Yeah.
Flux has got a whole bunch of juice coming up. We got
Shame Izzy isn't here
the
to
cauldron
hear
in general is interesting to me, so I'm really excited to poke exactly what is and isn't in it. Because it just sounds like setting-wise, fucking cool.
It's so
Yeah.
separate from everything, but there has to be like its own kind of shit going on, right? So like we don't know hardly anything going into it. It's gonna be so interesting to see everything that's going about it.
Also, my new spell,
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my
I'm-
god.
which
I'm
is a
excited
total
to-
mystery to you, Chad. Haha! You would never know what I, Miriam, who has talked about one spell for 3 years, just might take at this specific level where I gain access to 7th level spells.
I forgot.
About cure
I
wounds.
forgot I wrote this way. You might be the only person that might get this, Cody. But one of the, you know how I have like descriptions of all the cards that aren't the name of the card, they're a description. One of them is a needlessly angry warrior
A needlessly angry warrior.
in Yugi's deck.
Needlessly angry warrior.
Celtic warrior?
Yeah, except
Oh my god,
specifically
yeah,
the
Celtic Guardian.
Yeah. It's very
Funny
much
as hell.
playing into Little Kribo's like ongoing joke of every time being like fucking frustrated Celtic Guardian.
I'm so frustrated.
I'm so frustrated. Fucking.
That's amazing.
I'm pretty
Hell
sure. Okay. I'm gonna look at these and come to an answer. Keep taking
All right.
questions.
I'll keep going through them. Did Wrench have access to the god cards? You should be able to offhandedly tell us that.
I believe I'm looking for it just to make sure because I made this a while ago. I do believe Slifer's in here, yes,
Hey.
Damn, all right, complete.
but the others
Jody
are
is
not.
not in
The
there?
others are not. It's only Slifer.
Complete.
Damn.
Summoners Network asks, why is Aaron a butt?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd like to know that
Why
too.
Why are you such a butt?
Because he's
I
got
know
a
why
butt.
he's such a good butt.
Oh.
Is it
Your
not
butt.
in here?
Chad, if your question's been passed over as well, I'll just get ahead of it in case it comes up. Any questions you have directed to Logan, I'm leaving for now since
It might not
he's
be in here.
focusing on some stuff.
Slifer might not be in here. I could have sworn it was, but what do I know?
For all the players, what has been your favorite design Hasmi's made for the campaign so far?
Mm.
Oh.
That
That is
that's
Found it!
really tough.
Slifer's in here.
That is
Hooray.
really tough. Hasmi has made some amazing stuff.
Yeah.
God.
All the butterfly designs?
The
Oh.
butterfly designs are
Oh.
beautiful. I really love who was I just thinking of? Oh my god, it's gone. My brain. Ah!
Oh no!
I can look it up.
My
Oh, no!
brain.
My brain, it's gone.
Look.
There are
Your
so
special
many.
brain.
Think
There-
with
there's
your
so
special
much.
brain. My brain.
I really love, I don't know if it's my favorite, but I love Satsumaru's design. Like when we saw her in Honokuni.
Hell yeah.
her war outfit?
Her war
old-
outfit
Her not at a party outfit? Although her at a party
Yeah.
outfit, though, what's up?
is
But her
pretty
war
high.
outfit, oh my god.
That's fair.
I think maybe it's because I'm biased towards like yokai stuff just because I play Avi, but Inuyari's like wolf form is just
I was
so
gonna say, yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
cool. Like just the art, like I'm looking at it right now, it's just like it's so neat. And I enjoyed him a lot as a character. And I'm like, yeah, maybe there's like some character bias on my part, but I just found him really interesting. And
I mean, that kind of
fun.
thing plays into your preferences, so.
Yeah. But no, I think that's probably like one of my favorites, but there's just so much. Like the design of Jeku's boat is fucking gorgeous. Like her
Okay.
airship was sick.
Well, that doesn't get talked about a lot, but I'm always a big fan of Marimus design. Is so good.
Marimus. Well,
From-
that wasn't Hasmi art.
That wasn't Hasmi.
Oh, Hasmi didn't do
Marimus.
Marimus? Oh, no, I
No,
guess
we
we never
don't.
updated them, did we?
Nope. Them
No,
and they,
that's not Hasmi.
they
I
and
want one so
Kyver,
bad.
they, Kyverium, Effluus, and the Drow, also are all like the ones that
They were
never
in
got
the,
updated.
the like transition period. Yeah,
Yeah.
Still very good.
And it's still so
It's be-
good. Yeah,
It's between two for me.
Mm.
One, I'm forgetting their name at the top of my head. The drow that was at the tournament.
Una?
Una?
Oh,
Yeah,
Una
I like
was her fake
design
name.
a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I still love her.
fucking- Oh my god.
I like her design a
oh,
lot.
that's such a
She
pretty
kicked
name.
my ass.
And
Revon. There it is. Sorry, I was like, my brain was like, Rob,
Revon
I was like, that's-
Ozisker Vemoth.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
them.
I'll absolutely love her beyond anything.
and the thing we fought at the end of Honokuni.
Oh, the
my
Hunger of
God.
Honokuni?
Yeah.
The Hunger
Hunger
was
of
also
Honokuni, yes.
really fucking cool.
I like their design a lot.
Hunger made me sad.
Dude,
One of my
me
favorites.
too.
Yeah.
I think
didn't
one of my
like-
favorite arts was the original, like the first art we saw of the king.
Morian?
No.
King, you mean Artorias?
Yeah.
So
I
it's, the
always-
reason
I
I got
always love-
confused
I
is
love calling
sometimes
them-
you've called
it's my
Morian
bad.
How
the
many
king.
kings?
It's my bad. I try to call Morian because he's not the king anymore. But also
He was never a
He was never a king.
He was a
He was a
high
High Lord.
Hi,
Uh,
Lord.
Mhm.
And when it comes to Artorias, I always go to King to kind of separate Artorias
alliance.
in my brain
Mhm.
from other things with Artorias.
Mhm.
So it's and then I mess up sometimes. With
Now,
saying King
to
of Regular.
confuse the
But
issue,
I love
also
the
Wrench
original.
constantly referred to Artorias as king. So like, there's
Hmm.
there's a lot of
Yeah.
I get
Yeah.
I get your confusion.
But yeah, their original like the showing of them first showing up like behind the bars and stuff, that was awesome.
That's
was
a
cool.
Yeah,
That one's
I
a
love
full-
that piece.
Great,
one's a
that
full
was a great
scene print.
piece. Mm-hmm.
So
Love it.
Just the
Just-
determination and
Beautiful.
Engi.
just to answer the question, all the cards in the deck are kind of made to be roughly around the same level of ability. Like they're not. No one is meant to be like the big one. By the way, just to put this to rest, I know a lot of people are constantly like, "Fucking Monster Reborn." Monster Reborn did not revive people. It just healed people.
Oh no.
I'd say probably the most explosive potential in the deck might be the one that Wrench did, the Royal Crimson Knight, because it can draw out the other
Ah.
two knights.
Yeah.
If not
yeah.
that, it is probably the 99 to 100, the Archmage, you know, the a dark spellcaster. Who could that be?
Yeah.
Because that's it basically is an Eldritch Blast with 6 beams that each do 2d8 necrotic. So if they all hit, then it's a lot of damage.
Potentially a
I
good
am
amount of
so
damage.
happy, by the way, that you made King, Queen, and Jack's Knight a really powerful combo in that deck, just for the fact of they get slept on so much in the actual show / anime.
Yeah.
Like the like in even. Just
I love
the
their
actual card
designs.
game.
They're like some of the
They're so
coolest
great.
cards in his deck. Okay, so that's basically where I'm gonna put that question to rest. There's no objectively strongest. There's just different ones. So
Poor Graves now asked, "How you doing, Logan? You doing good?
I'm doing good. I'm
They're doing good.
a bit pent up because we haven't run Vestige in a month and a week.
And we could have played today.
And we could have played today!
What's up with Lexi's rock? Says Halgrim.
Lexi's rock.
Oh,
I'm
the
assuming
rock
they-
that she saw when we were heading
Evil
to
rock.
Gelfus's place.
Oh man, who knows?
Yeah, right. Crazy.
I have my
Oh,
theories.
That
Let's see, that
information
one's
is
still under wraps.
that information is actually technically available. But
Uh huh. It's true. There's a way to find it.
actually, you
what were all
you know what? I will answer that actually,
Oh, you
because there's
will?
no real
Whoa.
reason not to.
Let's go.
I'm not gonna exhaustively answer
Yes,
it, but
answer it while Carrie's not here. Excellent.
yes. So, those of you who have bought
Which
Lucia's
is
Guide to
pretty
Kitsadria would know something about it, but there are a group of Kitsadria who are effectively the progenitors of the Kitsadria. They are the first to skulk, and a few of them became what are called the first to consume. They became, 2 of them became yokai, 1 became a lich. One of the ones that became a yokai, Tamama no Mai, for a while, much like their Our World counterpart, for a while in the history of Somnus Domino was sealed inside of a rock. They were caught by some of their siblings and they were sealed away rather than being killed, and eventually broken out by their siblings, by the other ones who wanted their help with something. But they established that rock was put into the real world, the material plane equivalent of Kioha, that whole massive spire. Sorry.
Mhm.
My voice is not liking me today. They were
don't know.
put. It was put into Kyoha because that was this divine place that was considered to be under the protection of Seiryu no Tenkei. So they put it there to try to prevent anything from interfering with it, which didn't work because the things that interfered with it were a big deal. But so they were eventually broken out, and then they defiantly decided, I am going to make this place in the Shadowfell, the equivalent of Kyoha, into my base of operations. So the equivalent to it, to Honokuni in the Shadowfell, is effectively ruled by Tamama no Mai. Except later, when Honokuni in the material plane was pulled into Ravenloft, effectively, and the real Honokuni flooded, as has been established in the game, the Shadowfell equivalent, which is separate from the Ravenloft equivalent, there are effectively 3 Honokunis. It also
Oh my
flooded
God.
to reflect the prime material planes, which left Tamama no Mai with pretty much just Kyoha in the middle of a giant dark ocean. They kept the broken ceiling stone that's in there. They kept it as something of a trophy, and there is a equivalent being mirrored in the Shadowfell, and there is an equivalent to it being mirrored in Honokuni and Ravenloft in the Banquet Prefecture. That's what that was. That room was where they were sealed. It's the stone they were sealed in. It's not actually their workshop. They weren't actually there, but Lexi as a Kitsadria has this mimetic sense of understanding and fearing the 3 members of the First to Consume, who are all Kitsadria, just have this genetic disposition towards being weary of them. So that tangential connection back to Tamama no Mai just set off Lexi's brain, and Lexi decided not to go investigate it, which is cool. That's fine. It's their choice.
That's where you put the Yamato.
All right, to take your mind off of things that people could have investigated but didn't due to silly circumstances, what sort of items would Siddiqui have offered? Asks Scribosi.
Tell me everything about him.
It depends on what you wanted. Mostly they would have offered, your regular gambit of they would have a bunch of potions that would be determined in different ways depending on where you found them. They would offer different rare textiles. They had a few things from their homeland, Harakir, which is another domain of dread. That is, you can find that one in the Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. That's where they're from. But they can move between domains because of the leader of their domain allowing them specifically to trade in and out. They mostly would have just been a potion seller, a basic magic item seller. It wouldn't have been a lot, but it would have been a lot more than you otherwise had access to.
Mm-hmm.
They also would have given, if you had wanted to get extra cool stuff from them, because they had some bigger things that I'm not going to mention, they would have had some special requests for you guys, because there's some things in Honokuni that they wanted that they could never barter for. For example, in Ravissimo's room, she had a special kind of perfume that she had developed that she specifically has, that he would have been like, if you can get that for me, then I will give you this specific thing. But then that place got flooded. So.
Yeah. So it's gone.
Sorry.
Man.
Yeah.
From a perfume
Yes,
to a
it's
Nomo
all
fume.
gone.
Yeah. So that's effectively that. They would have been a fun.
Oh, dang.
They would have been a fun personality, in my opinion. I don't know. You guys might have hated them. Who knows? But
I wanted to.
They
meet
look
them
so charming.
bad.
they
Doubtful.
they would
They're
not have
played
been.
by you.
They would not
Doubtful.
have been terribly far off from Mateo in terms of vibe.
Yes!
Yeah, that
So
would have been great.
How dare you hold
Oh.
Mateo from us? New Mateo, no!
I don't even know who that is. So
there's also
I
some
would've
other
been
story
new.
things that could have happened with them, because for example, they had a pretty direct connection
Another fake
with the what were they named, the Hakoriboshis, the people that ran the silk farm and whatnot. They would have had some
Mm.
things that would have made you guys get more involved with them, but that stuff just never happened, as D&D's want to do.
Yeah.
I was so curious about the
for
silk
it.
farms and everything about that, but I was like, there was never a time to be like, hey, we should go there.
If
Like,
ever
you
you
know what I
guys had
mean?
tried to infiltrate the castle, they would have probably come up for various reasons because they trade with the castle, but it just never really mattered
Yeah.
all that much.
That's a
Did you come
time
up?
for our second Honokuni campaign
Yeah.
down the line.
Honokuni 2.
How were the hunted
Honokuni.
players selected?
Electric Boogaloo.
They chose for me.
There you
Oh
go.
well.
So
Oh.
the the hunted players is specifically where Miriam and Fenris really are the ones that matter in this equation. Taguchi was selected. Do you guys okay? Does the question mean selected in universe, or does it mean selected like I the DM?
I think this is for you, the DM.
Both.
Although I guess why not both? Yeah.
Well,
Why not
the DM question is
yeah.
two of them are NPCs, so they were chosen because that's why they were there. The heckin' Wrench and Taguchi were selected because that was the point of them being in it as new characters. Fenris and Miriam, however, you guys made the choice. I never decided that you were the hunted. You did that. Miriam asked to be tied to the
Amen.
location where he would be able to find the pair for his armor, and so the Fanian pulled some strings and caused you to become wrapped in the curse of Honokuni so that you would be drawn there, even though he didn't fully understand it, if I'm going to be honest. And Fenris, because of your involvement with whenever you lifted the curse on Quintus, because the weapon itself was tied to tribulation, by interacting with that curse, you ended up being chosen. That's why you were having...
It's all Quintus's fault.
It is all
Cool.
Quintus's fault.
Woo!
God,
Let's
Damn
fucking
That's
go!
why, like...
That's my champion right there.
That's why Fenris was having visions of Honokuni for, like, as long as that far back before you guys even
Well-
left for the Skywall.
That's the champion of the Valor Builds right there, guys.
If Miriam had not made the
Oh.
deal with the Faniant, I would have had that sword from Tribulation and that whole, the fact that it was a mist talisman, just be a thing that would have eventually caused things way down the road to pull Fenris in there, but then Miriam over here was like, hey, I want that fucking item now, and I was like, well, I guess we're doing this soon.
We're going.
fucking Miriam.
And then you guys crossed a
Thanks,
bridge
Miriam.
over the liquid Shadowfell, and I was like, well, if not here,
Now when?
yeah.
So it's all because the two party boys. Let's go.
It was a very if going in, it was like if I don't rationalize it happening here, I don't know how I would rationalize it happening anywhere else and make it make more sense. So
Like many of the party's problems.
so yeah, that's
Comes
why
from
those two
two
were.
people.
As for the curse itself, it chooses from a variety of different things. Like many things in Ravenloft, it's poetic. It doesn't always make a linear sense. In the case of Miriam, he was picked because, like I said, he willingly had another Dreadlord do some shadow magic and get him tied to the curse. And in the case of Fenris, Fenris messed with a curse associated with a powerful item tied to a table member, which caused a beeline. It caused a connection to Honokuni.
Spencer,
Mm.
Natus asks, are you excited to return to Vogan? And I ask, elaborate in excruciating detail exactly how excited you are.
Damn it.
We all know you would have just been like, yeah, yes.
Yes, obviously.
I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
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 At speed.
Fucking, I'm so excited to play Vogan again. I remember I needed a break from Vogan when when we were going into Honokuni and everything. Just because it's, I don't know. I was getting a little tired of just the status quo, I guess. But
Needs something
I've
up,
had a
yeah.
refresher. I've had Taguchi. He was a good boy. I'm
You had him for
excited
a
to
year.
get back into melting people with my swords.
I can't wait
Not
to
a
melt
lightsaber.
people
You
with
got your
you.
you got
Nice,
your
not a
dad
lightsaber.
you got your dad energy out. You're ready to
Yeah.
move on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Get rid of the beat. Again.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
you'll say that until you get crit on a couple times.
No, I'm gonna get crit on the moment I get back. That is for sure happening. Yeah,
I can't
The
wait to
first
laugh
fight we
at
get in.
Nemric with Vogan again.
it's gonna be great.
Dude,
It's
I
gonna
was
be-
so
I can't wait for
it's gonna
Vogan to
be
wonder
so
what the
weird.
fuck happened.
Yeah,
It's gonna be so weird to play because, like, before all this happened, like, Nemric, whenever he first showed up, like, the person that he thought he would get along with the most was Vogan, and then they disappeared.
And then
And then he
and then he
hit on your
fucking
other
went.
character.
in the
and then he
first
went away.
in the first notebook that I had, the first diary thing that I had, one of the first entries he had made was he was afraid that he had actually fucking led to Vogan and freaking, I can't think, why can't I think of his name? Sunder. Vogan.
Thank
He had thought he led to Vogan and Sunder dying in that first little bit until he's like, oh, okay, never mind. We're just in hell. Okay, we're just in a different hell. we're in not as good hell because I like hell.
All right, lost
Worse
memory. I'm going
hell.
to paraphrase you a little bit here. All right, guys, a grenade has gone off, and we've all been hit with a cloud of "you have to change class" gas.
Oh,
What class do you change into?
oh, jeez.
Miriam would become a wizard.
Bug.
I'm saying in scripture so that Alvion has to be something else.
I would say don't be viciously concerned with your stats thematically.
Bard.
Ooh.
Fighter, blue metal subclass.
That's a great
That
answer.
would be weird. That would be weird to see Droid Flux as a fighter. Yes.
Yeah.
Warlock. I don't like having spell slots anyway.
That was worth it for the Logan giggles.
Yeah.
What about you, Miriam?
Wizard.
Wizard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Wizard.
I ban you from Wizard. Choose something else.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
No.
hate you.
No,
Barbarian
Be
Mary.
something neat.
Not one that allows you to indulge in Miriam's exact same give me dangerous magic thing.
You're asking Marion what Marion would turn into. He's be a wizard.
He no
If
longer can
Miriam
cast
had-
spells. What is he?
Yeah.
Barbarium.
A rogue.
A rogue.
Arcane Trickster Rogue. Fucking-
He's another person, so he doesn't have to change his clothes.
He would just become like a swashbuckler or something and be Indiana Jones.
Hot.
Sick. That was two different.
Quinn would become Quintus the Grey.
Quintus the Grey. Hell yeah.
What did everyone miss under the mirror room? In the mirror room under the Bastille, asks Pale Shadow.
What did everyone miss?
Apparently, we all missed something there.
Did we
Oh,
learn-
yes. It was eventually talked about in game, but
Yeah.
what you missed was the fact that the big old fire pot that gave visions of previous fights with other members of the previous iterations of the Hunted and whatnot. That was all, in a mostly metaphorical sense, those were the ashes of the bodies of previous members of the Hunts. Not literally, but also kind of literally, but not actually literally.
As literal as it needs to be.
But if you had taken those and spread those onto weapons, as the Zugaiken did, those, because they were the essence of previous Hunted, if a table member was killed with weapons that had those ashes spread on them, it would permanently kill them. It would be as if a Hunted killed them. In the same sense, they can also kill the Hunted, which is why when Hirohito started not caring for all of you very much, he would have considered it against decorum to come after you directly because he wanted to keep himself sort of removed. That's part of his whole deal, is he's like, I support the young lord. I am not part of this. I am just his blade. So
Totally.
he armed the Zugaiken with the means to kill you by giving them that soot that they could use on their weapons. Which, you know, lucky for you they didn't, but, you know, still a thing. So if you as a party had realized that and tried to take it with you, the whole party could have dealt killing blows against members of the table.
Oh.
I loved the Zugaiken turning and helping us out in the end. That was great.
Dude. Yeah, no, I think about that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good, and
boy.
that whole thing was just such a good
The
cap
boy.
for Baroth. I love Baroth
Me
so
too.
much.
He's the worst.
We know this.
He's the worst.
He's the worst,
He's
and
the
I
best worst.
adore him. Really fun character. I loved him.
I loved
He
him in Space
was
Dandy.
everything I hoped that he would be. I am very happy about how things ended up with him. Obviously, I don't have plans. I wouldn't force an arc if it didn't make sense, but by the end of it, Baroth was exactly what I kind of hoped he would be. It was very pleasing as a DM for it to go that way.
What was everybody's favorite table fight? Asks the Two-Type King.
Ooh.
Favorite what?
Table
Table
fight.
fight.
Like
Fight with a table
fight with a
member.
table member.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The second fight with Tribulation. Yep,
That was a really good fight.
Oh, how'd that go?
that was a really good fight.
Yeah, how'd that go? I was
We'll tell you about it
fighting-
someday.
I can't.
I don't know if it is, but my gut reaction was to say Mother Tears fight.
Dude, I was about to fucking say Mother Tier.
All right.
Yeah.
Spencer,
Yeah.
don't even
Yeah.
answer. I know it was the second fight with Tribulation. I know that was your favorite. I distinctly remember you crying out with joy every time Shield of Faith was cast.
I was about to go over to Canada and strangle you.
You're like, I'm in my car right now.
I'm getting in my car. I'm going to stab you with my knife right
I'm
now.
not gonna lie. That might be part of why it's my favorite. Because I haven't seen that much Spencer rage in a very long time since the
dice fucking hated me that day. They gave me exactly
counterspelling
enough
of
to hit his
caster.
regular AC, but not enough to get past his Shield of Faith. I fucking hated that day. I hated it. It was a pretty
You
good
know
fight.
the image of the fool laughing down at all the dogs? The
What?
fool is the... never mind.
So which one was your favorite though, Spence?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's it might be Mother Tier, but it also might be what's his name? Sagittarius.
Hmm?
Sagittarius was interesting.
Oh, how did that fight go?
Yeah. It went
I
pretty
can say that
damn
for a lot of
well, I
fights.
think.
I think emotionally, Mother Tears for me, but I think mechanically, probably
How did that
Jakku.
one go?
Jakku was really...
Jakku is my favorite.
No, Jakku is awesome.
It was so
Jakku's
good.
my favorite. It's one of the ones I actually got to be a part of. No, I'm
Was
playing
I
around.
there
I'm playing
for
around,
the
obviously.
Jakku one?
Yeah, no, you were.
Yes.
Yeah, you had a boat
Because,
land on me.
Hey, you had a boat
yeah.
crash into you. You went flying.
in
terms
You
of-
flew like a fridge, remember?
I
In
did.
terms of
I remember
sheer
around.
epicness.
It was
Oh.
around there. I think I had to miss a session or something. I think I remember missing a little
The
bit.
session
of Jakku
before, I
stuff.
think you weren't there.
That fight took
Yeah.
2 sessions.
Yeah.
I think you were there for
Yeah,
both
I-
of them, though. I feel like
Yeah,
no,
you were
I
there for
wasn't.
the Jakku. You were there for the end for sure, because I remember
was there
everyone was
for the end.
desperately trying to save you from the boat, and Logan was like,
Yep.
"He's got Death Ward, guys. He's fine."
Yep.
It was.
I forgot that was the great moment of casting Death Word on him with no prompt. And just being
Yeah, it
like,
was
I'm just
Blacking
gonna...
out as a giant ship crashes into you and just coming to soaring
Yeah.
hundreds of feet through
Tiny.
the air. Ah!
That was also the first time that Divine Intervention has worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
There was so much lead up to the
I think
Jakku
that's the
fight, and
coolest
it
I've ever
worked
been.
out so well. It was so good. That's my favorite one.
Cody,
I.
Nubian asks, now that you'll be meeting a bunch of Warforged, how does he
No.
look feel? Will he embrace the one true flux, or is he still coming to terms?
That's my answer.
I think meeting is a strong word as well. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this one, Logan. How strong is Diane compared to the party?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there we go.
So super
I'm sure
weak.
that
I'm glad
Diane's
we're all
gonna
on
be
the
a
same
piece
page.
of cake now.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to
Man
slit your throat.
asks, what would have happened had the party chosen the vampire path?
Oh, vampire, blah, blah, blah.
I don't think we would have ever gotten out.
So,
The big thing is that they also wanted the ritual to not end, and so part of it would have still perfectly suited us. This is just me making some conjecture. I think the issue is that if we tried to leave after the fact, or if we did anything to destabilize their now quote-unquote perfect paradise, they would they would become our enemies quite quickly.
So, if anything threatened the ritual, if anything caused it to meet its end criteria or make it so it couldn't continue, in some form or another, the Hunger of Honokuni would have happened. Like, as soon as the ritual has amassed enough idomantically enriched blood to try to meet its end goal, which is what the moon was doing, as soon as it was unable to continue, it would have been like, cool, good enough. We're gonna make the Hunger of Honokuni. A lot like with you guys, it wasn't a complete version of the hunger. It was what could be made with what was done up till then. It would have come to be, and then it would have been very angry at anyone associated with the vampires, and it would have gone after them, and that would have inadvertently triggered a couple things could have happened if there were table members remaining. They may not have liked that situation very much, so there's a possibility you may have ended up aligned with the table members in dealing with the hunger, because it would have had no discernment between what friend and foe was. But assuming the table members were gone, and you were at the end, then it probably would have been you guys and the vampires against the hunger. And
Damn.
Either the hunger wins, or you kill it. If it wins, well, you're dead. So that's the ultimate answer to that. Because it was going to go on to try to kill and consume everyone remaining in Honokuni. That's what its goal was as soon as it was born, was to clean up the scraps. If you win, then the same thing would have happened as otherwise. Although, if you didn't take it out at that exact right place, if you didn't... that's not true, I shouldn't... If you take it anywhere but the mountain...
You run into the fact that the place is about to flood.
Yeah, which, like, won't instantly kill everybody, but get ready to swim.
It's a major issue.
It's because whenever you end the ritual, the domain began to collapse, and it started to sync up with its iteration in the Shadowfell. So that resulted in flooding, like it is in the Shadowfell. To which I know a lot of people, this is not what was asked, but I know a lot of people are like, well, all the NPCs died. They can swim. People do know how to swim. I will also remind people that those vampires did not have the running water weakness, because vampires in my setting do not have many of them.
They would probably be fine.
They were water ganassi vampires.
The only reason I think a lot of people are dead is because it was raining blades down on the whole country.
Keep in mind, anyone who was underground was probably okay.
Yeah, firmly enough.
And anybody
inside Kyle would probably be all right.
Yeah, anybody with a good enough structure, like anyone that, for example, was in the Skull Keep, probably was okay. The Skull Keep is probably pretty nothing now, but if you're in a structure, you probably would have been fine against the first one, maybe two. I will say most of the regular people were definitely killed, but they were gonna, best case for a lot of them was that they pass away anyways, and their souls are freed from the from Ravenloft whenever the border's closed.
Depressing truths of the Shadow, or this specific section of the Shadowfell, is them dying isn't necessarily the worst scenario for them.
Yep. So that to rewind effectively, if you sided with the vampires, someone would have been a vampire. You would have had to deal with that situation because one of you would have had to be turned. And it would have triggered a much earlier confrontation.
All right, Lux.
If I'm gonna be totally real, the way it would have probably gone is Hirohito would have deliberately tried to stop you guys, and it would have been a more direct table versus everyone else war, with Hirohito acting as a military leader instead of letting the ritual happen. It would have been cool. All the table members are gonna engage at once, and if you'd survived that, killing Hirohito would have triggered the Hunger of Honokuni stuff.
If we had survived. Oh, that's a good joke, Logan.
It would have been interesting.
Given when it happened, who was alive? Who had you beaten? You'd beaten 2 members at that point, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that would have been bad for you.
Yeah, that would have been... Okay.
Yeah, that would have been...
Mother Tier on her own.
Mother Tier would have been the most deliberately involved. She probably would have come after you guys.
She'd be like,
without everybody else. Because, she I mean, already, as soon as she figured out where the vampires were, she went in, she cleared them out. Kinda. She didn't actually permanently kill the vampires, they got away. But, she erased all of them, most of which, by the way, were vampire spawn. All the ones wearing makeup were doing so to hide their skin. They were all vampires.
Yeah, we did learn that.
Yeah.
I'm a miss
Remember
her.
we saw they all had red eyes as well. And we're like, oh yeah.
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 Ion wasn't, but many of them were.
Oh.
Damn.
I hope they're okay. You know, they're actually a real good swimmer, so hopefully they're
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
they're
They're the
CO.
ones that like broke the mirrors, right?
Yes, whenever Ion returned with the mirrors, because she wasn't there when it happened, when she returned in a somewhat fit of rage, somewhat haha gotcha against the table, she shattered the mirrors out of defiance for their attack on the nest.
Mm-hmm.
Which turned out to be good for Wrench.
Yeah.
Because if Wrench...
Yeah, Ale and I
Yeah.
talked about that after I like explained that shit. He's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, if Wrench,
right.
if his mirror hadn't been broken, then his soul would have been stuck in it and he wouldn't have been able to be revived.
This is partially addressed earlier, but I think they just want to go a little bit more about like who they were. Captain Kojo asks, can we hear the merchant boy story we never met? Can't for the life of me remember the name. They're talking about Siddiqui. obviously.
Siddiqui. Siddiqui was a merchant who made his home in Harakir, which is this Egyptian-themed domain of dread that, again, you can read about in the Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. There's a whole section on it. Basically, it's not too deep. He just has permission to leave Harakir to go to other domains that he trades among. He is actually the one who you remember the boy in the sarcophagus in the place.
Yep.
That was a priest of Octompot, of their dreadlord, who had gotten a little bit insurrection-y. So he was sealed inside that sarcophagus. It was a mummy lord, by the way. He was sealed inside that sarcophagus. And then basically, to show that he was disposable, given to Siddiqui to take somewhere else, and Siddiqui sold him to Ravissima, who liked to collect things like that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And now
I remember
he's just down
like
there.
putting those pieces together and be like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And now he's just hanging out down there.
He did not die because he can't drown.
He's just
Yeah.
underwater.
His coffin is also airtight, so he has his little pocket, but he is effectively just kind of floating around down there.
I mean, you know, in some amount of time, eventually, maybe anything that could help him might bump into the coffin.
The only thing that might help him die, which is all he can hope for, is you guys didn't find the pot that had his heart in it. If the sheer water pressure crushes it, because there's now an ocean on top of it, then he'll die. But he may not, because it's not like a lich's. Well, I guess it is kind of like a lich's phylactery in this way. If it's broken, it doesn't kill him. It just returns him to a state where he can be killed. A lot like if you break a lich's phylactery, it doesn't necessarily kill the lich. It just removes their option of coming back once they die.
Yeah.
So even if it breaks, I guess he's just gonna be a little bit more mortal, but stuck in his sarcophagus. If it breaks, he will have the magic to break free. I guess it really, you'd have to play out a lot of things, like how will he deal with the water when he eventually swims to the only land. There's two land masses now. There's the Topasum Mountains, there's Kaioha, and there's Mount Vajriel. So how much does this mummy lord boy want to go to two of the most divine places remaining is the real question. Now he's pretty
to swim all the way to the fucking castle.
He's pretty fucked. I don't think we're gonna see him again.
Probably not. That's a campaign or two down the line.
I found a genie, huh? I wish that guy was okay.
I guess like a mummy lord escaped the Shadowfell and is really pissed off about a lot of water or something.
Lexi!
Hi, Carrie.
Carrie girl, what's up, you
Carrie!
howdy? Hello. I'm
Which was
sorry
your
that I'm,
favorite
like,
table fight?
My favorite table fight?
With the table.
Yeah.
Fight with the table. The table fight. The fight with the table. The table meant to the
one
fighting.
where I died. I'm kidding.
How'd that one go?
Oh, the table
Well, I
fight. The fights with the
died.
table. The table that fights us.
Goose, goose, boys.
Yeah, the one where I beat up a table. Yeah, that
Goose,
one. Yeah. Heckin'. Oh man, fucking what a question. I did like the heckin' consequences of the one where I died. That was a good time. Y'all were real sad, and that made me feel loved.
Get over it.
You know what? That's fair. Never doubt.
How many times have I told you to get over yourself, Carrie?
Maybe Carrie. Trying to figure out the best place for your.
Fine.
Yeah.
Listen, I still had it set for the Monday stream one, and I was like, I could joke. I could, like, Logan could be like, Carrie, change your React image, and then
I
could
mean,
change it to different.
Are
Monday
you
stream
looking
ones,
at this?
and that would be really funny.
Carrie, you should go look at the stream.
Oh
is
no,
all
I'm
gonna
looking
say.
at the stream. I know
Okay.
what Spencer's doing.
I was like,
But
Carrie,
I
it
was
would have been
also
on
like,
brand.
I'm also late because I felt icky. So Logan's been very nice to me. So I don't want.
It's not game day. We're not playing
Yeah.
game today, so
Yeah.
you know.
Thank
Izzy!
Easy. Yeah, let's do it. Let's
So I think
drag
that-
him this stream like
I
we
think
dragged
that-
him yesterday.
I think that
Let's go.
exhaustively answers.
Yeah, I think so.
What if they were vampires?
Oh, yeah, also
Wait.
speaking-
Yeah.
T-Pain asks, what's the story behind Legion not dying to the Beast of Ezra?
Oh, he regenerates really fast.
Ooh. Good
Okay,
question.
so I
get it.
apologize everybody if a lot of these questions are for me today.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You put in
So-
a ton of work for Honokuni, so
we
I'm
also specifically
interested.
added an asterisk at the beginning of, if you have questions for Logan,
About Honokuni.
this is their only shot, so
Yeah,
let's give it to him.
No, it's cool, Logan. We're on the clock.
To boil this down to mechanical terms, which I usually don't like doing, but to boil it down to the most understandable mechanical terms, when you guys fought Legion the first time, or second time, I guess, you did technically almost kill him, except mythic revival features. He would have been like, no, I'm actually back to mostly maximum hit points and stuff.
Averaging now.
Legion was not even close to dead. The thing could fight him for a long time, but he could regenerate and regain hit points faster than it could whittle him down. I mean, it's a bit of an abstraction for like drama's sake. If they'd actually fought, then one of them probably would have been worn down eventually. But Beast of Ezra can't be killed permanently, and Legion was regenerating faster than it could damage him. So he couldn't get out of where it was, though, because it exists everywhere and it basically pulled him into itself. The only times Legion could try to get out were anytime the Beast appeared. And the Beast only appeared twice. And in the first case at the castle, it went back to fighting him before he could fully get away. And then when it appeared again later, he took his chance to be like, nope, I am getting above the water this time. I tried to foreshadow that there was still some fighting going on. No, I obviously didn't want you guys to figure it out immediately. And you didn't, I don't think. But yeah, basically it just comes down to he
No.
regenerated fast enough that he couldn't be properly killed by it.
With the way things were said in the beginning on how like reviving and stuff works there, I half expected the entire time to just come across a new Legion in like a different form, like halfway through, just like I clawed my way out of the ground and now I'm this fucking tiny halfling person. or
Tiny
something.
Legion.
Yeah.
Tiny Legion.
Oh shit. Tiny.
just-
We
I
are
just
a
half
generation
expected-
of death. We are the screams in the night.
Oh my.
Oh, he's a
It's
baby.
like, oh, look at Tiny
Tiny
Legion.
Legion is
Ah.
I am the faithful lapdog of Fiona,
Yeah, you
the
are.
chihuahua that barks at her door.
I'll take you right back to Lady Fiona when we're done.
Uppies!
Logan.
Uppies.
Mundane Jin
Wait,
asks,
real quick, what was that, Carrie?
I was just gonna be like, do you remember that episode of Buffy with like the nightmare creature that was so tiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that energy.
Who wants to kill Flux? Who wants to kill Flux?
Oh, he's a little neighbor demon. Like, yeah.
All right, Aaron.
You got these next two for Logan. We got from Monday
good.
Jin. Considering that Honokuni was supposed to be a later on thing, did you have to dial things down? We'll start with that.
I mean, past tier 2 gameplay, because we were into tier 3 at that point. Parties can, with proper preparation, deal with most things. Balancing, in my opinion, past tier 3, or in and beyond tier 3, is mostly about... It's not about bigger, more dangerous creatures so much as it is about more tactical creatures, larger encounters, more adds. You know, it's the difference between, fighting a pit fiend versus fighting a pit fiend and a bunch of spine devils. Like, you don't make it a bigger encounter by just giving the pit fiend more hit points, unless you do. You make a fight more difficult and appropriate for a stronger party by just giving the bad guys more things to do, by shifting the action economy. In the other direction, if you want to make something weaker, you just sort of put it out on its own. So my balancing for Honokuni mostly came down to that. It's more the rate at which you had to fight things and how much you had to fight at once.
Would have been a lot more Zugaiken.
For example, if you guys had done this in like tier 4, which is where Honokuni was sort of a little bit supposed to sit, you probably would have had to deal with situations like the fact that Sagittarius and Jakku are buds. They probably would have attacked you together.
Oh,
That would have been terrible.
That would have been so
Sagittarius thinks that Jakku is their best buddy,
It would have
and
been-
Jakku sees Sagittarius as like a sort of cool dog. So
Yeah, it tracks.
So-
I love that dynamic, though.
so
It's like, oh, he's stupid.
So there would have been more stuff like that going on. It's in counterbalancing, like beyond tier 3, is largely just about how much you put out, knowing what your party can deal with. Tier 1, not so much. I mean, levels 1 to 3, a lucky goblin can murder a party. So
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. What made you choose each butterfly variant and who they served under? Was it the rule that all the female table members had variants?
is that what it ended up being?
So asks Cha-Cha real smooth.
It was, wasn't it? That's what it ended up as. Only the female members had a special butterfly. My confusion, my
That
realization
answered
here
that
should tell you that I did not intend that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Was there any I didn't show
Can I
you?
do that?
Well, the thing is, Tribulation didn't really have any, because Tribulation had a very specific role that did not involve anyone helping them. They didn't really care for the butterflies.
The forest helped him. That was all he needed.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was only the... I mean, no, that's not true, because they're also... you just didn't see... Oh, wow, what a weird accident. It was only the women.
I have a really good question for this.
You
next
know what?
piece. I'm
It's
nerd.
lore.
Hell yeah.
It's because the Crimson Butterflies are a female heckin' dominated clan, so they only had variants from the women. It's lore.
You did it. I'm proud of you.
It's canon.
Everything's thought out.
We didn't run a Honokuni campaign. You have to do that now. You have to do it that way.
That's the
Wow.
that's the giggles of how all of the Forgotten Realms got its lore.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
Wait, yeah, no, we meant that.
Yeah.
Helgrim asks, Izzy, what are you looking forward to Flux creating in the campaign? Any crazy ideas? Well, tell us, Izzy.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay.
So what I plan on inventing is this this device. It's much smaller than the rod that I currently have. It's like a little bead.
It'll just constantly apply the healing. You just have to insert it.
And moving on.
What now?
Longcop asks,
More on the beat.
Cody, how do you think the party dynamics with Nemric would have been without the big old dread plane shenanigans?
I mean, we're about to find out. Because I don't know. Without the Dread Plane shenanigans, we'd be getting into what we're about to get into. I think that Honokuni, most likely in the end of everything, probably hastened Nemric at least being endeared to all the party. I don't think he would have liked the party nearly as fast if he wasn't in a position like that. Because he either like has found potentially family in Fenris, friendship in a lot of people, and at least respect for a certain person. So it is something that definitely sped it up.
Sunder, for sure.
It's Sunder.
Everyone respects Sunder. They're so cute.
Yeah.
Again, I mentioned it. Sunder and Vogan, he thought in the very beginning were the two people he would get the most along with, and then they're gone. So, so this is really hastened a lot of endearment to the party. Whether or not that is transferable to them, it has definitely made him think a little bit more about them, at least in terms of his own goals. So yeah.
It's good we kept him around for an extra month. Now he likes us.
Oh, right. Sorry. There was another part of that question. I'm going to rewind slightly. Which was my favorite butterfly?
All according to my plan.
The fire ones. The ones that serve Jakku. Those are my favorites.
Yeah, those are cool.
Those are cool.
You and your punch
Coffee.
girls.
I do love punch girls.
What? Please, what?
Girls with biceps
God.
and fists of flame.
Yep.
And fury.
God help you if they're all so educated.
Oh, and if they're educated, then I love them.
I think this one should be pretty quick with just some clarification. Now that the ritual's broken, can people leave and go to Honokuni whenever they wish?
Ooh.
There's a big whirlpool that lets them leave. As far as go, that Honokuni is not going to exist soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ooh.
And you can go to other.
You can go to
Honokuni.
regular
Same as a
Honokuni
chain.
or Shadowfell Honokuni whenever you want, but you can do that before.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance?
They're both really wet though, so like
Bring a canoe.
Bring your
You'd have
swimsuit.
to be like a deep sea elf.
yeah.
Beach
Monday Jin
episode,
asks, are you surprised everyone survived Honokuni?
I don't
Ooh.
count on anybody dying or living, so no, not really.
I died 3 times.
The dice fall where they may.
It's true, you did.
My goal is never.
I
Okay,
sort
the
of
bad
died.
guys want you guys dead. I never plan to kill anyone. So no, not really. Good job though.
Great job
Yeah.
hot dog, everybody.
Woo.
Logan,
Go team.
when it looks like we're about to die, do you get a feeling of like, oh man, I don't want to make a new character. Okay, I better fix this.
No,
And then not
Make
fix
a
it.
character with them.
no. If you're gonna die, you die.
No.
The only time that I feel differently about that
dies.
is like when we're in the early part of any campaign, from like levels 1 to 5. There's a vague feeling of like, well, let's just play with this a bit more. But then, and even
The
like
wizard
even then,
falls down the stairs.
yeah, like especially level 1, it's like that. I don't want you to all the fun stuff you were gonna do. I don't want it to be like wasted. So I do what I can to make like help in ways that make sense. But yeah, past tier 1, it's kind of like, I don't know, training wheels are off. I'd be sad if you
Then
died,
why
but
Nick Snorkus, Logan?
I don't know. You guys made Nick Snorkus. I didn't. He is a regular Knoll from the book.
No.
I
Genick
don't believe
Snorkus,
you.
Genick Snorkus
Nick
has been
Also-
Snorkus was built from the fear of us all.
Genick Snorkus has been mentioned in the recaps.
Yeah, you're
the
welcome
thing,
for that.
so-
Yeah,
by name.
it wasn't
That
in
was
there.
me.
Thank
And
you.
then when we were
Thank you.
recording, Hayden made me put it in.
I was like, yeah, I was kind of surprised we didn't have Genick Snorkus, and then I fucked up saying that fucking section like 4 times.
Oh my god.
Because I was like, he's like, yeah, this is why I didn't put it. I was like, listen, I'm gonna do it. No, you leave it in.
It's so important
Shut
to
up,
me.
Logan, I've got this. Don't look at me.
Also, saying Lyra's name was a fucking feat for me.
Lyra
Oh,
Costilla
yeah.
Chandonnay.
I was
my
fucking
God.
it up.
Cody.
Lyra's the best.
You can't
Yeah.
say
The
that.
mention
anymore.
of her
I can.
name, just Cody in the background,
love
like,
Lyra.
oh.
I love Lyra so much.
Yeah, that's good to know.
I do.
Zelek the Wise asks, players, when Gelfus mentioned the Pale Lady was trying hard to wake up, do you think now that perhaps Fenris's lovely god is maybe the cause of amnesis? Ooh. The
Yeah.
woo is a paraphrase.
There's a
Oh, I see.
lot of things that go through my brain about that scene in particular. That is like one of the most like gone back to scenes I think I've done in this entire like campaign.
I need to go back and
I've
take fucking notes because at some point my brain started melting
I get
yeah.
and even I couldn't keep up.
I've gone back
Yeah,
and
me
listened
every
to that
session.
scene over 3 times, and I still don't understand it.
I don't know
Guys,
anything I
my
said. It's all
God is an
gibberish to me.
awesome god.
The
God is
talking
an
about like
Gelfus.
awesome god.
Gelfus is a fugue state.
all the god talk and everything going down, and like me not being in Nimric brain, because like I was trying my best to be Nimric at the time, so I wasn't like I was trying to like think things through in a different way. But like having gone and revisited it, there's so much that could mean.
That's
Oh,
what
that-
happens when the players effectively have access to the DM as their characters, which is basically what that was.
Pretty great.
I love Gelfus / Grigel.
Gelgagor.
Gagelfames.
Gelfamis.
I like
Hell yeah.
I like that I went to him in his dying fucking words, and then him coming back, and it was great. I got to see the end of Gelfus and the beginning of Grigel again.
You're the worst of them.
Yep, I
Yeah.
get that a lot.
Damn.
That was
Preach.
so funny.
Just
I-
all be
I-
on a
Fucking
snap.
punch in the air
Yeah.
here.
I love everything that happened. Man, everybody hates me.
Oh.
No,
Yeah.
it's fine.
I love you.
That's cool.
Anyone that knows what you're up to hates you. Yes.
Dear players,
I'm not up to anything. Okay.
what are you looking forward to next Saturday when Vestige comes back?
To play Vestige.
Playing.
Casting
Playing so
one
much.
spell.
Oh.
I'm excited to see Izzy.
Are we?
Eh.
Feel
The
like
only
I
one
feel
here.
For chat, we've been bullying Izzy because he's not here today.
I feel like I see him
We
enough.
love him.
I feel like
We love him so much, but you know,
In this moment.
I feel like I see him enough.
Fuck that guy. He stopped me from playing D&D
Yeah, I see a
twice.
couple. Can we get some
Fuck 'em.
oofs in the chat for Izzy?
somewhere. Hold on, let me find it. This is why. There we go. Somewhere he's making the Lux emote face. He can feel it. He's
Yep.
sneezing. He's doing the anime thing.
Hope you're
where they
enjoying
sneeze.
your con, Izzy.
He's in chat. He's like, these motherfuckers.
Hope you're having a lot of fun, Izzy.
Brought this on yourself,
Find out
motherfucker.
who you are frisbee
Oh
or
my
boomerang on
God.
account of if you come down. Or frisbee.
I think I know the answer for at least one of you for this one. If Honokuni arc, the entire thing, if the Honokuni arc was an anime, which anime studio would you want to animate it?
Mappa.
It's fair.
So,
yeah.
I mean, okay, easy answers are Ufotable, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
not
Oh,
say
Ufotable,
Ufotable
yeah.
because that's like
Yeah.
cheating. That's like saying studio like Ghibli. I wouldn't want it to be Ghibli, but it's like saying Ghibli. It's like, of course you would.
Oh, I don't know, man. If you think of like Princess Mononoke, though.
Oh.
I think it's just a bit too shonen for Ghibli to really pop off with it. Is all.
True. That's why I say
Because like
Mappa.
Ghibli stuff is really heavy and like slow, and I don't think that's quite. I don't think Aviana as a la Ghibli would translate.
Her
I'm not
hair
saying it
would
wouldn't
do
look
the
good. I'm
poofy
just saying
thing.
it wouldn't
Her
play
hair
to
would
the
do the
strengths
poofy
of the
thing,
studio.
though.
Just saying animated by,
Yeah.
not just directed.
Now-
so
now,
you could say what
Current
Mason-
Bleach is being still done by Studio Pierrot, right?
Yeah, I think it's still Pierre.
Okay, anyone at Studio Pierrot that's working on current Bleach, I want those people to become a studio, and I want them. I want those people.
I think
How about-
A1.
I want Bleach.
would be good
I want
for it.
Bleach
A1
to
would
be
also
fun.
be good.
As long as it's
I
not the
say
part of
Nappa
A1 that worked on
is-
fucking Babylonia. That's all I ask.
I say it because of Chainsaw Man and just how fucking
That's
gorgeous
Mappa,
that
right?
show looks. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's
Mappa.
Mappa.
Yeah, they're
That's
real
why.
good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing
Yeah,
real
they
good.
do-
A lot
they also
of
do
lot of
Jujutsu
A
Kaisen.
plus
Mhm.
anime
Oh yeah.
popping off this year. Like late 2022
man.
was just like, oh, we were spoiled with new Bleach and Chainsaw Man and what we know of the Nier anime and whatnot. Like, oh, it's just all so good.
Logan, speaking of the Nier anime, you watching that with me?
Yeah.
You watching that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Cool.
I didn't even know Nier had
It
an
came
anime
out
come
today. The first
What?
first
Oh,
episode
Oh,
came
it's
out.
out?
Yeah.
I gotta watch it. I'm like, I didn't even know. It was
All right, well, we'll
anything
touch base on
bad.
that later, but yes, absolutely.
Cool.
I want
Hell yeah.
Madhouse to do it.
Ooh,
Madhouse.
Shit, let's go.
Madhouse,
Yeah.
what have they done? Did they do
Hunter x
Eureka?
Hunter.
They did
They
Hellsing,
did
right?
Overlord.
Did they do? They didn't do
Death
Eureka
Parade.
7, did they? No, it's
They-
Bones.
they-
That's
no,
Bones.
it's Bones.
That's
Yeah.
Bones.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I like that.
Madhouse
Um,
actually be really good for like a lot of like certain scenes, especially.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
They-
like a lot of.
They do
freaking crazier.
tone like with their colors
Ah.
really really well. That's why I think like especially the moments with like the red moon would
Yeah.
be really
Mm.
cool with
I think
Studio Madhouse.
Specifically, I do think that the entirety of the Jakku stuff, Madhouse would be great with. Just like
Mhm.
the airship and everything as well. I think it would be freaking crazy.
Alternatively, whoever did the first season of One Punch Man.
That was Madhouse.
That was Madhouse? Yeah, baby! I know that was Madhouse plus a bunch of really high profile guest animators.
No, they just gave a shit. Like,
No, legitimately.
Oh, there you go.
I know that I can't remember who it was, but there were some like big industry animators who
Yeah.
came onto that because they had something to prove. And part of the reason why season 2 flopped so bad is because without those people on board, they didn't give enough
Mhm.
of a shit. So season
Yeah.
2 looked terrible.
yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
Madhouse then.
that'd be so
Yeah,
good.
that'd be good. I mean, my answer's still
Yeah,
whoever's doing current Bleach, but Madhouse.
for sure. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Spencer,
Aw.
putting aside that you needed the break from them, you know, in a magical
Mhm.
world where you didn't, do you think Vogan would have been a hindrance if he were there instead of, it says Pala, and then I think there's a correction to Papa.
Fair.
So
Wait,
instead of
what?
Taguchi.
Instead of tag, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Instead
Would
of
he have been a
that.
hindrance?
Instead of dead.
Ooh,
Oh,
maybe.
Pala Papa, that's what they're saying.
Oh,
I got
okay,
you.
Like
Paladin,
Paladin
okay.
Dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Paladin.
Paladin
I got you.
Papa.
I got you, Marth. I got you.
Nice.
Okay.
Papadin.
If Vogan were there, do you think? Do I think he'd be a hindrance?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is the question.
I maybe in certain circumstances, but not as much. Not like
Again,
as
all
much
of
as
us are
Taguchi
hindrances
would
in
be.
certain
I
circumstances.
think
Yeah.
less
Sure.
people would. I think less people would target me, and more people would target him. So I'd be down for that.
Oh.
That's a pretty quick, easy one to get through.
Yeah.
Logan, were there any other concepts that might have been dropped for table members? You can freely speak about.
Kinda. I mean, I went through. There was a lot of half ideas that didn't get fully elaborated on, but I mean, I settled on what I wanted the table to be relatively quickly. Mostly just because I was trying to kind of fill out the gambit of cool D&D things.
Mhm.
Like that's why you have, and also try to approach from the direction of like each of them needs to not just feel like another hit point bag. They all need to have specific tactics and specific roles, which is why they have across the gambit of like one being a more divine caster, one being a mounted / flight based combatant, one being having a giant airship and whatnot that you had to compete with, one of them being if I hit you real hard, Sagittarius over here being like, my thing is I hit real good.
Yep.
And one being more of an assassin that would follow you. I wanted each to have a different purpose, that if they wanted to get more involved in the story, they had a different avenue to put pressure on you. Which Celshay ended up kind of doing the most of. Celshay and Jakku, I think, had the most story presence in terms of them worrying you in different ways. So I don't know. Thanks for the follow. So I there's not like a lot to go over that was fleshed out in an interesting way beyond like
There's
concepts.
nothing that you could be like, here's like the sketch, obviously.
Beyond as
I think
far
that's
as
what they're
like,
asking for.
here's one of like beyond ideas that were like polymorphed red dragon table member question mark.
Yeah, totally. All right, I think that works. I think that's what they're looking for.
Heck yeah.
Here's a good clarification question, because I think I know the answer to this already, but since it's being asked, I guess it's not super clear. Does Lexi still have the key to her keep, or was it destroyed with her non-magical items?
It's gone.
I asked Logan about that, and he was like, no, it's gone.
Aw.
It's gone.
It's
I
gone.
mean, the keep is still there. We just have to find it and
It was
break
just
in.
a key.
Exactly.
It was just
I
a
was
key.
like, I just need to go to like the
Yeah, it's
town and
still
be
your
like,
keep.
hello. It's under my name, okay?
We just
I
have to
have-
break in.
Lexi and Aviana are
Excuse
rogues.
me,
We'll just
Mr.
break
Policeman
in.
Dwarf. I own property in the city of Steel. I would like help locating it and breaking into it if you wouldn't mind.
Disgusting. There's a whole
I also
bunch
need
of
to hire a
magical things.
locksmith.
There's a whole bunch of magical things going on. All I know is that I own property that I don't have the key to, so I need the deed, and yes, I'll
Listen, I've never
That's why.
been to this city, but I do own a keep here, and I have lost the key, so you're gonna need to let me in. Please help me
I've
find
never
my
been
home.
Here. Where do I live?
Where do I live,
Where
and
do I
can you
live?
break the door down?
Miriam, I think
Thank
you.
you.
I think you should take over for this. I think this is gonna be a you thing to try to convince this guy.
Shut up, I can handle this!
No faith. No faith, Nemric.
Zero faith in whatever's happening right now. Yes.
This one is for him. The spicy red boy whose temper is bad. Be the party replaced for a year with their new dad. With bears who's usually at odds. Debt collected to the gods. Vogan.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Hell yeah!
Are you ready for
Chase
the ridiculous explanation the party's about to give you?
Oh my god.
What was the question? Am I ready for it?
Are you prepared for the ridiculous explanation? Yes.
Not at all. You've
Hell
been
yeah.
gone for like the equivalent of
Like
basically
10
like an
minutes.
hour maybe.
Yeah.
Like, I had to walk across a kilometer-sized bridge.
And
So
then they crashed a pirate ship into the
8
beach.
then I
kilometer
saw
bridge.
my friends crash into
Oh,
the
8
shore with a
kilometers.
pirate ship, and then the ship
Eight.
exploded.
Yes, to clarify, I did not say it is a kilometer long. I said it is 8 kilometers long.
Oh, sorry, 8
Oh.
kilometers long. I heard kilometer. Sorry.
4 miles. Whoa, oh, roughly.
Damn. Damn.
Yeah, fucking. That's a long walk. It's maybe a couple hours of me worrying about my friends. Like, oh guys, you were
hold
gone
on.
for so long.
Hold on. I am going
We know.
to, for the edification of those of us, I'm going to figure out a way for you to rationalize how long that is.
It was terrible,
Alright, while
Vogan.
you're
We
doing
couldn't
that,
eat.
what could we have expected at the banquet that Samurai had to cancel?
Food and taunting and politics, and it's kind of hard to really say beyond that they would have met members of the table and they would have been like, hey, here's some stuff about me, don't you know? And they would have been like, well, we got to kill each other. And there would have been some version of, but what if you didn't? Or maybe I want to? I don't know. It would have been just a lot of characters. It's hard to really pin down.
Yeah.
And of course, there was always the infiltration on the airship.
I imagine the
Yeah.
fun thing about the banquet wouldn't have been the banquet. It would have been whatever you guys got up to around the banquet. That would have been
God.
the fun bit.
That would have
That's
been
the-
fun as
That's
hell.
that's the one thing that I'm like, I mean, I'm glad how things went down, but if we had had a chance to infiltrate the airship, ooh,
That would have been so sick.
that would have been so fun. I had ideas, I had plans. I was like trying to figure out how to bind down this phoenix and how to sneak
I mean,
me
you
on
would.
there.
You would have had to go to the banquet.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It would have been
Yeah, you and I
those
would've
of
had to
us
been
who
there.
weren't.
Okay. All right. Just to cut into this real quick.
Yeah.
You found your thing.
So I want you to imagine. So Spencer, you generally know these distances. You know North Van, right? You know, or not North Van, but you know the part of Vancouver that's across the bay, across the fucking. You have to take the ferry to get over there, the mountains.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not
That is North Van? The North Van. Good.
Oh, okay,
Right.
cool.
Do you know North Van?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, right,
I questioned myself. I think in my brain, I briefly was like, wait, I'm thinking of East Van. But no, I'm thinking of, okay.
I get that.
You know Broadway City Hall? The train station that is near like the Home Depot and whatnot?
Yeah.
Okay, the one that's on fucking the main road. Imagine you started walking there and you walked to North Van. That's the bridge.
Oh,
You walked into the mountains. You would be in the mountains by the end. That's 8 kilometers.
Oh, God.
Holy shit.
You were doing lunges the whole time and you leveled.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's how you're doing
I gotta
the
get my
lunge
workout
walk.
in.
Oh my
Come on,
god.
Thunder, let's go.
Your calves are rippling.
Stress works out.
Specifically for ridiculously stupid, just because of where I landed the pointer on this, from there to the Bluebird Daycare Center in North Van. You know, the Bluebird Daycare Center.
Yeah,
You
we
We all
know.
know the Bluebird Day.
On
Yeah.
Woods Drive and Terrence Avenue, the Bluebird Daycare Center. Fitting.
Yeah,
it's
is
my
that
daycare center.
That Aviana?
The Bluebird was the name of the boat we crashed, obviously.
Oh,
Did Thunder
I can't
Thunder
believe
also
it's
level?
gone.
yay!
He got his
Arcane
cardio.
Illumination asks, where did the tome that Miriam found, so the Tome of Consequences, come from exactly? And what role did it play in Honokuni becoming a domain of dread? Or was it just manifested when it became a domain of dread?
Hmm.
So basically, tell us the tea about the Tome of Consequences.
Yeah, what's the
Yeah.
tea?
Like, sorry, repeat the question?
Where did the Tome of Consequences come from exactly, and what role did it play in either Honokuni becoming a domain of dread, which I don't believe is the case, or was it manifested after the fact?
Manifested after the fact. And it is, who knows? It's a big old mystery item. It came into being, maybe it existed from the start of Honokuni. Maybe some dark necromancer tried to put a little bit of Honokuni's essence into a little book. Or maybe it just appeared on its own and someone found it and started using it. Who's to say, really?
I'm gonna miss
That's
that
gone
thing.
now, right?
Yeah, it exploded.
Yeah.
I got one last 9th level call lightning out of it. Now I gotta wait until level 17.
Is everything we got there gone, or just
No.
The tome and the
stuff that came
scroll.
from
The scroll's in nerd now,
Honokuni.
right?
Yeah, the scroll- the
Yeah,
scroll
scroll
was
doesn't do anything.
destroyed.
It was also destroyed during the fight.
Yeah. So those two are gone, but like Lexi's scarf is still fine, for example.
Yeah, the jewel I have from that's fine as well.
Oh, nice. That means I still got my rod.
The jewel? The jewel wasn't from Inuyari, that was from Ravissimo.
No,
She
no,
was
no,
saying
no.
Inuyasha.
Oh, okay.
The Naruyasha.
Uh,
Hell yeah.
Fleepo asks to the wonderful Spencer, was it your decision to switch the most adorable paladin in existence? Switch to it, and if so, and if it was, why did you want to give Hogan a break? So I guess elaborate a little bit more on why maybe you wanted to be a paladin for a while, or you just didn't want to be as nuki.
Yeah, basically, I wanted to. It was mainly just I just want to do something different. I
Yeah,
guess
Sometimes it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
it's that, and also he's just try as much get a bit of a different personality from Vogan.
It's fun to be a
So-
tanky boy.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, tanky. Like I'm gonna take everybody's hits and hopefully die in the process. Kind of boy.
That's how tanks
We
work.
were like,
Yeah.
I haven't lifted any red flags recently.
Mhm.
Right.
We
Yeah.
should get on that.
Mm-hmm.
Helgrim asks, Aaron, Kitty got offered vampirism. What does your character think about the possibility, and is it enticing? Miriam pretty quickly expressed that he would do it if he needed to. Miriam does not want to be a vampire. So the baseline is that is not something he desires. However,
He's different
since
enough.
they, especially while in Honokuni, I can't even speak to where his mind would be at about it now because it's so much less of a pressing issue. He even brought it up to the vampires. Had the Faniant thought that being a vampire might have been helpful for him to survive and do things, the Faniant would have been like, "You should be a vampire."
Oh.
And he didn't say that. So Miriam's like, all right, that's probably not going to help me then. So he didn't think it would make him very much stronger. But the idea that it might make him immortal or at least unable to lose, if enough people died, and Miriam said this out loud, he would have done it 100%. There would have been no hesitation because Miriam already got everyone here, and so if he failed at the none of you are allowed to die without my permission shtick, then he would have been like, well, I'm winning because I refuse to lose, and I will literally do anything to do that at that point. And he's lucky enough that he didn't end up in that circumstance. But at this point, I mean, if he had to, if he put a gun to his head, you're like, you must become a vampire, he would, funnily enough, want to become the kind that Setsumaru is because he enjoys the sunlight. So being able to be out in it would be excellent. But he doesn't want to.
Miriam stresses me out.
He should.
Yeah.
He's so stressful, but I love him.
Yep.
Cody Man, not sure if this is spoilery, but since he calls Fenris his sister, I was wondering if Nemric had any family.
Probably not.
Damn.
All right, good
Good
time.
answer.
I mean, I don't see Nemric, even if he did have blood family, like where he was, I don't see him treating anyone nearly as good as he's treated Fierna or the party. He's, before all this, I think we had talked at one
He
point,
hasn't been
Logan.
around people much.
Yeah, he's basically been like a spy, or like going through and like taking over personas of things. So like this was the first time he was allowed to actually interact with people on his mission. So it's I don't think even if he did have family, he would have treated any of them like family, or at least any different than anyone else in hell. Whenever he saw Sagittarius, he got angry because somebody who was like him wasn't serving Fierna, and that was about it.
That rascal.
That silly rascal who one-shots me 2 times.
Silly goose.
I didn't like him. I'm glad he's dead. But I don't
It's not
think
very nice to say.
I don't think, even if he does have family, I don't think he would care. He would consider, at this point, he would probably consider Fenris closer than any sort of blood family he has.
Aww.
But, you know, take that as you will, because he doesn't really consider family that close, so...
I'll say, I'll probably refund some of the memeer
Thanks,
ones
Cody.
just because we have 40 questions and only so much time.
Damn.
There are many things I can...
Oh, I mean, it's growing still as well, so that's why I'm like, I want to focus on the ones that people get some juice out of.
Fair.
So if you get your points back, it's not me bullying you. It's just I think there's either it's a repeat or it's not a real question in the case of one of them.
There you go.
Caveman Rob asks, hey Hayden, is Avi ready to talk to Rory again?
Dear God, yes.
God, you won't get to.
I mean,
So
when, you know,
much
we're...
so that she canonically wrote a fucking song about it because she misses her best friend so much.
What a fucking
And it's
weenie.
out today?
It is.
And it's out
on.
today!
There's a follow-up.
Oh,
Cerberus
God.
also asks, Avi comes home only to find Rory and her mom having tea together.
Oh.
You're cheating on me.
With my mom?
That's what tea is, of course.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
That's what she sees it as, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I am seeing it here in the activity feed because I am on my fucking mod view. But what does she do? She would be immediately protective.
Yeah, that's it's hard to say exactly
Immediately
what would go down,
protective,
but it'd be-
asking a lot of
Why?
questions. Why the fuck are you here? And finding a safe way to get him out of that situation, because it's like, you are too ordinary. Get the fuck out of here, vanilla boy. I love you. Get out.
Oh.
What a boy.
What did each member of the table mirrors reflect? I mean, we saw those. So I'm trying to decipher your text here.
Did we ever
Pilfmaster.
specify which one saw us as Wedge?
I mean, I think we got it down pretty solid when we all started chaos theorizing back then.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
But I do like this section. If your PC's got mirror, what would they reflect to those who looked in?
Oh.
Everyone would just look gorgeous in Miriam's.
Aww.
Gorgeous.
Oh.
Honestly,
Very situational. Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think Lexi would look a lot more mature in Fenris's mirror.
Yeah. That's heckin' cute. I appreciate it.
Everyone would be silhouettes. The party would be everyone would be silhouettes, and the party would be slightly more toned silhouetted.
Yeah. I just when you said Lexi looks so much more mature, I just pictured Lexi's frame, height, everything exactly as normal, but her face is just like solid snakes.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Like if Lexi was like baying around and like being a Lexi in the mirror, it might not reflect that as like as immature as it comes off.
Being a Lexi.
Yeah.
Ariel Margie asks, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen remnants of 2 Forgotten Realms deities in Vestige. Are there other remnants of other deities elsewhere in the world? Question mark.
Who knows?
You've technically seen the remnants of 3. I mean, that you know of. I guess it really depends on
Mistra. We've seen Shar, and we've seen Fierna.
We still like a little bit of.
Fierna's not technically a deity.
She's not a, yeah.
Yeah, we heard of the Raven Queen.
Just an archfiend.
Yeah.
You heard a little hot goss about the Raven Queen.
Yeah, we've heard about the Raven Queen.
Tiamat.
Clawing at the walls.
And Tiamat,
Oh.
yeah.
Tiamat was a god at different points. Slash is a god. They're one of the archfiends that's got a little bit more going on depending on who you ask. So yeah, you've seen remnants of Tiamat, you've seen remnants of Shar, the most active. I guess technically technically the most active is Tiamat, but it's not Tiamat anymore. Technically the most active you've seen is Shar, who is no longer necessarily a god, but they
No
are
one remembers it.
but they are active within the limited capacity they have access to. Yeah, Mistra's dead. Their body's just left. They got some soul juice in there, but
Some soul.
make no mistake, they're dead.
Does the Woofley scarf work outside of Honokuni? Asks Pale Shadow.
Yes, not the barrage stuff.
Because
Yeah,
there's no Boofleys to do the barrage.
Yeah, but
Right, fucking, I remember because I asked you like right after, like, can I like still have that like out of Honokuni, and you were like, there aren't any butterflies out of Honokuni.
okay, I'm gonna
You
give you
can't have a
this.
firing
All right, you ready
squad."
for this?
Like-
All right, write this down,
Yeah.
Carrie.
Uh-oh.
You can still command the crimson butterflies to attack targets.
Okay,
All right,
they're just not there.
they're just not there.
They're just looking there.
There's just
Cody
no,
Man
they just won't do it.
asks, Cody,
Hell
can you share
yeah.
any fun things from Nimric's notebook?
Hmm.
New or old?
I could share the
I don't know.
new
You want me to
one
flip
with
a coin?
Well, one thing that I thought was really neat that I showed several people is that he wrote haikus a lot in his notebook. And that was really fun. Basically, after every big event that would happen, he would write a haiku after writing the bit of whatever it would be in the beginning. At first, he did it a lot less because he thought he was going to send everything to Fierna. And then before he lost his first notebook, he started doing it a lot more. Then he lost the first notebook, so I basically trashed everything from there, except for a few things I showed to people. And then after that, he basically wrote a haiku for every single event that went by. So that's pretty neat. It was just a bunch of just how he felt about certain scenarios. A lot of himself being, especially near the end, like feeling very useless in certain ways, but also a bunch of his musings of the party. It's just a bunch of little things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought the haikus were fun.
Eclair asks,
Ooh, hi.
was every member of the Hunted gaining a killing blow on one of the table members just a symbolically perfect happenstance or more? Was there magic behind it?
I had no control over that. That just happened.
Symbolically perfect.
It's just a really cool thing. That's all. I couldn't have. Oh man, it would have been really heavy-handed of me to try to make that happen.
I'm glad it happened the way it did, though. It was really fun.
Yes,
Alright.
yes, it's super cool. But there's
it's really fun.
it would have been really overly deliberate of me to try to make that a thing that should happen, but it is a super cool thing that happened to happen.
Happened to happen.
Happened
Logan,
to happen.
what are your favorite kinds of questions?
What are my favorite kinds of questions?
Who'd win in the fight, the Hunger of Honokuni or Diane?
Oh, I misheard. I thought that the question was, what are my favorite kinds of questions?
No.
To which I was going to reply, not this one.
It's the actual question, to be perfectly clear.
So
we're
if
just asking,
you...
who's stronger, the
all right.
Hunger or Diane?
If you threw the Hunger of Honokuni and Diane into a room with nothing but the shirt on their back, or I guess no shirt in the case of the Hunger of Honokuni, who would win? Is that the context?
The context is just flat out who's stronger. I just decided to make it
Yeah,
silly.
the Hunger of Honokuni.
Yeah.
The Hunger of Honokuni is stronger than most things that exist. If it had been allowed to, like, wake up
Grow,
fully,
yeah.
especially, like, if it had more than a minute, it would have... would have been bad for you guys. It would have been bad for everyone. All the people. Bad for everyone.
Oh, I got another
Nah, I
one
can
for
take
you
it.
here.
Because you
Same,
were...
let's
Just
ask-
for context, just before we move on, that first minute, like, obviously mechanics are one thing, but contextually, that first minute of it existing was basically the it figuring out how to move its body phase of it being alive. It didn't...
Ooh.
It hadn't learned to walk, proverbially, yet.
Ah,
So, yeah.
God. Gross.
Saiyan Blitz ask, Logan, what's the idea of making the moon an important part of your games between Vestige and Solar Shadow?
Damn moon.
What
What's-
do you
what's
with the
the
moon?
big
Okay.
idea?
Okay. So, twice has the moon been important. So the first time, the company that made Fate is called Type Moon.
Yeah. Fair.
All right, I'm following you. I'm following
There's
you.
if you wish to go on to the Fate wiki and look at the moon, you'll find that it was endowed with a great deal of importance before I ever came around. And that just happened to be the way things went. Now in Vestige, in Honokuni, this is I'm actually a little bit happy that someone asked me this, so I didn't have to force it into context later down the road. Somnus Domina has 2 moons. And as was explained in game, one of them is kind of the source of magic. Because of reasons not to do with it being a moon, but because due to Lycrothemia being the closest massive satellite orbiting the planet that nothing could fuck with, it made a very good vessel to basically act as the satellite for the Idomantic web. It is effectively a satellite that projects the Wi-Fi of magic across the world, to just boil that down to ridiculously basic terms. The reason that the moon in Honokuni was so important is because it is symbolically reflecting the importance of Lycrothemia. It is acting as the hub of the magic that is sustaining and running the ritual in Honokuni, because the real moon is the hub of magic and sustaining the Idomantic web. So it's important in Honokuni because the real one's important. And yes, the moon is, for those in the chat, the moon is called, the closer moon is called Lycrothemia. The farther moon is called
right.
Calgante.
We know it was Ian the whole
I
time.
was about
It
to
was
ask.
just Ian.
I don't have
like-
my notebooks
Always
because
is
I'm
he
in
full.
LA, so I'm taking notes on a sticky note.
The
Oh my
first,
gosh.
yeah, the
Oh,
further
you're
moon is called
such a
Calgante.
nerd.
One of them takes roughly 68-ish days to make a full rotation, and the other one basically does your traditional, like, 28-day rotation.
What was the other moon? It was
Okay,
the-
Ian.
Lycrothemia and
Calgante.
Lycrothemia Calgante.
Thanks.
Logan is pronounced El Dante.
The one that's really far
Pronounced
away.
Ian.
The one that's really far away. I don't have it memorized, like my notes right now, but every long time, I think it's every 30 years or so, if I recall correctly, the really far away one starts glowing emerald green for about
Stop that.
2 months at a time. or some
that's a
some
good
amount of time. I don't have it. This would be the kind of thing where I'd pull in my notes, but I don't have my game open. Yeah, again, it's actually a big old thing that people adhere, like a big long holiday. It just flashes green for several months, and people are like, don't know why it does that. The gods mad? Who knows?
Let's
Dancing
party.
Burrito asks, if multiple table members were fought at once, such as in the case of Sagittarius and Jakku, if we were hired, would multiple effects from the moon be in effect at once?
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
Hell no.
Oh,
No.
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 No. That's a big old nope.
I'm glad we
I
did
had
this
to
bit now
combine
instead of later.
intervention for us to survive that.
Claire asks, Argo's mom, please, was it her? Why do we have to hurt? This wasn't fair.
Huh?
Argo's such a
I
nice
love you
name.
so much.
I don't understand the question.
Argo's complete.
Damn.
Who are we talking about? Argo's mom? Yeah, Crystal
She's
Queen.
got it going on.
Got it going
the
on, yeah, I was
Crystal
looking at-
Queen. Crystal Queen killed her, presumably. That's the question,
Beautiful.
I thought you were sitting on, yeah, his mom's the Crystal Queen. I'm like,
right? No,
that's
wow,
fucked.
no.
That's
What?
No, that's the question, right? If I get Crystal Queen,
Yeah.
because that's already know. I can't possibly imagine what else I'm being asked right now.
Argo and all your brothers. What? What?
Absolutely. Sure, you know what? Why not? Let's do this one. What would Reg have to roll to successfully propose to Jakku? Asks proposing.
I need someone to clip the answer to this so I can send it to my husband. That's all. Anyway.
You need,
So you
a,
know.
you need a Nat 21.
It's a dangerous. I don't know.
Give us a number.
It's just an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
Well, based on the rules, anything above a 30 is technically deemed impossible. So, 29.999999999999999999999. I don't know.
Sweet.
Alright, got it.
Okay.
Hey, Logan.
Yeah.
Banquet asks, could you say a sentence or two in Siddiqui's voice so we know exactly what we missed?
Nope.
No.
Oh.
Cerberus
Give us
asks,
Vestige Mateo right now.
Nope.
if each of you had to go on an adventure with only a single other party member, who would it be?
Oh, that's mean.
Ooh.
It
That's really
Depends
glows
what kind of
emerald.
ad-
It
It
glows
depends
emerald.
on the mission, right?
It's
Sorry,
for
go.
68 days. I opened my notes so that I could back up what I said about my
68
things. It takes 68 days for it to go for Galgante to make a lunar cycle, and when it glows green, that happens once every 16 years, and it happens for a full lunar cycle, so 68 days.
Are we on a
Fun
year that
fact.
it could happen?
Oh.
The next one, geez, I have that in my notes somewhere.
Logan?
Yeah.
I need to know.
I need to.
You want to know when the next time the
Yeah.
the emerald
We need to go
fucking?
there now.
You want to know the next
When
time
does
the?
our moon become Deer Boy?
It's a period called the Emerald Quickening. And I do not have. Who knows? We'll get to that in game.
No.
I would go on a mission with Miriam because I'm not allowed to leave him alone.
Fun bit of trivia. The further moon, there's superstition that it's a prison. People are like, I bet that's where the Eidolons put things they don't want on the planet.
I magically free you from your responsibilities for the purposes of this question, Nemric.
No, you can't. You don't have the. You don't have
get
the
the
ability
easy
to do
way
that.
out.
You don't have the ability to do that.
It's unfortunate that's the case. Yeah, Fiona gave me a call. They said it's cool for like a week or two.
I don't believe you.
Well, since
It's
I've
either you or
done
Tagachi. I'm gonna be honest.
since I've adventured kind of so it was like a group adventure with like Miriam, Fenris, and Flux. I'm gonna exclude them. I want to. It's so. I'm between two. I want a Stabby Sisters adventure.
Right?
Or Vogan.
Hey.
Dude.
I want that. Let's go melt
I think
people,
those are also
motherfucker.
my answers. But like I was also thinking, it's for sure what the mission is. Like if we need like a sneaky stabby situation, yeah, fucking Avi. If we need to like fucking charm someone, like Miriam. If it's gonna be a real fucking long one, Fenris. Like
That's animation. This is an
How
adventure.
dare you?
Oh, fuck you, bitch. We tried to be spies together and we fucked up in 30 seconds.
No, not me.
We're not a good team.
No, not me.
Miriam would say Quintus, obviously, because he already has. So barring that possibility, it would be Aviana or Alexi.
No more
Hell
borrowing,
yeah.
just Quintus.
Why? Go into great detail.
Every single one of your reasons.
Yeah, I'm a nosy bitch.
I expect an essay on my desk in the morning.
Taguchi would go with either Aviana or Fenris.
Hell yeah.
Knew it.
Family
Vogan
trip, let's
would-
go.
Let's
Yep.
go.
And then Vogan would go with Lexi.
That's it. No other options. Let's go. I'm the favorite. Woo!
I mean, if,
You're all fine or whatever, but she's the only one that's not insufferable in long doses.
Also, I
can't
can
imagine
eat her
what you're
if I need
talking
to.
about.
Damn.
No, you could pick me up.
Have you guys ever successfully done the
Oh.
fox yeet? I know we've talked about doing it a million times, but
We
has
did
it ever been
once,
accomplished?
And I fell off a roof.
It's never been successfully done.
Yeah.
One day, fox
One
yeet
day.
will go off without a hitch.
It's gonna be
One
great.
day.
It
Hey.
lives
still
in
think-
theory.
Hey,
I
Braden.
still think back to the Vogan yeet.
Yeah.
I did the math.
Oh. Oh.
Next year.
Aww.
Exciting!
Cerberus and
What
follows.
would Fenris do?
Oh yeah, what party member of Fenris wanted a solo adventure with?
Miriam, because I think they would be a really dangerous duo. Like they could accomplish a lot,
That's
and
fair.
also, it would be very juicy.
Eh.
Yes.
I would.
Oh.
Ew!
Juices everywhere.
Cerberus follows up with the same question, but with an NPC.
Ooh.
Oh. Elsandi.
I mean,
want
if
some sibling
if
bonding.
there was no like restriction scandal, but assuming that it's something they could reasonably do, Argo. Miriam and Argo on an adventure sounds fucking excellent.
Oh my
it
god.
depends on the kind of adventure. I agree. That sounds fucking excellent. Because I'm like, if it's like casual, hey, let's go check this thing out. Avi would drag Rory kicking and screaming out of we're
God.
going somewhere, bitch.
You never take me anywhere new.
We're
You never
going on an
take me
adventure
anywhere.
to Target.
We're going, hell yeah!
Oh no.
But if it was anyone else, NPC.
That's like an episode of the show, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
Avi and Rory trying to go on a date, each doing what the other one likes to do, and so it's just you like patrolling the wall while he checks up on the guards, and you're just bored as fuck. And then it cuts to you decapitating several bandits in the middle of the woods, covered in blood, and he's like, "I hate it out here."
Oh.
Like maybe we just get soup. Maybe we get soup. We read a book together or something.
It's like maybe. Oh, soup sounds great. But
Cry salve,
honestly,
what-
for juice sake, solo adventure with Tantia.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Chris
My eye
Albert?
on you.
I just saw a comment. Chris Albert,
She's
did Matt do something with
Heckin'.
a second moon that glows? Do I have to sue Matt Mercer?
Yes. His moon glows red or orange.
Yep.
How often?
yeah, it's with I don't know, but
every
it's
few months.
Ruidus.
That's not what I'm it's different
There's
then.
like these storm flare-ups on it. It's not every couple of years. It's more common than that.
Yeah,
If it were an
it's-
NPC, I think Nim would want to hang out with Artorias.
Ruidus is like it's like fucking
Ooh.
Jupiter,
I'm suing
except
Matt
not all the
Mercer.
time.
Taking him to
ditch
court.
you, man. He's like, oh, jeez, man.
How dare you
wanna
do
say- I
things
wanna
with
say-
a moon?
I want to say Fierna, but at the same time, it's like I'd hang out with Artorias. She was they were very cool.
They're purple, yeah.
If it were
Oh
an
my god, yeah.
NPC
Go on.
Oh, I would love to see a mission with Fenris and Ruvan.
Ooh.
Boy.
If Artorias is on the table, again, that's another one that I'm like, I don't know if that's possible. Much like Scandal, I'm like, that sounds fantastic. Don't know if that's gonna work out, but my
It's
God,
on the
yes.
table because you want them on the table. Anyway.
It's true.
Hey. Or the couch.
All
or
right, Stradivarius, let's
really
go on our
anything that can
adventure.
support Wade.
Yeah.
Let's go on our new best friend adventure.
This paladin looking, I was not even looking ass, this paladin ass motherfucker walking around with that.
I mean, we're doing something in hell. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing something apparently.
I just picture you in some random seaside village, like shopping. Just him standing behind, like, I, Stradivarius, desire salmon for the evening.
All right, salmon. We can get salmon. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Who is Quintus a paladin for?
Haros.
Haros.
Yeah.
I just imagine Haros.
Everybody just
from
said it
above.
a different way, so I'm
I
gonna
know.
clarify that it's Haros.
I said
Thank
Haros,
you.
and I knew it was
No,
wrong
it's whatever
after
you
it
want.
came out
Ha!
of my mouth.
Like start a laugh and then
Haros.
say Ros. Haros.
Also,
Yeah, like-
Cody,
Mhm.
solo adventure with Avi and Quinn. That would
Let's
just
fucking
be
go.
a disaster.
Let's
But you know
fucking
what?
go.
Character growth. Let's go.
Oh, there's a lot of things that would happen if we were alone that I have to talk to you about when he comes back.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Dude, the
okay.
thing is, before, like, I'll say this, before Quinn left, I'm like, oh, I have some shit to talk to Quinn about. And then Quinn's in hell. It's like, I'll get around to that.
No, Quinn's a different god.
No, that's just 2 Quins.
Oh god!
That
One is
nightmare.
enough.
Actual nightmare fuel.
Oh.
Fucking
Already
nightmare.
too
We're all
much.
like, we love him, but
Claire asks, you mentioned Fen was only hunted because of her involvement with the cursed sword. Had she not been hunted and you were in need of one more NPC hunted, did you have other ideas for people? And if so, who or what would they have been like?
Like if I had to add in an extra NPC hunted because only one of the party members was a hunted. I had a few different ideas. Just like at this point, I don't know if I'm gonna. I said I was gonna release Honokuni as like a module, and I still kind of plan to. But at this point, I'm focusing so much
You're
on the setting
holding-
guide.
Yeah, that's a later thing.
It kind of makes more sense to me now to do the setting guide and then do things like Honokuni. Because, you know, world first, secondary stuff after. But I had a list of some NPC ideas that one could expand on in their own game if they wanted to change out table members or hunted. But none of them really warrant sharing in this form. Like a lot of them, I knew what I was working with, so I built on the stuff I knew would be there. Because there was never really any question. So, unfortunately, a lot like with the table member question, I don't have anything satisfyingly built out. If I had to play with another NPC hunted, I would probably, if I'm going to be real with you, I would probably have rearranged things so that Baroth would have been a hunted and would have been in the process of making basically the Keen deal, and then have sort of him and Keen engaging in the fact that they have the same effective offer, but the Keen's very clearly going to get it, but Baroth would have been very blustery about thinking he was a shoo-in for, like, if I do this for them, they're gonna make me the captain of the Zugaiken, and Keen and his story would have been a bit more interconnected and a bit more, like, waking up Baroth to the fact that he's just being tricked and is disposable. So that's, like, that's the main thing I would have gone to, would be Baroth would have been another traitor hunted who probably would have had the same arc of in the end being like, you know what? No, I'm gonna fight with you guys and probably die. But I knew what I was working with, so I expanded on that.
That sounds so cool.
All right, everybody, here's a good one.
Okay.
Little Bitty Dragon asks, but what if they were werewolves?
Guys, what if they were werewolves?
I have no further context.
No, let's linger on this. What if they were werewolves?
Then we'd have an emerald werewolf like 2 months of the year.
I didn't say the moon's full 2 months of the year. I said it glows green. And it's 68 days.
That would be kind of lit if the Emerald Moon had an effect on werewolves.
It does have an effect on higher attuned creatures like ancient dragons and whatnot, but Like, things that are attuned to the same sort of things like the idomantic web feel and affect from it, and it makes them restless. But it wouldn't do werewolves.
Fucking learn idomancy. I don't want to die trying.
You may do both.
Hell yeah, let's do
You
this.
may learn idomancy and die trying.
It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I think that covers the "what if they were werewolves" question.
No, I don't think we've exhausted this one, guys. What if Sender was a werewolf?
Would he
He's just like, please help! I'm changing. You need to. And it looks exactly the same.
It's a little buffer.
He's a little bit like fucking more like messy.
A little fluffier.
Or he just turns into the fucking wolf form instead of the hybrid form.
Or he turns into a
He
human.
becomes a dog.
He's a reverse
into a
werewolf.
human,
He
just
turns
like-
into a human. Go away. Turns into Nicolas Cage.
He's a werewolf.
He's on the full moons. He becomes
Don't let me
Nicolas
bite you.
Cage. Please don't let
Turn
me bite
into
you.
a human
I don't want
too.
to pass on this curse. I have to live with this. No one else.
He'll be overcome with
I
a
don't want to
searing
make you into
desire
a.
to steal the
I
Declaration of Independence.
don't want to turn you into a werecage. Don't look at me. I'm hideous. No.
Oh, where cages?
No, please.
Damn.
I feed on the flesh of lesser actors.
There we go. Yeah, I think that's just as funny.
Incredible.
All right, bringing myself back down. Grog asks.
Hey, Grog. Yo, Grog, go tell Matt that I'm gonna fucking sue him. I'm coming for his ass. He made me change the name of my legendary artifacts by doing a thing before me, and now he's fucking with my moons by doing a thing before me. I'm not gonna stand for this.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Matt's probably pretty busy right now with other things going on around the D&D sphere.
He's about to be fucking busy with my elbow in his head.
Oh shit!
This is for everybody. Grog asks, what surprised you the most during this arc? So what was the greatest surprise of the Honokuni era thing?
Grigel Gagor.
Oh,
I definitely wasn't expecting Grigel Gagor, but at the same time, I don't know. There was just something in the back of my mind where I was like, I expect great things from you. You're just too fun.
Yeah. I just thought, in my mind, he was just very similar to what I had heard of Grigel Gagor.
Yeah.
And so when he turned out to be Grigel Gagor, I was very happy.
I didn't have that pinned down, but it's like, I don't expect someone to steal the diamond in the museum, but I did expect someone to steal from the museum, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
He was gonna do something. He's too fun not to.
Yeah.
Greatest surprise.
right? Difficult.
The fact that I was right, and I knew it,
Oh, yeah.
about Salshay.
Oh.
You were
Logan
surprised that
convinced
you were
me.
right.
I like hard committed to it because, like, heckin', everyone was kind of floating around, and Logan every once in a while would just jokingly be like, or it could be nothing, which it could have been. And so I was like, I think it's this. There are signs that it's this. But I could 100% be wrong. And so when the madnesses were all cleared up after we found the scroll and released the guy who was guarding the scroll, and Logan was like, yeah, you feel a little bit silly. I was like, well, that's that. I guess I hard committed to being crazy. Cool.
You silly Billy.
And then when Salshay showed up,
You
I
were
was
right,
like,
though.
oh,
You've
I
been
knew
tailed.
it.
You were right though.
You were correct, though, you silly Billy.
That was so validating. Like, I mean, you can listen back. I damn near lost my mind.
It's true.
You silly
Preach.
Billy. Silly Billy. Banana faux Philly.
Oh shit.
So ominous.
It's a tie really between the fact that Miriam brought Nemric back and the fact that Miriam wouldn't know anymore because you mentioned that he lost his memory of the event after the fact, but that Char was like, "Hey yo, I'm gonna interfere because this ain't working." I think there's some actually questions pertaining to that later, so I won't get too deep into that since we'll probably end up touching on that again anyways. I saw some pop up, and I'm assuming they're done the list. Also, do we have a time we're specifically looking to like wrap up ish by, or
Never.
are we good to just fuck around?
Well, we've
because
been
it's,
doing about
first
2
Saturday night?
hours. I'd say we're probably not going to do this for more than 4 hours, but realistically, we're probably going to aim for like 3-ish.
We're
All
never
right.
gonna wrap up.
I'll probably cap questions. I'll probably lock it up in like 20-30 minutes then,
Yeah.
and then we'll just start answering the ones we have in the list until we're done.
Fair.
So get your questions
Okay,
while you can,
questions.
everybody.
We have a thing that I want to
Be on the
show
list.
near the end, though. It's not really a
True.
secret. It's
That's
I
true.
want to show Hayden's thing on the stream.
Yeah.
Because I asked if
The
I
songly doodly.
Incredible.
And then we'll
but
get
For Hadley
copyright
Boodly.
claimed.
everybody
Yeah.
else, what was your greatest surprises of the arc? If you can't think of anything, just think of some surprises.
I think the greatest surprise for I'm trying to think like if it was for me or like in character, but I think for me it was a lot of the character growth and interactions between like everyone in the party. Everyone kind of had like a thing going on. And I think I was pleasantly surprised, I guess, by seeing how Honokuni, I think it was more just the fun thing as a player was seeing how Honokuni affected each character individually and as a whole. I think that was probably it. And then also just the amazing lore that we got that when it came to Gelfis. So much that my brain exploded and melted a bit, and I was like, just the amount that we learned about Somnus Domina as a whole, I think that is probably the greatest surprise, is just how much we wound up learning about the everything outside of Honokuni. I think that's probably it for me, is I was not expecting to learn a lot about our world in general. I was more just expecting to learn about Honokuni.
You know, actually, I'm surprised that Braden's wasn't related to Grigelgagor.
Like the Pale Lady and all that ish.
I mean, that
the-
that-
oh,
that
you mean
as
like-
well.
No,
Yeah.
The finding out of the fact that he was
The one who
what the
attacked.
tiefling that attacked you in the future, present, past. Not attacked you, but showed up at the temple, blew
At
up the gem.
temple. That,
While
that
chasing
did stroke
Raleigh.
me out a little bit.
And then they thought you were a god.
That occurred to me as we were talking about stuff and Hayden was talking. That also just Gelfis in general, and Gelfis being like, "Who the fuck are you?" And Fenris being like, "What do you mean?"
I have technically a surprise that it didn't surprise me, but I'm very proud of it.
Mhm.
When I fucking full mounted Nemric and everyone was like, "Are we gonna have to fucking ban Aaron from the show?"
I was about to say, my surprise is everything that
happy.
happened in the Bastille. Literally everything in the Bastille.
my
The
God.
stuff at the end with you guys basically jumping on me, finding Artorias and finding out more about what's going on there and that entire mystery. The items, the fact that there was the mystery of the mirrors down below, all of the weird blood traps around, the actual first big fight we had. First defeat that we had of a hunted
The
or a
mirrors
hunter.
below. A Knives Out mystery.
Everything about the Bastille, and then afterwards getting destroyed by Jakku bombing the fuck down at it. That is the highlight and the most surprising thing that happened to me. The entire arc was the Bastille stuff. I loved it.
And
I loved it so
Wrench.
much. And going into it, freaking going into it and like being able to like pretend we were like with them. It's like, oh no, we're you guys. That was
Like-
everything about
Like
it. Was
which,
just so
like
fun.
most D&D infiltrations, ends after you get through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so the entirety of the Bastille stuff. That was my favorite part of all of.
All right,
Honokuni.
yeah,
And
sure, come
and
in, we
wasn't-
believe you. Oh, no, wait, no, we can't do the whole adventure we've set up if we believe you the whole time. No, I recognize you as someone I don't recognize.
And it wasn't even that like the rest of it was like downhill or anything. It just set the tone for the rest of the game afterwards as well. Because again, the Jakku stuff that happened at the end of it, everything going down, it really got me into Honokuni, that entire place. I loved it.
Well, the
Good.
pacing was just excellent for this
True.
whole arc. Like, it
Oh my
happened
was
over a
also-
year, but
Mhm.
It was also
the
just
whole
where I
year felt
found like
running.
I finally clicked with Nemric around then. I really liked it.
Oh, that's good.
Aw.
Because I surprised myself because I've played Nemric so much, but like this is the only arc I've played him.
But yeah, damn.
It's fun.
Fucking, like a personal surprise.
Nah,
like,
you
not
played
like
him for
plot
the Legion on the
surprise.
Bridge arc.
Oh
What do you
shit.
think,
Or
Carrie?
the 2 episodes there.
No, I was just gonna say, like, heckin' not like a plot surprise, but like a personal surprise. Was like heckin' for the small amount of time when I thought Lexi was like actually dead. Fucking because I joke all the time being like, I've never been killed in D&D, I'm fine dying. Like when I thought she was dead, it was such an overwhelming feeling of, oh no, I'm not ready to not be Lexi. And I didn't
Yeah.
realize that. It was crazy. I was
What do
so
you mean
sad.
you guys went to an alternate universe and killed Lexi?
Right? Like, can you
Bring her the fuck back.
Go to an
Oh
alternate
my
universe and bring her the fuck back.
Kind of
Well,
turned
that's my
ash.
entire thing of being now.
being sad about this.
No,
Finding
going
a
to
way
another
to get her
world and
back.
getting her back.
Damn. Ooh.
Dream of
Gonna
the Blue Veil,
Madoka
let's go!
Gonna spoiler tag Madoka Magic of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly what I did with
Yeah.
the whole dad thing. I'm gonna find a friend who's gonna get wishes and he's gonna wish you back.
It'll be perfect. It'll be great. Dude, then by
Um,
that point, I was started playing a different character, and I'm like, I don't want to be
Clerics
Lexi.
get wish
What
at
are you
one
doing?
Too
point.
bad. You're coming
Yeah.
back.
All right, you dreadlord.
I, off the top of my head, don't believe so, Raiden. No, it's only sorcerers and wizards.
Oh.
By base, anyways.
Right.
Which one?
For
Wish.
Oh,
Wish,
and
yeah.
bards.
Yep.
Well, I mean, bards
Oh,
can...
man.
Does it?
Yeah.
Do they?
Bards at 9th level can learn it.
I mean,
By-
it
Well,
would
like,
help
not-
for
not-
specific
not
Bards
spells.
at a
situations.
very high level.
No,
get
the
it.
thing I'm looking at on the source thing, just
Unless
because
it's the magical secrets they take late.
yeah, it only says source, wizard, and sorcerer.
Or maybe it's just a magical secrets thing.
Yeah, I think it might be, but in the sense that bards can take whatever they
That
want.
makes sense. Every bard at, I think, like level 17 or 18 get magical secrets. And
Yeah.
so that would be probably where they're like, well, why wouldn't I
Yeah.
take Wish?
Yeah, but by
mean-
by spell list, it's
Yeah, it's just those two.
yeah.
I mean, Lexi can take from the wizard spell list, right? But you know,
You're never
dead
gonna
in
get
the
the 9th
scenario.
level though.
It's also probably not a school you can take from unless you're at one of a specific level.
Yeah, it's like illusion stuff. I'm only allowed to really.
Illusion and enchantment.
Wish is conjuration,
that's the
so
Yeah.
Damn
you
it. Yeah, but anyway, it wouldn't help in this fucking scenario anyway, because I'm dead. The wish is to make me not dead. So
That's also true. Unless you get alternate universe Lexi who knows Wish to cast Wish to make your universe Lexi back.
yeah. That Claire brings up
Um,
one point. The only way Lexi could cast it is if they found a scroll of wish.
Yeah, they could use a
And it
scroll.
would
You
be
can read
a
wizard spells on some
high
scrolls.
DC.
19.
PC19.
Oh, okay.
Still high.
You could do it.
That's
I could do it,
oddly
but I
usable. For you in particular.
Did we get everybody or no? I don't think we got everybody with that question, did we? Most surprising things.
surprises. We've got Carrie. We've got kind of me. We've got you.
Well, Flux.
Spencer.
That-
I already said it.
Spencer for Flux. He did. He said Gorgelgor.
Oh,
Yeah,
For
Gorgelgor.
Flux though. For
Oh.
Flux though.
But Flux though.
The
Yeah.
madness.
What was the most
Roger,
surprising
Roger.
thing for Flux?
What was the most
How much I
surprising
liked
thing for
being
Flux?
mad.
Everybody's reaction
I
to my
think-
super useful rod. I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think in answering for him, the most surprising thing for Flux was probably the fact that Warforged aren't called Warforged, a thing that will be touched on in the upcoming campaign, I'm sure.
Or
Yep.
the fact that, apparently he's a fucking giant evil begotten head that can bring people back to life.
This is unrelated to the OGL stuff. I'm just going to say that, and I'd also like to note that we're aware of the OGL stuff. I'd like not to talk about it in the stream today, but just so everyone knows what I'm about to say is unrelated to it. Those at home, you are going to notice when we return to Vestige that we are going to start using different names for certain things. This is for setting guide related reasons. For example, we will not use the word Ganassi again, and we never did.
We never did.
As far as I'm concerned, we never did. They are called Primordia now. Other similar changes are going to happen because of old OGL related. I guess it is OGL related, just not 1.1. Old OGL stuff, because we can't use certain words. So if you notice things are being called new things, that's why. All
Don't
right.
worry about it.
To Logan and anyone else up to date and with knowledgeable of Pedal Knights, what epithet would you ascribe to the party, to each individual member?
Could you say it again? I missed the middle.
To people, what epithet would you ascribe to the party members?
Oh, like fucking Pedal
Were
Knight
they
was?
to all be
Like
classy gassed
Dahlia.
and become Pedal Knights? Yeah.
Oh,
And hydrangea and stuff like that.
ooh! I don't remember them off the top of my head.
I think that Nimrod would be a Dahlia.
The question wasn't what you
Banquet
are;
would
it's
be.
what would I ascribe to you, and I might
Ah, that's
disagree
true.
with you, friend. Who
Oh,
knows?
yeah. Oh, that,
Damn.
Please don't give me the cold one.
Give him the
He
cold
doesn't
one.
like that.
Give him the cold one.
Give him the cold one.
My inner
Give him the
Amish.
clamps.
Give him the cold one.
So let
Give
me.
him the stick.
I don't
No,
remember
no,
them all,
give
so let
him
me
the
just
stick.
open up my Pedal Knight document real quick and then remind myself.
Camellia, I think, is one. Dahlia, hydrangea.
Hydrangea.
Pink blue poofy flower.
Rose, I think. I don't remember if there's any more in the base one.
While Logan looks around for that, let me jump forward a little bit here. Nemric, are you afraid of planting flowers now?
Nope.
Nemric
All
doesn't
right, thank you.
know
I'm gonna
fear.
do it. I'm still gonna do it every chance I get.
Fenris would be hydrangea.
I like. He likes them.
Hydrangea.
Hydrangea.
He likes them,
Hashi
and
side.
you. He likes them, and you don't, and you reject them, and you hate them because he likes them. Anyway.
Quintus would be Osmanthus.
Osmanthus wine. Sorry.
What's an osmanthus?
Osmanthus.
Oh, I know which one that one is. Yeah.
yeah.
That
The
is
same one that Adric is.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think, if I'm recalling my own stuff correctly.
I believe so.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering.
It's the one where you heckin' get the. Hold on, let me just scroll up to it.
Alright.
Oh yeah, the freaking the shieldy ones
Yeah.
and the true sight and stuff. Yeah.
Let's see. I actually think that.
No.
What?
I think
Oh,
Aviana
no.
would be Sakura. Or not Sakura. I read Sakura in the chat. Pink Rose.
Yeah.
Aww.
I need to look at what it is. Let me
A lot of
open
stunning
my-
stuff, a lot of increasing range stuff, and a lot of their whole thing is about debilitation of opponents and a personal adherence to what is morally just and whatnot. And I'm like, I don't know. It wouldn't be very pretty about it. It's also the same one that heckin' Colleen is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was looking, I was like, that sounds like Colleen. Also, I'm like, in what you're saying, I was like, yeah, that works for her.
You
Honestly,
do
I'm like,
have
I
Sentinel.
don't think she'd be opposed to being associated with a pink rose. I'm gonna say.
Avi's
Ooh.
color palette changes to pink. Pink Avi.
That sounds kind of cute though. Like,
That would
Yeah,
actually be really cute.
Oh, magical girl Aviana.
Oh, she would be so cute.
All right, and then the other batch of epithets. I'm looking through them as I go through, trying to be like, all right, would this one be any of them? Let's see.
Harry.
I don't know if that one would be any of them. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Carrie.
as you're thinking,
Mm-hmm.
Aaron. We
Oh,
know Miriam
fine.
tries to stay calm in front of the party, and even with all the shit that's happened to him, but was there ever a time he felt like breaking down? Literally all the time.
Oh.
Lexi would be Coral Rose.
I'm a little
Carrie.
Yeah, what's up?
You weren't here for it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
but I told everybody I'm starting to think Barry's a little dumb because
Yep.
Starting to think.
because
Okay.
you know how in my room there's like the 2 windows and each of them has like the windowsill.
Yeah.
Barry got up on one of the windowsills, so she's just looking outside and everything
Okay.
like that. And then she started licking the windows.
Barry.
Taguchi would be
Barry.
Gardenia.
Well, what do they do?
Oh.
Well, first of all, they get cleric spells, but they also like buff other people, and they're super like tough. They're hard to knock down.
That is exactly Taguchi. Yeah.
Gardenias
Hell
are like
yeah.
my favorite flowers.
Aw.
No.
Expanding on it, Miriam was breaking down for all of Honokuni, just quietly.
Yeah.
He
Aw.
nearly killed an old lady.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
He was literally
yeah.
like feet from it. I believe my exact phrase was, if they step foot outside that door in the next hour, I will kill them. And they didn't, which is great for him, because that would have fucked him up. But he would have. And even now, like way later, he's like, no, I probably should have done that.
Miriam would be Morning Glory. Though they feel life is short and that people come and go,
Very.
they're exceptional at uniting the hearts of those around them. The epithets grant them the ability to forge bonds that are both beneficial and detrimental.
Yeah, it sounds like
should they
That's
find
just
someone they're
Miriam.
willing to pledge
It's
themselves
also-
to, their epithet grants a supernatural bond that benefits both. But also, it's very much Miriam's self-image would super be like beneficial and detrimental. I do help Quintus, but I also got Quintus stuck in hell. So also, the fact that they're called Morning
euphemism.
Glories.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's also euphemism right there.
I mean, that aside, he's the
Alright,
rising
what's
sun,
fun?
and they're called Morning Glory. It would be super good for that.
Man,
Sakura.
you're mentioning like Miriam breaking down, and all I could think about was him in the Bastille.
Yeah. When he
That
had the
just-
madness that
yeah.
Ravissimo was taunting him.
Oh.
Just saying all the things that he was thinking fucking broke me. Because I'm like, I as a player really like Miriam.
Yeah.
Avi is like, that is my fucking brother. Like, she has claimed that dude. It's like, no, protect this one. I was like, God. As a player and like from character perspective, I was like, cool. Everything hurts. And I love
Papa
that boy.
Just go cry.
I don't-
Oh,
I don't think I have one that I would put on not Quintus, on Flux.
Oh, fair.
There's no
It's a very particular.
There's
There's
no-
very particular.
yeah, there's no
The
really
robot
there's no
flower.
epithet that really
robot
coordinates with
flower.
intelligent inventor
Mm-hmm.
yet.
It's fair.
The beat
Um,
flower.
All right, so there's an explicit question now at this point. Which mirror belonged to which table member? From Pale Shadow.
Oh. Which one belonged to which table member? Guy.
At this point, we're pretty confident the one that made us all sad was Mother Tyr.
8-foot
Yeah.
tall brass frame mirror with a phoenix motif was guess who? That was Jakku's.
What?
The one that's split into
Crazy.
several panels, like a beauty mirror, like one of them that you'd use you do your makeup in, so you could see yourself from all the angles. That one was Ravissima. The circular mirror with a gold frame reflecting creatures as younger than they are, depicting them as young and unscarred, and without weapons. That's Tyr. The one that has a stone frame with
Oh.
various barbs and spikes jutting out from around it. It does not reflect the images of creatures that don't have a score of 18 or higher in strength or constitution. That is Sagittarius's.
Yeah.
The tall mirror with a silver frame surrounded by a bunch of broken mirrors. It has an aged surface but still reflects rough and blurry images. That's Selshay's. And the large simplistic,
I was
the
wondering.
8-foot tall simplistic one with the appearance of an expensive mirror that is faded and degraded over time. That one is Tribulations.
Interesting.
It reflects individuals as similar to one another without distinguishing features. Tribulation sees everybody as kind of the same.
Yeah.
Slightly related.
Yeah.
Had any of the party members become table members, what would have happened?
Oh.
Okay, so there's a procedural issue with that question. If they were chosen to be new table members, that would not have taken hold, as it were, until
Because the
the
others
ritual
wouldn't have
resets, which would
advanced
require the
enough
rest
to
of the
die.
party be dead.
It would have been impossible, realistically speaking.
There would have been no campaign at that point. We would have been done, and
We would have had the Vogan campaign.
they would have been
Hell
table
yeah.
members unless they, in the next cycle or a future cycle, started revolting, at which point Hirohito would have been like, did you know I can instantly kill table members by thinking about it? And then they would have died.
Well,
Jeez.
shit.
Right, Ryuji? Well,
Yeah,
shit.
if ever you had convinced a table member somehow to turn against them, Hirohito can be like, hey, so I just have like an insta-death button where I eject you from the ritual. It's in my
I
brain.
hate that.
You're out of here.
Speaking of instant death buttons for evil rituals and all-powerful dreadlords, Logan.
Yeah.
Monday Jin asks, when is dreadlords?
That's rude. I'm not
They
an
wrote
evil dreadlord.
They wrote Gnix I believe they mean Gnix
Dreadlord Gnix Snorkus.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the question?
When Dreadlord Gnix
Oh, just that's it. Okay.
yeah.
I don't know. I really gotta level
Already
up my
happened.
acting, not acting, my writing levels, my writing skill before I write that campaign. I'm not ready to tackle that.
It's already happened.
Nick is a
Gnix Snorkus was
complicated,
dreadlord.
nuanced character that I do not think I currently have the ability to flesh out in a satisfying manner. So, unfortunately, that is
they
to be on the back burner.
They were already a dreadlord that escaped, and that's why they lost a lot of their power. But they escaped, you see. They only wanted to do so.
To the party sends Nemric. Now that Nemric has been more endeared to the party, how do they feel towards him after all of this? Sorry if it was already asked. Miriam, I mean, he feels largely the same. Like, probably Miriam's never
I know
hated
you.
Nemric.
Love me. Love me.
He doesn't like, you know, he's not like, oh, we're gonna be besties.
Right.
And he's a painful
Love me.
reminder of all of his failures, which Miriam really isn't healthy around those kinds of things.
Oh, just love me, though.
But Miriam's never particularly hated him. He's just likes him more now, I guess.
Yay.
He's less than neutral now. He's like, I don't know. You'd be fun to drink with, I'm sure. I really wish you could go away
Nemric is
because
so much
that
more-
means Quintus is back.
There's a very
Nemric is so
easy
much
way
more
for me to go
precious
away.
than he was when he showed up.
There's a lot.
No,
There's
just
a
like
very
him.
easy way,
Yeah.
Miriam.
He took away like his ability to be casually comfortable in any place. And suddenly became this like diva. He's like, can we get a cart, you guys?
Yeah.
I just want to drink wine and
just
be a
wanna-
spy.
I'm done with this
became
whole
a big old
place. I'm
meanie.
sad. I just want a cart.
I read the adventures of the dashing rogue James Bond, and I wanted to be that guy.
Nemric's just a big old baby, and I really love that about him. Thank you so much.
Stop coming after my shtick.
I need a one-way
God.
trip to Flavortown.
Oh my
And
God.
think about-
Nemric and Krusk. Jesus. Sorry. Continue.
Can I change my answer of who I want to have an adventure with?
They'd be so obnoxious
Understand.
together. They
Just
both like
lounge
lay in the
together.
middle of a town and be like, if only someone in the group would find us a cart and a place to eat. And the other would be like, if only one of us would. Oh.
All the money in the
On
world.
ground. Awful.
I feel like they'd steal from a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely.
I think they'd go full road to El Dorado after a bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You gave me loaded dice.
I agree, Ben Player. Fucking, I don't want to be in Honokuni anymore. My feet hurt real bad.
That's essentially it.
This is why.
Then just fly. They hurt when I fly too.
But then my wing hurt.
Oh,
Just a little sad, chippy Nemric.
good.
Look,
Cry, motherfucker.
there's no reason for anyone to be mad at me. How does the rest of you feel about me? Come on. Don't you love me, Vogan, after all we've been through?
Yeah, I largely feel the same.
I am going to lock requests on questions in 5 minutes.
Oh,
shit.
I think all
Avi
the
said how she
important
feels.
questions gotten in.
Just told him to his face.
Don't you love me, Javi?
It's
Come
true.
on, we're friends.
We're like,
No.
fuck you.
We're such good friends,
Oh,
though.
Do you
wanna
know why
talk
I hate
surprises?
you?
That conversation fucking, thank God I was on mute because I did the most dramatic, like, at my desk.
What? When it's like, do you know why I hate you?
Yeah!
Yeah.
Because it would, that's pretty fucking blunt.
Have you
I
met
love-
Aviana
Yeah,
Collection?
where you been?
I absolutely loved their last one-on-one combo that they had. It was
Dude.
so fun. It was
Fucking
absolutely
juice.
the greatest.
I love playing off of you. But yeah, no, Avi can't stand him because he is a constant reminder of what was lost, and he's a constant reminder of pain for the people who are important in her life. So she's like, go fuck yourself. I have no reason to
Yabba
like
dabba.
you. Yeah,
Love
but
Cody.
I love you so much, bro.
I will beat you up. Oh dear.
All right, Vogan, Sunder, how do you guys feel about Nemric after
I
all
want to know
this?
Tagachi. I want to know what Tagachi feels.
Damn.
I want to know what Tagachi feels. I don't give a fuck about Vogan and Sunder. I want to know what Tagachi feels.
Honestly, I think
Vogan and
Tagachi
Soupy.
was like the turning point for Nemric. I think him getting the big gay for Tog
Yeah.
Yeah,
really just
that was a good time.
grounded him in something very real.
And now it's gone.
Taguchi, I think, was very necessary for the party.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, yeah.
Yeah.
And now that there's no one
It's
I can have the
he
big
was an
gay
awakening
for,
in many different kinds of ways for the rest of the party.
and now that there's no one for me to have the big gay for, I'm going pure evil again.
He's like, I need to have
Go
the small
on.
gay and be evil.
You just fucking Nemric's just depressed the whole way. It's like, I miss my dad.
I miss my daddy.
Oh,
Daddy.
I miss my dad. Don't make it weird.
Please stop
No,
saying
it's
it like
very
that.
weird. It's very weird, and I want it to stay that way.
How does Fenifu feel? How does Lexi feel? Say words, you hot bitches.
Say words.
Oh, shit.
Say words. I love them.
Oh,
I
I mean, I don't
always-
think you're gonna like them.
I
Because it's
do.
kind of the same as Avi. It's like
That's
every time
fine.
you look at Nem, it's like, yeah, you're here because our friend isn't here.
Also, for Lexi, it's like, yeah, he was kind of asking me out.
Yeah.
I know it's not your fault.
Why?
Yeah, you're right. It's technically. You're right. It's technically all of your fault.
Oh, yeah, reasons like that.
That's
that we
not
don't
true.
really
It's
I don't
only
understand
mine.
why you all hate me so much. You're the reason that he's stuck in hell. I wouldn't be here if
I'm
you
the-
all hadn't betrayed him so thoroughly.
I'm the only one who hasn't
My
betrayed
point is
Quinn.
love me.
Audacity.
My point is I've done nothing wrong.
I'm the only one here who hasn't betrayed Quentin. It was Quentin, right?
Wow.
Nah.
Aviana
You're
would
inflammatory
unload.
motherfucker.
Isn't that
He's
right,
trying to
Vogan
get a
and
rise
Soupy?
out of it. He's going to be Quintus 3 times out loud. There's no way he doesn't know his name.
Oh my goodness.
Start getting ready to plan your next character.
Well, yeah, how does Fenris feel about Heck and Nimric?
Okay, I'm gonna answer this the full way. So,
Okay.
the way she approaches it is a lot like, if Quintus was here, how would Quintus want the person to be treated if they were stuck with them anyway?
Aw.
That's real sweet. Stuck with them.
And
Yeah.
so, that's like where Fenris being nice started. She thinks he's a big baby.
Fenris is such a good person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, as soon as you said that, I'm like, if the tables were turned and Miriam was stuck in hell and Quintus thought it was his fault, and this asshole shows up and it lies to people and says that they're Miriam, and I'm like, Quintus might try and kill them.
Miriam brings up the best and worst in Quintus.
Can't believe Miriam is his conscience.
Had it been any of
Right,
like
oh
his
shit.
like other fellows in the land away, I'm sure he still would have. Because Quintus, when he hits up a darker place, can stay there for a while. Please see trying to starve out a monk.
I mean, here's the thing. We saw that. We also saw him like choosing to want to fight Vogan in the Underdark. If this was reversed and fucking it was Quinn and Miriam's position, there'd be a lot more death threats probably on fucking Nimric. There'd be a lot of you stay in line. There'd be a lot of I'm not happy anymore until I get my friend back, and you're gonna be the one to
Here,
pay
you
for it.
land, and I'm gonna kick your ass.
Cody,
There would be so
Get
much
down here.
worse.
Cody, is that how Avi and Quintus would truly bond?
He would treat
That's-
Nimric so much worse than
20
Avi treats
seconds
Nimric.
on requests for questions, and then they're locked.
It would be so much worse than Avi treats Nimric.
She's
Yum, yum.
only like as
Yum, yum.
like okay to him. She could be much worse because her friends have told her to tone it down. So she's like, "Fuck." Okay.
Nimric might be dead already. Nimric might not have been able to. Nimric might not have been coming back after those 3 deaths he had.
True.
Yeah.
It's such a
Yeah,
waste of
yeah.
energy to be so mean to him.
You
In
only came
Fenris'
back after
mind.
one of them because fucking a sword of God showed up and was like, no, I can help, but I'm stealing something from him.
Again, if it was put in the same position and Quinn somehow had that Fierna revive thing, he wouldn't have used it on them.
No! Dude, I mean, Fenris was even gobsmacked that that happened. That's why she was like, no, wait, Miriam, what are you doing? As it was happening.
Right,
He would have
questions have been
1,000%
locked.
made. He would have
Like-
1,000% made sure that his friends were taken care of before this guy ever would have been taken care of.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that exhaustively hits our how do we feel about Nimric nowadays.
Well, but
Go fuck yourself.
yep.
Love you all too.
Cool.
Let me read this one real quick.
I can't wait to be able to hang out with Vogan more.
If I think I already know the answer to this one, but we can quickly fire through it. The adventure does get released, the Honokuni module. Are there more NPCs that could have been selected as hunted to work with? Different sized parties? Any that showed up?
Logan said he'd
Logan
be
just
right
said BRB.
Okay.
Well,
I think that because there's been no hard work on it, some of the ones we already have seen are around, and he might have a caveat if you needed to have one of them be or act as hunted. It might have something in there.
I
But
doubt there'd be
there's
much
nothing
change.
definite marked down, so it's not something we could speak to so early in the process of that, given the setting guide has to come first.
With
Then
how
Honokuni.
everything seems to be like tied into like multiverse almost kind of thing going down, I doubt that it would be very, very different. Like we just so happen to have backstories with some of them, but I don't think that like, for example, I'm pretty sure that no matter if you played it at home or not, I'm pretty sure Keen would still be involved in some way.
Welcome back, Logan. So this one I think is pretty cut and dry because there's not really a great way to answer it beyond there are some things there and nothing has been put down in ink, so it's not something we can really talk about. But are there NPCs that could have been selected as hunted to work with different sized parties, assuming the module is released? And would any of the ones be ones that have shown up?
I built what was made for Vestige.
What we have here, yeah.
If the module is, do not miss. I I would encourage you not to mistake me saying I want to release it as a module for it is complete in module form. I have ideas that I would like to execute on, but it's not as if I have exhaustive lists of what I would have run it as if it was just a public module.
Ready at this point.
Yeah, I focused on making it for Vestige. It is made for Vestige. It would be very different as an open game module. So the answer's really there's nothing exhaustive in that regard that's been prepared.
I like this question. Cerberus Magician asks, is Lyra missing an eye, or does she have the patch for some other reason? Also, if she has lost an eye, would they want it regenerated?
Oh, the tale of Lyra's eye.
I know, I'm excited.
It was a hairpin.
What?
Oh.
Whenever I first had them designed. 1 second.
I love this story.
I understand now.
This story is so fucking good.
Whenever they were first designed by Vin, who was the first person to make the first design of Lyra, part of their hair covered their eye, and they had a hairpin. And then when I had them redesigned, I can't remember if it was the next time I had Vin do a shot at them or if it was when Hasmi did it. The hairpin, due to its placement roughly over where their eye was because of how their hair fell, became an eye patch. Something it wasn't.
So it was taken out by a hairpin.
There was like a second where that's what I thought. I was like, whoa, we got some fucking real backstory shit. That's fucked up.
So, they have both of their eyes. They just, for some unknown reason, because they're silly that way, they wear an eye patch.
It looks cool.
You know what?
Yeah.
They wear the eye patch because they need to limit their spiritual energy. If they were fighting at
That
full
makes
at all
sense.
times, they wouldn't enjoy combat as much, so they have to limit themselves down to the level of their opponents. It's
God,
the
she's
same.
so cool.
It's the same reason that they wear the bells in their hair. Their Shikai is always, Zanpakuto is always in Shikai.
So cool.
It's
That-
just
that's
an art
what it's
error
called
that I had to
anyway.
commit to. That's all it is. Maybe there's more. Maybe someday there will always have been more to it, but that's what it is now.
Spencer,
Magic item eye patch, let's go.
Let's go. Maybe she's got a weird mystic eye of some kind. Who's to say? I don't know.
so Spencer is probably the only person that will understand this. You know Lavi from D Gray Man, Spencer?
Yeah.
How he just wears an eye patch because it looks
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
He's just
He
a
just-
fucking weeb.
He's just a fucking loser who thinks it looks
Yeah,
cool.
Walter's got it. She's actually Vecna.
Oh,
Oh, deep lore, deepest lore.
Yeah,
God.
no, just the eye patch thing made me think of that. It's like, nah, she wears
Yeah.
it because it looks cool.
oh yeah, I saw this one when it
It's just
came
a
out.
hairpin.
What
It's supposed to
what
be.
what a good, not perfect answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's much better than just, yeah, they would want it regenerated. No, it's there, but why the eye patches? Who knows?
You'd have
You
to ask
didn't
her.
give
I
him
don't
a note?
know.
You didn't give the artist a note, just like, hey, that's actually a hairpin.
It probably did.
I guess I didn't.
Wow.
It's like, oh, sorry, my bad. I'll redraw it.
It was early in my relationship with Hasmi as an artist and an employer, and at that point, I did not. I was very. Okay, I don't want to be mean to anybody. I was happy to get things mostly right at that point, so I was good with mostly right. It wasn't until later that I realized that the level of creative control I should have could reasonably be greater because I was used to something less than mostly right. So I didn't give them the note. I was like, it's fine. She looks good with an eye patch. I don't care.
Lyra's the best.
She is.
She just rocked that eye patch.
You hear about that?
Accident.
Lyra's the absolute best.
We all heard you, bitch. Like-
Arcane Illumination asks, for those who are not aware, could you cover the general meta history of Gregelgagor?
Oh.
Yeah, someone who wants to talk about Gregelgagor.
Gergalgagor was named Quinn.
Beautiful.
And they liked chaos.
Oh yeah, you know the deep origin. You know the actual origin.
And then they became so chaos that they became not Quinn.
Yep.
And then they became Gergalgagor.
Yep.
Again, there's a reason. I've said it a million times. Bones by Imagine Dragons. Fuck the boys. That is Gergalgagor's theme. They are magic. There is magic in their bones. They have lived 100,000 million lives.
Yep. Gergalgagor was originally a character I briefly played, and you're all expecting me to say Schmuck's Quest, but at a table game with Aaron.
That was my literal first time DMing, I think.
It was unfortunately because of organizational issues with the party, we didn't get to play too much of it, but he was a wild magic sorcerer named Quinn, which I found funny in the context of Vestige, because this is long before Vestige, who wild magic surged and accidentally killed all the other people that worked in a mine with him. He wanted to get away from that, so he went out and he started embracing the chaos magic inside of him. And due to some random happenstance, one of the first times he ever used wild magic, I rolled the reincarnate thing on the wild magic table, and
Oh my god.
and just because I thought it would be fun to see where it went, he then threw himself at some skeletons that he had no right fighting, got killed, and then regenerated as an elf who I decided to roll for the gender of, and they became a woman. And this idea, it didn't really go much beyond that, but the idea just stayed with me, and slowly this character transformed in my mind into that being not a wild magic thing, but just a weird fundamental element of who this character was, that the chaos magic in them would cause them to become a new person, Doctor Who style, every time they died. And so in my mind, they had lived just this myriad of lives, slowly becoming new people, eventually losing their name, with it corrupting over time from Quinn to like Quinnell, to just the k sound remaining the constant factor, and then slowly receding into a g, and then just more and more g's entering his name over time as he kept forgetting who he was. And eventually an iteration of him would show up in Spencer's game, where in my mind the same thing was active, that if he died he'd regenerate. Spencer and I never actually discussed that as being a fundamental mechanic that mattered, that he couldn't die. Luckily it never came up,
That's when
but
I became aware of him.
you know, if he had died and Spencer wasn't cool with that aspect, I would have just been like, cool, so this is like non-canon Gergalgagor then.
Yep.
But he just slowly became crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier, but also learned more and more and more and more, and gave into the chaotic forces that surround him. And in the backstory of Vestige, I was like, well, I really like Gergalgagor, so I made him a fundamental constituent part of the background of the world. Almost the single most fundamental part of it, if I'm going to be honest, because he accidentally the whole setting into existence.
I love that.
And it's due to the fact that he can't be killed that he was able to do it. His stupid thing I'd given him lent itself to being an aspect of him that could withstand having to die hundreds of times within a short time span. Don't ask why. It might come up later in Vestige, but that had to happen.
Cornerstone of the background lore.
Yeah, imagine Karthus's folly if he couldn't die. if he just every time he got overloaded became a new person. And then he became Gelfus eventually, and I mentioned it in game. He never introduced himself to anybody as Gelfus or anything. The people
figure they projected onto him.
Gelfus was like a guardian spirit associated with Kioha, and the people that lived there decided he must be Gelfus, and he was like, whatever, I don't care. Fucking, I don't.
Close enough.
Then people started talking to him
It's
about it, and
Haruka.
other people came to know him as it. And Hirohito knows who he is because they fought so much, but Hirohito refused to give him any kind of dignity at any point, so he would not use his real name because he became aware that he wanted him to use his real name, which made him want him to use his real name more.
That's really funny because it's
I
like
love
two of
that.
these impressively powerful people, and that's something just so fucking domestic. and
Yeah,
petty.
right?
I'm telling you, their rivalry is just like in the Big Top.
No, he...
You
it's
know what exactly
I know what you're
what I'm
talking about, yeah.
Just that level of unnecessary bullshit.
Pettiness.
Which one's
It's
which
so
though?
petty.
Which one's which though? I wonder. Because I really
Oh,
enjoy the
oh.
I really enjoy the
I
idea
am
of
telling you,
gr-
Gelfus 100% has said that he is the albatross.
I was about to say that exact thing! Fucking, I am the
100.
albatross across your clavicle! Fucking absolutely.
Totally. And
Yeah.
just the amount that he's like, I fucking hate him.
And he is I'm sorry that I've gone off on this really long
No, I
thing
love
about
it.
him, but in my mind, he is a brilliant, incredibly smart individual who is legendarily impatient and gets bored with things the moment they're done, no matter how incredible they are. So he is the most unreliable possible narrator, but also knows more than anyone could possibly know.
He's the ultimate ADHDer.
Yeah, he's very like, yeah, I know how the gods came into being. Fucking, why? They're there though. Like, why do you care? It happened. Yeah, I know how the world came into being.
But also,
What's a Tuesday?
All right, we got a couple here.
Brayden, stop leaving.
They still have their audio desync.
Fix that.
Yeah.
They've been trying.
Hit the
I
button that
really
fixes
have.
Press the
pressed
fix
so
button.
No, Hayden knows. Like, I was fully like, I won't go. Never mind.
We might have to try and get a connect in browser, maybe. Let's see if it's actually your
so
thing or if it's your
strange.
PC. I still want to blame your Florida internet.
Yep.
But
That's what I'm thinking.
It makes no sense, but I'll blame it.
yeah, it's something to blame.
tried change. I went through and changed a whole bunch of shit on my computer yesterday, and it was getting better. But for some, it might be because of how many browsers I have open. Just
You got
One
more
moment.
than 8 tabs open? I'll bonk you.
Do you have more than 8 tabs open?
none yet.
None yet?
How many
Brayden?
tabs do you
ever.
have open?
Okay, I'm
I'm
gonna
about
tell
to
a
hit
little
your
story.
face.
I'm gonna tell a little story about tabs to take the heat off of Brayden a little bit here, because
Yes.
I'm gonna roast one of my engineers who I love, Austin. Hi, I know
no.
you're not listening. I love
Oh, yeah.
you so much. So I had my last session for Uzaki-chan the other day, and I finished recording. It was great. I got to sing in my little boy voice, which was hilarious.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
It was very funny. That's what my singing lessons are going towards. So thanks, guys.
Hell yeah.
Singing badly in a boy voice. But I forgot to leave the Zoom call.
Oh.
Alejandro thought, and I still had it on full screen in the booth. Like, I'd left like the source connect and stuff so no one could hear us. But like, he's like, why the fuck do you have so many tabs open? I'm like, what are you talking about? I had like 2 open. I had the scripts open for the episodes. What
Yeah.
do you mean? And it turns out that our wonderful engineer, Austin, hadn't closed the Zoom call. And we could see his work desktop. There were like 20 tabs open,
My
if not
God.
more.
Oh.
And he had multiple windows open.
Why do you have
apparently.
so many chapters of Dragon Ball Super open?
My
You
God.
can't read them all at once. Why are they
Part
all
of
open?
his excuse, he's like, no, I'm gonna watch these videos eventually. I'm like, you're taking up
No, you're
so
not.
much. Oh my
Then-
god.
Then save them
So-
somewhere and
Yeah, no,
I am
so-
lagging less. Interesting.
Brayden!
Brayden!
Who could have predicted such a thing?
Predately doodly!
You're not as bad as Austin, but I'm glad we found part
we-
of the fucking solution. I love you so much. You're
It-
so
it's-
cute and so
It's true.
intelligent.
I'm gonna snap
Close
your
fucking
spine
tabs.
over my
my
knee. I'm
problem-
gonna bane you.
Okay. I have beef with a couple websites because it is quite easy to keep things on one tab instead of opening the new item on a separate fucking tab.
It-
but all these freaking knitting websites have me open all these tabs to look at all of these different patterns.
Knitting
Oh,
website.
sure, blame
No,
knitting.
they've
That's
been
my
knitting.
I'm really into
Alright,
knitting.
cool.
That
That's their current
classic move.
hyperfixation.
Use
Sure.
bookmarks and close them, you bug.
Yeah.
Bookmark them. Put them in a bookmarks folder.
You're right, I will.
I know I'm right.
Good.
What's the next question, Aaron?
Anyways, Cerberus Magician asks, now that you've all discovered it was Quinn who was watering down all the healing potions, what? Do you feel bad for the way you treated / talked about Raleigh all this time? I was never mean to Raleigh.
The fuck?
Who the
What?
fuck is Raleigh?
I'm incapable
I
of
do,
being
yeah.
mean
I
to
wasn't
Raleigh.
mean to
I don't have a
Raleigh.
character.
That's not true.
hell are
I
you
was mean to
talking?
Raleigh once where I said I might kill him if I found out he was directly responsible for killing my dad.
I
Outside of that,
threatened
I've always
him
been
at
nice to
one
Raleigh.
point.
I would never.
I've
I
been
was
pretty
like,
neutral
go on,
about it.
Raleigh. Lie to me one more time.
Fucking Nemric. I would never be mean to Randy.
No, no. I was more meaning Quinn and the
Oh.
watering down the potions.
Wow.
I mean, Quinn was looking to hit that for a while, so it makes sense
Yeah,
he
it
wouldn't be
is.
mean to him.
Ooh,
Yeah, it
dang.
Dude,
God, you-
if they both come back, that's
Oh
gonna
my
be
God.
hilarious.
Quinn, you slut.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot of things that need to be
I don't
figured out.
recall when
No.
we found out Quinn was secretly watering down all
Yeah.
the healing
I
potions.
think
did
it
that
might
happen?
be. Is
No.
that one of your hypotheticals, Cerberus? I think it might be one of their hypotheticals.
I think it's
Oh.
a joke
you
based on
accidentally
that
make a
since
head
Quinn has been
cannon?
gone, you've had
Yeah.
better luck with healing potions.
Had really good healing.
I
I see. I see.
yeah, it's a
Ah.
bit. It's a bit of a heady joke, but I,
mean,
think that's the
Have
joke.
we?
See, I am very not smart.
Yeah.
You haven't had as hilariously bad luck with potions since then, no.
Okay.
I have ADHD.
I mean,
Claire, I
vaguely,
agree.
it's not
but
airtight. I'm
it
not
is
trying to make
something.
them feel bad for the joke, but it's not like an airtight joke or anything. But I think that's the joke.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
I'm going to do
Oh,
these
no, I
two
don't
out
feel
of
bad.
order because since Raleigh's in both. What are the chances of Raleigh returning to the party? Well, that's up to Flux.
Yeah,
It's up to Izzy.
that's up
That's
to
Izzy.
Izzy and I have had conversations about it, but I'm not going to speak to the certainty of it on his behalf. The option is open. There are possibilities where Raleigh comes back in temporary or permanent NPC form. He and I have talked about that. I would prefer him play Raleigh because I don't like taking over PCs as NPCs, but I mean, the chances are as strong as he wants them to be. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go.
Sounds like you gotta
Hirohito,
keep at
this
your
is
shit.
this is a good one. Had some verbal barbs for everyone in the final fight, but he never got the opportunity to orally abuse Nemric. What kind of defense might have
That's
he
because he
given
was
him?
physically abusing me.
Okay, but like you gotta do it in
Because, like,
character so
everyone
we can
else-
really feel it.
Phil.
That's because, like everyone else, he was physically abusing me.
It's true.
I think the coldest answer might be, I don't know, I don't think about him very much.
You know what? That would at least make him like the one who liked me the most out of everyone in Honokuni.
I knew. Oh, you're the worst one. Just moves on.
Did I mention that Gelfus hates me? Then I love you.
To hear from Delphus, you're the worst of them, and then fucking Hirohito shows up, he's like, Nemric, you're the worst of them. He's like,
I'm so
The
glad.
one thing they can
I'm
agree
so
on.
glad I'm bringing you both together.
Oh no.
Well, I paraphrased them, but I had all those bits written somewhere, but I don't know where I've written it now.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's
This
look-
is
That
Eplus
just
all over
means you
again.
have
He
like
just
a
lost his
page of
fucking
you
art
roasting everyone.
for a bit.
yes, I do. In fact, I did just have a page, like several pages of roasts prepared.
Several pages.
Yeah, they were all
Oh.
paragraphs, man. They were fucking chunk. All
yeah,
right.
he's in villain monologue mode. He had to.
That's true.
Is it in my-
Well, while Logan's thinking about that, everyone, what's your thoughts on Baroth? I have an easy short one of he's the worst. I love him.
Is it?
Yeah,
Same.
Like,
yeah, same.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Found it.
He's a little dummy.
Perfect. He's a little silly guy.
I'll come back to it
Yeah.
after Logan.
So you want to know what the So keep in mind the way I do things. I don't like read from scripts whenever I'm like DMing or whatnot, but I do prepare things that just sit in my memory and then I paraphrase them later. I like to write things out so that later on I have a flow that I can steal from. Nemric's. So is it only Nemric that he didn't Heckin', man, his one for fucking Flux
Yeah.
is cold.
You got Miriam, you got Aviana.
He
Tag.
got Fenris.
Got Tagachi.
I don't
got
think he said
Fenris.
Fluxes, did he? Okay,
No.
No.
Let's hear the ones he didn't.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
We
I'm
were
just gonna
sure
go down the
this
list, then
was
you guys
busy.
tell me if we hit these because I don't remember clearly. He hit wrenches, right?
No.
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 The general gist of it is, heckin', you come here fleeing death, having lost your arm and eye to your mistakes. You're offered protection, opportunity, and resources. I cannot grasp what compels you to refuse. His isn't particularly scathing. It's, I do not get what you're not getting. Why do you not want to be here? This is literally the best case for you. Miriam's he did. Miriam's is the longest. Miriam's is that you are the one who should get me the most. Fuck you for not.
Yeah,
Damn.
he had some. I think he was wrong about Miriam. He was making some pointed, angry noises, and I was like, yeah, no, he's fair. That's fair.
Fluxes was just to
You little bitch.
hold on though. Pointless golem, you have no value here. You carry the blessing of something greater than you, but even it does not interest me. I will see you disposed of. He had zero interest in Flux.
Oh,
Can
fuck.
I
Oh
see
my
all
God.
of these?
Can you think of one if Vogan were there?
No, I could, but not on the spot. I would probably be, fucking. It would probably, honestly, if Vogan were there, if I'm gonna be real with you, he'd probably be a lot like Miriam, be like, "You should get me. We both come from a terrible background where we had to do things we didn't want, and we are both trying to have a life of calm." It would probably
that's
dote on
fair.
the fact that he would probably, because Hirohito is a bit extreme in these things, see Vogan as hypocritically trying to violently tear apart his life, when that is exactly what he is trying to recover from.
Fair. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, shit.
so
I'm gonna put my sword down.
so we were looking for Nemrix, was it?
Yes, he never got to orally abuse Nimric.
I died immediately.
You failed substantially.
As Nimric tends
You
to
failed
do.
substantially already, haven't you? You were assigned to guard your lord's one and only chance. I don't even know if I should read the rest of this because it might put you on the spot.
He
Well,
might
they
know
can't
some
Shall I
shit.
tell them, Nemric? The magic
can't
of
ask
this
any more
realm laid your
questions.
secrets bare to me. Shall I tell them your true purpose and destroy what little trust you've selfishly accrued? Or is death preferable?
I want to know what your deal is so bad.
I need to know.
I have
You
some
little fucking traitor, you
Presumably,
little son of a bitch.
presumably punctuated by him rolling an attack, critting, and instantly killing Nemric, as is the way of things.
Yes, of course, of course.
Yeah.
I can't believe Nemric became the Vogan of Honokuni.
Right, damn.
He became
I'm
the
so-
fucking Miriam of Honokuni.
I'm so glad that Vogan is back to hopefully be the Vogan.
So his Nemric's also, I think, the fact we didn't do it is a bit of a upsetting to me because it also is one of the only ones, I think the only one, that lays out the fact that the reason he knows shit about you guys is because a lot like the young lord, the land informed him supernaturally of all of your histories, which is why he has a dossier of things to roast you on.
Well, the moment
Um,
he was roasting Fenris on like her history, I was like,
Yeah,
Should
he-
I tell them, Nemric? No!
that's why his ends with his death, or his death preferable.
Nimric stole the
yes,
curse
that's
of
why.
course they hit. I'm blank, and also they crit because I'm blank.
Yeah.
Is there are there
Death is-
are there
death
any
is
others?
preferable.
Are there any others that I didn't do during it, or is that all of them?
No, I think that's
I
it.
think, because yeah, you got Avi, because Avi interrupted him insulting Miriam, so he immediately was like, "And don't get me started on
Yeah.
you." You went from them, then to Fenris, I think, then Taguchi. Did he get Lexi?
He did
Yeah,
get
he did.
Lexi.
Yeah, because I
No,
remember
it's been
Carrie.
he
in
got
my
Lexi.
brain.
Yeah, I remember you telling me
being like-
afterwards that his hit really hit with you.
You're
Yup.
like,
I was
"Oh."
like, what do you mean I was mean to my sibling? I don't remember that. You're a liar.
And Quintus. You're pretty okay.
Oh,
Oh,
he'd hate
no.
fucking.
You would hate Quintus more than anyone else.
Fucking points blade dramatically high animation value of Quintus. And you Then just cut to a badly animated shot of him holding Quintus's head under the water with bubbles coming up.
Hell yeah.
I think
Go
in
get him. He
private,
just started drowning me.
in private, I told Hayden that I would pay good money to hear Hirohito.
Yeah, I do
roast
remember that.
the
Roast
fuck out of Quintus.
He just started drowning me. Help!
Like
I
Hirohito,
don't understand.
not real.
Oh no,
Yeah, he
I'm
got
very.
so real.
I think I've
I would
mentioned it
love
before,
to
but I
reread
am
his.
I am so happy for the bursts of Hirohito I got. I'm so pleased with how
Dude,
he,
yeah.
as a character, how much I got to do with him.
You
Mhm.
should answer some more of the Hirohito questions.
Yeah, I saw your question earlier, Brayden. If it's asked, I'll answer it.
Him.
Okay.
Think you snuck by?
I
You didn't
have-
sneak by.
And
have
you, Sunder,
two.
you're a good boy.
Brayden, we asked the same question.
Hell yeah.
I have two that I'm going to link together because one partially answers the other. If we want to expand on it, then we can.
Okay.
But Logan, who is
Yep.
that person who appeared when Miriam was reviving Nemric? And Shark Boss also asks, Logan, what did Shar take from Nemric when he was revived?
So that was Shar.
Yeah.
That was what is left of Shar. Because obviously there's no way that anyone would know this. Shar survived the great ungoddening, I'll call it, of the world. Even though there's a lot more to it. The great undoing of the gods. Shar survived by burying themselves in and merging with elements of the Shadowfell, particularly Ravenloft, effectively becoming a lesser god that is specifically tied to the mists of Ravenloft. And they've been using the domains since then, / always has been because of how time is, to try to meet certain ends and reclaim some power that they once had. And this particular domain was sort of trying to create a false Eidolon to have a dramatic red carpet comeback in the material plane. But the other half, what did they take from Nemric? A culmination of memories and experience. Little bits of their life were taken from them. Little bits of their soul. Nothing so substantial that they like own Nemric or anything. Like they don't have like they're not like making a little mini phylactery or anything. But much like whenever you die and your soul decays, it's a matter of in exchange they took a little bit of what made Nemric on a spiritual level. They took that away, a little bit of his bodily health, a little bit of his soul gunk. They took it away, and they're going to use it for whatever they use that for. Who knows what they use it for?
They took away my love of knitting and kicking puppies.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Effectively, they
Wow.
assisted in that ritual because
what?
by doing so, they have an interest in Miriam, as most dark powers I've noticed. I rationalize my way into. Most dark powers find a reason to be sort of interested in Miriam because what he'll do is a bit fascinating to them. And I don't mean dark powers in the sense of just Ravenloft. I mean most greater dark things that are interested in subterfuge and have like machinations of their own generally are like, you're upsetting the status quo wherever you go. That's fascinating. But they helped they helped out a fascination, also because you had the tome, and they also assisted because by doing so they could take more of Nemric than they could otherwise. That's I think that answers that question.
Yeah.
think
I
so.
no longer like kicking puppies. I'm slightly less evil.
Dearest Lord God, DM Logan, in the vaguest of sentiments, without spoiling things for the party, how close were we getting this week in party spoilers? So on a scale of 1 to 10, I guess, tell them how close
I can't
they are.
answer that.
Question mark. That's
I
what you
already do too much in there. You guys were throwing out some interesting theories. You guys have uncovered some things that are super neat that I won't tell you which things. Unfortunately, the chat is plagued with that. You all, many people have different senses of what the timeline is and their own interpretations of things that have come up in game that were intentionally vague. Keep in mind, and I'm going to be honest about this, I do have a very solid timeline of how, like, some people, if this wasn't like a show that we did and it wasn't part of our income, I would say I've done a bit too much work in regards to the background. I would tell most people that they need to cool off and just play. But I have a very specific idea of what's happened in the background, but I also like to tell the story in a pseudo FromSoft fashion of I intentionally leave certain things really vague because I like it when people try to fill in the blanks, because they often come up with really cool things that maybe they get contradicted and maybe they don't. And I know that as long as I'm consistent with what I know, people's theories, they're not harmful, they're just fun. So I would never, unless it came up in game, I don't want to come in and be like, no, stop theorizing, this is how it is. And I don't want to tell you what you're right about, because I like it when I see people theorizing. It makes me happy, and people say cool things. Not necessarily because I can steal them, but people just say cool things.
It's all by nature of telling someone they're right about a thing. You are inadvertently also telling others they are wrong sometimes.
Yeah. In the spaces where I have not in-game managed to fill in the blanks, I think it's super cool to let people fill in the blanks themselves and come up with their own theories, and maybe take what they learn and either, if in the future, if they play a Somnus Domina game, maybe they run things the way that they theorized because they think that it's cool. Or maybe they take what they theorize and it inspires thought and they use it in their own stuff. Like, nothing's wrong. I would go as far as to say the Somnus Domina that we're playing in, though I created the setting, it is just my Somnus Domina. And anyone else that used it, when the setting guide comes out and whatnot, anyone else that uses it, you'll do it your way, with your theories. And I don't want to step on those.
Oh, yeah.
You're wonderful.
The second part of the same question. Does Lord Jerky of Summergrass have monies, lands, or responsibilities as a Lord of Summergrass, or is it simply a title?
He's a cat.
Well, now you have to.
What?
There you go.
This is the exact same thing I said in the chat. The literal exact. Okay, there are some things I'm willing to tell you you're wrong about. He's a cat. He is a cat. He does not have anything apart from being a cat.
I'm so happy I waited to ask the second half.
Hell yeah.
He's my
He is a grumpy cat that has no status, no talent. He has nothing.
Logan!
He has no wealth. He is a cat.
Logan, he's our in-game cheese cat.
He is. He's the in-game cheese cat.
That's what. Maybe that's why Avi claimed him. It's like, this is my cat.
He has nothing.
How dare you?
No. He's Avi's cat.
He has nothing, and that is the form in which he is the most powerful.
Miriam asks Filippo, your desire to become stronger to prevent your friends from suffering has caused all your friends to suffer. How you doing? You need anything? A drink? A smoke? I need power. I need the power.
He needs to be wrapped in a weighted blanket and given a hug and just let him cry it out.
I need to turn into a Gundam character and have a glowing fist so I can fucking punch gods. Because apparently that's the only way I can live a peaceful life.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what Miriam needs is to be put in a room with a weighted blanket and someone to tell him your friends are safe.
You're like,
Miriam is the definition of I cannot afford to stop because I've started and stopping means death. So
Miriam has a weird amount of overlap with Kratos in some regards.
Yeah.
In like original trilogy Kratos. He keeps aiming higher because things won't leave him the fuck alone. He just wants to be a general for Ares. The Fury, he kills his family. Then the Furies are like, hey, Oathbreaker. And he's like, I guess I'll kill the Furies then. And then he's like, oh, the memories aren't going away. I guess I'll kill a god. Oh, they're all pissing me off. Die, gods. I want to sleep normally.
I get that. Oh,
That's all Kratos wants. He just wants a
He's
nap.
just to like open a bakery and fucking do nothing for a while and just learn the secrets of the universe over a nice cup of tea.
Moves to fucking Scandinavia and has a kid and is happy chopping down wood. And then the gods show up again and they're like, hey, fucking god killer, what you doing? You're like, leave me alone!
Jermel in the chat
like,
just put
no,
in,
not
hi, I'm
this.
Logan, your friends are safe, you're welcome.
Why do you guys keep coming near me?
I can't wait till we get fucking older bearded Mary who's just still sad and just stronger.
Damn.
But yeah, that's how he's doing.
He's like a sissy Kratos.
Yeah.
That one wasn't supposed to be a question. I remember that. Have your points back. For Logan.
Yeah.
the hunted all returning to where they belong. Did Jigoku Saga go with Keen in the end?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yes, he did.
Oh, yay, happy ending.
Keen is now having re-embraced the way of blue metal, a path that is defined by the tarnished attempting to accept who they are and move forward, which was something I'm finally glad I got to drop a la Keen in this thing, because why it's called blue metal, I always, apart from the fact that your weapons turn blue, I always sort of wanted the right opportunity to say that. The spoiler tag, Vogan's very suited to that sentiment.
Hooray!
One of the, effectively, Jigoku Saga is one of the Saint Myth weapons for the way of blue metal, effectively. So it's fitting that it is now with Keen. So yes, it is with Keen.
To all the players, what was your favorite piece of lore revealed by Gelfus? Idomancy.
Honestly, I was walking Ryuji yesterday thinking about that shit. So, you know what? I'm right there on board with you.
All the other Forgotten Gods too,
Idomancy?
but Idomancy.
I don't, like, from a character perspective, learning about the fucking Fortress of Dreams, being like, all right, I have a name and kind of location, question mark? Great, that helps my character. Me, the player, give me Idomancy, let me learn about all those fucking gods. I have questions that I'm gonna go back and listen to that section because I think there's an answer in there for a thing I was thinking about, but don't worry about it.
Re-listening to that is a trip. I've already said it today. It is a trip going back.
It's just like a little, it's the gift that keeps giving. Because the more you listen to it, the more you pick up.
Oh, I'm so happy. Just
Yeah.
related to Grigelgar, I'm so happy he's has always been in your lives now, future, because the amount that I can do now that he is aware of you and has had all of history to prepare for meeting you again is just giving me so much fucking latitude as a GM.
Why did you tell my mom to name me after you?
Weirdo. Why'd you...
Oh
like,
god,
what?
we've invited Grigelga Gore to be a fucking menace in our lives. What joy. I mean, it's selfish to say this, but just everything being blindsided with all of the Fenris related lore.
Dude, I have so many thoughts on that I'm waiting to play game again to say.
I have a question I'm inserting because this would come up for Aaron. This is important for me. Miriam too, but more me. Does Miriam know what Quintus's mother looks like?
Oh.
And do they bear a resemblance to a certain non-binary king?
What?
Have I seen portraits of them, or have they been mysteriously absent?
I know what my mom looks like.
Yeah, but you're gone.
Yeah, the
Get away from my, get away from my mom.
You don't have to answer out loud because that's way less fun. But tell me later. I don't want chat to know. So in fact, yeah, don't tell me. Tell me later.
Okay. I won't tell you.
We figured this all out.
Damn it.
I mean, even if it's a no, I floated the possibility, so now people can theorize, and that's fine.
Your theory, if I'm understanding you correctly, is your theory that the Artorius's echo is
related to Quintus? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows?
I'm on board with
Who could
this.
say?
Who's to say?
Yeah, because I was thinking about that, and I've like verbal diarrhea at them as they were leaving, and I was like, wait, no, I can't, because that would mean Miriam's kind of into Quinn's mom. That's not cool.
I don't know why y'all are so obsessed with who is and who isn't and who is parents of whomever. I didn't do that sentence right, but you know what I'm trying to say. Who is and who isn't parents of whom is.
Perfect. That's all we needed. Dear Logan, if Legion wasn't there keeping the beast at bay, how badly would it have messed with the party?
It would have chased them at the castle event. It would have continued chasing them across the countryside and inevitably probably pushed them into a confrontation. But because Legion was fucking with it and literally trying to pull it back because it was not done with it, it reprioritized that. So that would have been
little halfling legion.
Yeah, and obviously you would have. So I'll start with this. if you want to imagine what dealing with the Beast of Ezra would have been like, I will say just this. When making the Beast of Ezra, I started with a Kraken stat block.
Oh no.
Okay.
Dangerous. Logan.
Yeah.
Mundagian asks, could a whoosh spell bring back Mystra and or the Weave? I believe the Weave already still exists. It's simply under...
The Weave as it was does not, but the Idomantic Web does effectively the same thing.
Yeah, that's right.
And no.
But yeah, I don't think a wish spell could
No,
do that
absolutely
much.
not.
Bringing a god back is usually a campaign thing, if at all possible. Period. But
Yeah,
there are
ninth
forces
level
that be
spells do
that
not.
also would not want that, and you can interpret wish however you want. But in my campaign, if you make a wish that would affect, for example, the domain of gods, those gods are probably going to be like, I say no to that. And they're probably going to undo whatever you did.
they will choose to divine intervention back and be like, nay, nay. Yeah, that's that. Cody.
Vestius would not appreciate Mystra
That's me.
being back.
Daragus asks, how do you think Honokuni would have went if you were playing Quinn instead of them?
I think we talked about it earlier.
A little bit. That was assuming that Miriam was in Quintus's position.
That's true. If they were both together, he would be a lot more chill. But
I feel like we would have pissed off a lot more people.
Yeah.
I feel like there'd be very different things because like he would understand.
I mean, there's one thing we already talked about in game when it happened of Nemric running away from the duel.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Just would have been like, no.
You mean one of the top 3 moments in Honokuni?
Yeah.
Is a spell not working and then him turning?
The spell not working, turning, running, and then Taguchi stepping in instead.
I will always state, I imagine that as one unbroken single frame shot of like the group and him trying to cast it. Be like, uh-oh, turning, bumping through people, and the entire rest of the extended shot, you see him slowly getting smaller in the distance as Taguchi steps in front. And then when he's finally out of sight, like just the sound of someone tripping and a door slam.
I feel like he would have taken the whole like thing a lot like very seriously. He would have understood, the whole being a person like tied to another, like being like, oh yes, that's your lord. Of course you're gonna do that, Hirohito, blah blah blah, stuff like that. But like, I honestly don't see it being incredibly. I don't think that anything Nemric did during Honokuni extremely did a lot to change how the group did their things. He was more being changed by the group than changing anything the group did in general.
We probably would have made that dinner.
Yes.
I feel like Quinn would feel it's really rude to not go.
It would have. We would have had the banquet.
Yeah.
that's how that would have changed, I think. And a lot of Angie
Quintus...
talk at certain people.
Yeah, I think Quintus and Fenris might have fought.
No,
the whole madness situation.
Oh, here's the thing. Think about any kind of
Fenris,
madness that would have happened to Quinn.
Fix yourself.
There was no way he was gonna make any of those checks to stay away from those madnesses. I don't know what. Can you imagine if he got fluxes where he couldn't trust anyone?
Oh my god.
No.
That would have been literally me playing probably fucking the worst Quinn possible. That would have been me playing the Quinn from fucking before campaign, him being cocky asshole causing dad death.
Feldrag, you're right. Just because it's relevant to the question, just because of how he got so involved with Duskull's sword. If Quinn was there, Quinn likely he would have been hunted.
Oh, absolutely.
I believe it, yeah.
Heckin'.
Oh
no. Not so much,
just,
and that would have driven him
I guess to talk about, I can't say exactly how, because it would have been a reactive sort of thing for me. But if Quinn was there, Honokuni, as per its nature, would have probably been the hardest on Quinn.
Yeah.
He would have tried to snuff out the brightest light, and he is, in many ways, like, unknowingly optimistic in ways that Honokuni would have gone out of its way to, through the environment, punish. It is the way it is.
Quintus would never rise
There
with the
was
sun.
one thing. No, I was about to say, there was one thing that I know he would have done, and that's just because I know how stubborn Quinn can be. If he would, every time he woke up, he would still say, "I rise with the sun." Because he'd be like, "No, the sun is there."
I can
It's
tell
like 8 p.m.
I can tell you that Selshay would have all but avoided hurting him if possible, because she probably would have seen him as having a childish not Selshay, Mother Tier would have avoided hurting him.
Yeah.
Hirohito probably would have silently found him obnoxious. And let's see. What are some interesting things if Quinn was there?
Sagittarius would want him.
Sagittarius would have beelined for him. It would have been him and Tag. Would have been like I
Yeah.
want to fight you guys. Baroth probably would have seen Quinn as a sort of foil to himself in the early stages, on account of just holding a position and seemingly being happy about it. Let's see. I don't know that Jakku would have cared, because Jakku didn't much care about who you all were. They probably would have picked you up and thrown you.
Yep.
Lucky.
As I'm flying through the air, looks to the party. Jealous?
No, actually.
Jealous.
I'm not saving him anymore, guys.
You know what?
Tribulation would probably, I would have expanded on Tribulation more in his interactions with you, something to the effect of that he would have felt some sort of connection to you. It probably would have been an excuse to actually develop Tribulation as more than the assigned guard dog of that forest, because of your interaction with his sword, but as it was, he had no reason to act outside of his station.
We'll see the darkness of Tribulation. That'd be neat.
Yeah.
Figure out who Duskull really was.
Yeah, there might have been something for that. I would say that if he had the greatest effect on anything, it would have been that Quintus would have been a possible avenue to develop Tribulation and explore his past more. And to that effect, I imagine that the Nest would not like Quintus very much. Because Paladin.
Yes.
They barely tolerate Tag. If you had another Paladin in the group, they would have been... I gotta be real. I made them in such a way that they either would have tried to trick you guys and try to kill you, or they would have tried to ally with you. You skirt the line, and you guys ended up on the side of being allies.
Yeah, I don't think that there would have been any kind of thing going on with the vampires.
No, if Quinn was there, they would have seen you guys as a threat, because they would have been like, the overall morality of this group is not
Cleric, Paladin,
not conducive to what we want.
Since Jigoku, oh no, it's not Jigoku. Since Jakku, is I think what I mean here, was from the plane of fire, since they died and were thus free when Honokuni ended, would they reform in the plane of fire? No, I don't think that is a thing you do unless you are specifically a fiend, specifically a devil.
Some beings do that. I know that there's been some editions where genies do that.
Oh, maybe.
But I think at this point it's sort of a DM's choice sort of thing. I don't run it that way. If you kill a genie, I do not consider them to be so fundamentally attached to their plane that they would come back there unless they're like a really, really powerful one, like a lord of the plains sort of deal.
And I mean, even if Jakku reformed there, that'd probably be really bad for them.
My understanding of them is they're not fiends and celestials hold these superpowers as being these like divine and anti-divine elemental beings, and I don't mean elemental in the sense of like elementals. I mean like they are constituent parts of the planes that made them. I don't see elementals as being the same way, unless, I mean that because you'd have things like the nature of a phoenix would be sort of confused by the matter if all fire elemental beings came back in the same way. You know what I mean? So I don't think so. I don't run it that way unless it's something particularly important. So the answer is no, ultimately. They will not be coming back in the Plane of Fire. They would not have either way.
I don't want to deal with them again anyway.
I do.
That's
Hello.
Cerberus. That's actually not technically true. Beings like Archons do permanently die if they die in the plane that they were created in. Celestials do have that facet. They just take a while to come back. That's all. Like at best. Next question.
Yeah. How does Nemric feel about Belial? And does he have any other friends or family? We've already asked about the family thing. Do you have any friends in Phlegethos?
Probably not.
Damn.
What a loner nerd.
I
Yeah, you're
don't
pretty
expect-
unhappy.
I don't expect he like spends a
We
lot
are
of
the
time there.
best thing that happened to you.
I don't expect he spends a lot of time there. I expect he
He's out
does
spying.
his missions and then gets told other missions. Judging by him getting that bow, we talked about a little bit how like that was basically a good job. You did it. I'm guessing that's his entire thing.
That's your 10-year badge. Like, it's like a watch thing.
Oh.
He just does his job, man, and usually like puts a heavy freaking thing between himself and whatever he's doing. So like again, this was just a treat for him.
Until he met the party. And then by the nature of them being the player characters, his whole life got turned upside down.
Literally, they took me to a place that I finally understand what other people say when they talk about hell.
I don't know about the first chunk of the question though. How do you feel about Belial? Is Belial a thing? Have we bumped into Belial? I don't think we have.
I was going to say, I don't really know. I mean, if they're a thing, then
Fierna
I'm-
rules that plane, and there's no daddy above them, from what you've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if they were a thing, I'm sure he would treat them like any other ruler of the hells.
Evokes thought, doesn't it? I wonder if the other planes of hell all have different or the same rulers they once had. I wonder if perhaps during a certain ancient upheaval of the gods, there was something that happened in effect that maybe perhaps shook up the foundations of the hells and the abyss. Who's to say? Who knows? Maybe
about
me.
Thara's Dune infinitely deep in the abyss is like, nobody got to me.
Either way,
Or maybe you have met him and you just don't know. Who's to say?
I mean,
Either way, he would
Belial's the
not
god of
treat-
deceit, so that would work.
either way, he would not treat like any other like person who is high up in hell. He would not treat any other person with any more merit
Gasp.
at all than Fierna.
Nemric is Belial.
Damn it, you guys weren't supposed to know.
So I know you
Damn,
guys.
Aaron's cracking the code.
I'm just deep in it. This is my knives
just
out
pretending
persona.
to die 10
Just
times. I'm just
Oh, you're
pretending
missing
to
the
die
you're
all
missing
those
the thick accent though.
Yeah, that's why Char wanted the chunk. If you're like, Belial.
Takes the soul bit.
Why is it spicy?
Manny asks, so I know you guys have other stuff to do after Diane, but you gotta take a vacation, right? You'll die of stress if you don't.
Yeah, we need
I'm
to
going to take a
We need
vacation as
beach
soon as I'm
episode.
done.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Yeah.
I
as soon
don't
as
get
I'm-
the privilege of vacations.
I don't know if I don't know if this Diane thing is going to be the end of my thing, but as soon as I'm done with my thing, I'm going to take a long vacation unless Fierna says I can't.
We saw this new one earlier.
How do you how do you feel the union for the agents of Fierna? How do you feel the union feels about vacation days?
We don't have a union. We don't.
You're
we
damn
don't
straight
try.
you don't.
There were some people who tried to make one. They're not here anymore.
They were
They're
on
the
fire.
Lords of Hell.
They're
Jeff
Lemures now.
Bezos.
Yeah.
So I will go on a very long vacation permitted by Fierna if that is a thing.
Oh, no.
Otherwise, I'm gonna go on my next
Oh
mission.
no.
She would totally turn people who tried to make like a fiend union into Lemures and like give them a building. And there's just a building of screaming, constantly in pain Lemures with like a really shitty wooden sign that's like Hell's Union or something.
One
And
just
then
a
it
big
just says
sign
break
out
room.
front that just says like, want better treatment? Join the union.
Yeah, totally.
No, thank you. I don't think that's a great idea. I
You
think
just
this-
hear
I'm
this
freelance. I'm
muffled
freelance. I
screaming
don't.
from
I'm
the
good.
inside.
I
Aaron,
think that my lady is
oh,
very firm yet fair.
Sure you do.
Uh-huh.
Puffmaster says, "Dear Aaron, what does a gunblade do? My name is spelled Aaron, but elsewise, I don't know, gun stuff.
Bang bang.
Bang,
that-
bang, bang.
when
Also,
that,
stab,
uh,
stab.
Bang, bang, stab, stab.
I used
when
a
that
disintegrating
question came
bullet
up-
once.
Yeah, hot.
Yeah.
I
What were you
clearly
saying?
have my opinions of Mary. I was saying when that question came up, I was like, I did correct. I was like, it
It's
is
also
Aaron.
got a bunch of gems for a blade.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. It's cool. Cool
Um,
design, cool item. I think. I mean, where would you
Pretty
buy that? I
cool.
wonder. Would
Where'd
it be in
you get one of
Lushu's
those?
guide? It was being. You could probably get it in Lushu's guide. You're gonna.
Arcane Illumination asks, does Miriam have an idea of what level of strength he wants to reach before he tries to fight Fierna or to get Gwyntis back? No, I mean, he doesn't even want to fight. He would totally just give his stuff. He feels bad about giving everyone
let's do
else's
that.
stuff, but he would do that if it would work. But he's read the contract. He knows it. He doesn't get to pick. She does. And so he's looking at that sort of Damocles like,
No,
I
no,
mean-
no.
Yeah.
No, guys.
it means I am no better than Diane, but also I don't care if I'm better than Diane.
Guys, no. We don't need to think about
Oh no, we
things
do.
like that.
We
We just give up your stuff and get
If
your
I
friend
can
back.
just
I know.
cast the Obliteros beam and make her go away, that'd be peachy keen.
Gonna
We
Giga-drill
need-
break her real quick because the
I was
sword
gonna
of
say, I'm
Damocles
like,
is
we
definitely a
need-
gunman.
Guys.
we need Miriam to have his Giga-drill break, and
So that's
it'll be
like-
fine.
That's like currently my best shot.
No.
But outside of that, I don't fucking know. I mean, in an ideal world, I would call the land away and be like, Gibbs soldiers, and try and pull in some favors
You think
because
that would work.
I mean, I brought their fucking king. Well, not really. I brought one of their lords
I
back
don't
to
think
life.
I don't think that's the part he's questioning. I think he's
Oh.
questioning the effectiveness of anything that the land
Totally.
away could offer against Fierna.
Given that she's like, if you bring allies, I can bring allies. I'm like, oh no, there's gonna be like 15 pit fiends.
No, the land away will be perfectly fine. We'll be able to handle this. And... No, they're all gonna die. Don't even worry about that part.
Yep.
Oh,
And that would be Miriam's legacy of single-handedly obliterating the Valor Belt bloodline.
Or the Valor Belts become the owners of hell.
We both know that's not what's going to happen. Anyway, next question. Banquet asks, hey Logan, how's Flint? Is he safe? Is he doing well? Is he on his way? Is he still on his sexy crime boy adventures? Tell me, all caps.
Of course he is. Of course
Oh,
he's
yeah?
still fucking in the. Now he's in the Platinum District. Definitely still stealing shit.
definitely for sure.
You know, honestly, he probably gets away with more there because if he's just doing petty theft, most of them are too rich to notice.
No, he's got kids to feed, man. He's a single dad. He's Aladdin with kids. He's gotta feed him. He's gotta jump around being a fox.
Dad who works too hard.
He's Aladdin
Yeah.
if he was stuck with those two bread kids.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he
Don't
is.
Think about,
Yeah.
don't think
Flynn is
about the fact
Flynn's Aladdin in that exact moment of the movie,
Yep.
except also a
I-
fox and often a bear.
I want to meet Flint so badly. Avi and Flint have never met, and I need them to.
Damn.
Claire asks, the ribbon that surrounds those who know the truth or whatever. Did you pull inspiration from anywhere? Or has any myth in particular?
I'd like to
been
clarify,
drawn off
they
this?
don't know the truth. They
know of the
They
truth.
know of it and have perceived it in a way that their comprehension of it is greater than, in the same way that the people I'm literally going to compare this to something with the exact same fucking name. In FMA, you have seen the gate. It doesn't mean that you have gone beyond it or know what's beyond it or understand it. You just are aware of it, and it fundamentally changes something about the way you perceive things. You're referring, for anyone that's confused, what they're referring to is the ribbon that drifts
Setsumuru
around
Jakku
certain
has, yeah.
people. Yes, that Jakku has, that Satsumuru has, that tends to correspond to, has so far corresponded to an elemental affinity both of them have. That is intentional. That is a thing. It will not always be the case, but that particular motif is connected to those who are aware of the truth and have at some point sought it. And as to whether or not it is inspired by any certain mythology, I know that Indian, I think, Hindu mythology and also Buddhism both have some parallels in that that's used as a symbol of enlightenment. That exact sort of scarf floating around a person is used as a representation of someone who has achieved enlightenment. I didn't do it intentionally in reference to that. Beyond, and I'm gonna kind of throw myself under the bus here, it is more of a thing I think is a really cool supernatural element of a design to have a scarf kind of floating around you that way. But there's no reason you can't see it as being a parallel to those things despite the intention. It is not meant to directly evoke that symbology, that religious symbology, but there's a lot of parallels. It is very close to, if you want to consider enlightenment to someone who is seeking the core of the nature of the universe, which is effectively what seeking the truth is. Yeah, there's enough there that you could say it's connected. It's representative. But yeah, the overall answer is it's not meant to copy those things, but it is using the same imagery, so what's the difference?
Yeah. I think that answers that pretty thoroughly. Arcane asks, did you guys see the 2022 clip compilation that Samsoni made, and what did you think of it? I thought it was so good.
It was so good.
Yeah.
It was
We
so
are,
good.
To quote Logan, we are hilarious.
We're funny.
True.
I'm
Yeah.
funny
So
sometimes.
fucking funny.
Yeah.
And it didn't surprise me at all, but I flirt with people here a lot.
You really do.
What?
I scream a lot when we do video games.
You
Yeah, it's
really
true.
do.
It's fun.
I say things very. What I've noticed, I'm like, I say things very dryly and offhand, and just kind of leave them.
It's kind of great. Like, I'm about it.
I think my peak streamer moment, if I had managed to do it 10 years ago, back when Let's Plays were a thing that was viable, I feel the educated girls bit would be a meme.
Yeah.
Dude,
That was my,
just you screaming like, help! It's taking so long for people to help me! Anyway, I like it when they're educated. Like, doctor girls are really cool. Like,
Yeah.
so funny.
That was such
Oh.
a fun gaming day. I love gaming. with you,
everyone
bro.
was so funny.
Mm-hmm.
I love our friends. If I've not
Same.
made that clear.
Everyone, no, you were all so
I'm a
funny.
fan. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You too,
Thank
fucker.
you for
And
making
fucking
that,
thank you so
Samsoni.
much,
It's so hecking
yeah,
good.
Samsoni, for having a community that like has people that watch our stuff, pay as much attention as that, as to make that, and are fucking put the time into doing stuff like that is so heartwarming. Like,
Yeah, we love it.
Mwah.
like people buy our stuff and they watch our stuff, and that's all cool. But I tend to always assume a sort of casual interaction like level of it. I imagine people putting our stuff on in the background and whatnot. People take hiccups. People taking the time out of their day to make things like that, to make animations, to make compilations and all that. That is so heartwarming. It's so above and beyond as far as I'm concerned. Thank you so much. It really makes, I'm pretty sure, all of our days when we see things like that.
Yeah, it makes
Oh,
me so
yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
Wow. We're very lucky.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the final 20 questions.
The final 20.
Yeah.
I'm so tired. Oh my god.
I get that.
All right, let's do it. Let's lightning round. Let's go. This first one, let's answer it in 5 words or less.
I bet
Let's do it.
19 of them
Oh,
are
all
for
right,
Logan.
5 words or less, everybody. Any bits, interactions, or talks you wanted to have that can no longer happen with the exit from the Dread Plane, such as Izzy's stint as Crazy Flux.
No, everything that I want to talk about can still
You're
be
done.
talked about.
That's more than 5
Yeah, we're good.
words.
Way more than 5. Yep.
You're cut off.
I want talk wrench more.
Nice. Same.
All right, all of our answers must obey the rules of the sending spell from here to the end.
Oh,
Flirting
no.
with non-funny King Arthur.
Can I reply in 20 words or less?
Yeah, 20 words. Go.
Hmm.
I want talk wrench more. I want talk wrench more. I want talk wrench more. I want talk wrench more.
There you
Good
go.
talk.
I don't really know.
Would have been cool if the group met Siddiqui, but oh well, I guess he's never gonna come up. That's my answer.
Yeah.
Damn it.
There you go.
Scylla Aria asks,
Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
what was the exact relationship between Celshay and Hirohito?
Yep.
Bracket, yes, I asked a question. I gotta know.
All right, I'm casting standing at 9th level here.
Okay.
So,
Right, 20 words or less.
No.
You said it
Shut
nice
up.
level.
Hirohito is fundamentally a very lonely person. He has one person in the world he cares about, and that is Samurai. He has dedicated his long life in this domain to protecting Samurai, keeping Samurai thinking he's in charge, wanting him to be in charge, and making sure the table always operates in such a way that it benefits Samurai, because keeping Samurai happy and on the throne, effectively, is all he wants, and he wants to stay with him. His needs are very simple in that regard. Celshay, when they showed up, they were a assassin who tried to murder their way up the ranks of their own organization, working for the Eldrin King, or Eldrin Emperor of Cahulus. They're very proficient in subterfuge and investigation. When they showed up, and they, A, during their hunt, and then B, later as a member of the table, they were very good at looking into Hirohito, and their ability to stay relatively hidden allowed them to, for brief stints, move in ways that Hirohito couldn't keep up with. So they figured out Hirohito before anybody else did. In fact, no one else really has, apart from almost Mother Tier. Celshay figured out their deal and figured out that Hirohito was really in charge, and they decided to try to leverage this information against Hirohito to try to claim any kind of position of power, and effectively try to become Hirohito's second in command, to be removed from their rules, and to not have to suffer the same sort of constant fear that the others did. And Hirohito initially reacted badly to this. Hirohito initially was going to just kill Celshay, but since they had no idea of knowing if Celshay had recorded that information anywhere, left it with anybody, they didn't. And forgive, it's not the best start to a relationship, but Celshay basically leveraged both that information and herself against it.
So
And was like,
I'm going to interject here. There's a second question that I feel is relevant.
Uh-huh.
That one VA Brett asks, so we know
Yep.
Celshay and Hirohito held hands.
you were about to get into
And
that
you're like-
part, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Let me just mark that as
Celshay
complete.
basically was like, hey, let me operate as I want to. Allow me to be the one to assassinate people and keep your history secret. And in return, I won't tell anybody. Also, you get all this. And he was like, well, quietly, of course, in a very dignified way, he was like, I could do with all that. So their relationship was basically initially formed upon the premise of her becoming this weirdly opinionated concubine for all intents and purposes. And they developed a romantic relationship they kept secret. They converted the old hot spring that had been abandoned by those who had once run it. They converted that effectively into their own private little cottage, and they would, mostly during non-hunt times, they would usually like once a month for a few days, they would abscond with each other and take a break from everything, and Celshay would help to ease the eternal burden that Hirohito suffered maintaining his secrecy and the domain. And they did come to... I should probably not take a long pause at there. They did.
I mean, I'd hope they would.
They did. They did come to this rather affectionate understanding, but both of them were also extorting the other, so their relationship was kind of cold. Genuinely, killing Hatsume made him more upset than killing Celshay, because he liked Hatsume way more than Celshay. Not necessarily romantically, but not necessarily romantically. he sort of idolized Hatsume, so whenever she was killed in the initial attack, that's why he was like, I'm not going to fast travel to the mountain. I am going to carry her body there and then put her to rest in the one remaining sacred place in Honokuni.
Yeah.
But
Oh my goodness.
but yeah, they had a overtly sexual relationship that was basically based on both of them, upon both of them extorting each other, but coming to a mutual understanding that that's who they are as people.
Huh.
Neither of them would be sad to see the other die, except that they both enabled the other to be a little bit more, in that in Selche, Hirohito had someone who knew who he really was, which lifted a burden for him, as anyone who's ever kept a secret would understand. And for Selche, she basically had in to be like, I will not be discarded frivolously anytime this table resets. She knew that she would retain her position. That is the long answer to that horny question.
I am not horny. It's the weirdest. We wanted to know. Horny about it. Oh my god, the fucking. Instantly, oh my god.
Why do we have
jumped
two
off of
such
what
degenerates on
Logan
our
But
team?
I'm like,
I don't
my
understand.
exact words were, what was the exact relationship? Because I was very curious. I was like, are they in love? Were they just fucking? What was going on there? So I'm very happy for that, because I'm the self-proclaimed lore master, and I got to know.
All right, Braden.
Thanks,
Now
Braden.
defend your
Biggest
question, Braden.
degenerates.
No, she wanted to know
I
if they were
wanted
fucking.
to know.
In what context
No.
they were fucking.
Because
No, no. I wanted to know the same things as Hayden.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure
And-
Tilly asked that question.
I believe you, but it doesn't change my perspective to believe you.
We need to go back to our Christian party.
I think I've just tapped out my words for the remainder of the questions, so I
My
will
family
remain
is
in dignified
Catholic,
silence.
not Christian.
damn.
Dear Miriam, Manny asks, was it a nice thing? I know it was a nice thing that you gave that old man your super magic apple, but do you ever regret it? No. It's just stuff. Hell,
Aw.
at that time, Miriam was like, that dude deserves it more than we do. He had to deal with it.
You're caught up.
Also, eat my butt. Also, I'm pretty sure he was like amniotic, so if we did like take him anywhere and not give that to him, we could have killed a whole fucking town.
Yep.
So like, it's really good that we did that. Or the other option is, kill
It
him
also-
or leave him there.
It also
And
proved
those
to
are
you.
bad.
It also showed you early on those apples could cure amniosis, which would be
Yeah.
relevant later.
Yeah, let's do.
Yeah. So yeah, Miriam has no. Miriam barely remembers he had it. It's kind of where he's like, yeah, sure, it was neat. I don't know, whatever. Gods are stinky. They cause
You're right,
problems. Logan, are you excited for your players later on to interact with Kuhulis? Or Kukulis?
Kuhula. Fucking, you got, damn it.
Cahulis?
Cahulis.
Cool.
Fucking,
Like,
oh man. Yeah. Eventually, if we ever get there, which I have a feeling we will. I have a feeling that the vestige. I thought that was knocking my
I want to
door.
go.
I have a feeling the
That was
vestige of
me.
Ophiuchus campaign will probably only kind of interact with Cahulis
Cahulis,
eventually, like probably a small part of it. It'd be neat to see in the future, in a future campaign or in a side campaign or whatever, us interact with more there. So I can scare people by being like, yo, gotta do a Scottish accent, even though they don't, even though that's not.
No, they gotta do it.
No, it's
No.
a continent and people definitely have varied things there.
What? No.
But I am excited to eventually
I'm
go
from
there.
Cahulis.
Because we are very much in
Hell
the
yeah.
Scandinavian, European, American-centric continent, which is totally fine. But the more the more Scottish, Eastern influences of and French, Italian influences of Cahulis are stuff I'd like to play with. I think that as of Honokuni, we really, with introducing sea elves and whatnot, I inadvertently realized we've started really like finding some of the color of the setting as opposed to it just being a
Yeah.
D&D setting, which
Yeah.
I figured out how to expand on that stuff a bit more, and I'm really excited to, especially with like Lushu's Guide and whatnot coming out, I've realized what to maybe send up a little bit. I'm excited to show the color of our setting against other settings, and going there would definitely be a good chance to do that.
I'm very excited to like obviously get back to playing this year. You know, fuck you, Izzy. I'm playing. I'm
Yeah,
playing.
fuck
I'm
Yeah,
playing.
fuck you, Izzy.
But the idea of like a side campaign also gets me super excited.
Maybe
one day.
sometime between like arcs, maybe we do a thing with other characters,
Yeah.
because Vestige of Ophiuchus is going to be going on for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I predict it'll go into epic levels. I've told everybody at some point I will probably switch from EXP to milestones after a certain point. Not soon, but after a certain point, and I do see us going into like the 24 to 26 level territory, if not farther, because there's a lot of stuff that I think we could do, and that's why I think it's important for us to get these recaps done. So new people can come in to it and not see us as the one piece of D&D streams. But
That's kind of impressive on our part, though.
Yeah.
If we are.
but yeah, I think doing side campaigns here or there would be a fun, good breath of fresh air. What are the Crystal Tieflings up to? Are they alive? Who knows? Are the,
'cause
the
we're,
Crystal
like,
Rangers?
We're like in the past
Hunters.
of like
That's it.
where
Hunters, yeah.
we are, right?
Yes, they are about 30 years back from the campaign.
Yeah.
Are they still there? Is Celesfield still there? What's going on with that?
Just a
Those are the
crater.
questions.
I can't wait to
Is
play.
Yeah.
Are there
Varthaguk
still
or whatever
anything?
the combination of X's and V's I named the antagonist, is he still a problem? Who's to say?
I can't wait to play my Crystal Tiefling boy
Are there still
in his
pale
revenge
lady
plot
apples?
since all of his friends died.
Oh my god.
Earl Shadow asks, what time period is Ravissimo from?
Bravissimo.
Yeah, that's it.
Bravissimo.
Hold on, I can answer this one really succinctly. Hold
All
on.
right, they're grabbing their notes.
I am just grabbing my notes. I don't even really need a break. I know exactly where to look. Boom. They are from... They were born in 478 BD. They vanished in 152 BD. BD being, of course, before the current calendar system, counting backwards. So they lived roughly 1,200 years.
Gygax, that's it. That is what it is.
They lived about 1,200 years ago, and they disappeared about 850-ish ago.
Also for Logan.
Wow.
If someone took the deal to become a vampire, would they become a regular vampire, or would you have Loganified it? Is the word that many use.
I used to not like the idea of vampires having traits that are racially bound to what they were, because I'm very of the opinion that once you're a vampire, you're a vampire. You're not a vampire elf, you're a vampire. However, with certain things, specifically plain touched things, my opinions wavered. That's like with the water Ganassi vampires. I was like, I feel like it's more fun to have them have water Ganassi elements to them. So I think when it comes to plain touched vampires, I would like to imagine that the plain touched aspect still does something to them. Otherwise, they're just a vampire. Which is a long way to say it depends on who in the party became one. Like if Miriam or Nemric or Avi had become one, then they probably would have been some special little vampire. Like they probably had a couple neat things. But if the elves or
Hellfire.
humans or whatnot had become them, then probably not.
Question of the party. What's everyone's favorite way to kick back and relax when there isn't immediate threat of death or global annihilation? Drinking, the horizontal hustle, reading, trying to unlock the secrets of the universe. Mariam doesn't
Maybe
rest.
you do the horizontal hustle.
I'm perfectly willing to show you, but I'm not sure it's up your alley.
What? Ridiculous.
I'm going to cut in real quick, just because I think this is worth saying. Arcane Illumination, me saying we're going into epic levels does not imply that there's going to be epic levels for classes I've made. When you hit level 20, my take on this, when you hit level 20, you cannot take levels in that class any further. You have to multi-class and start taking levels in another class.
How do y'all relax?
Also, I think that would be in particular up there.
What? The horizontal hustle? I get the implication. The alley is the body part.
Reading,
God, Lexi's like, I'll have you know I'm a dance master, so a horizontal hustle
Oh,
will be
yeah.
really easy.
You get it?
Dancing like a worm.
What's this I hear about you teaching Lexi the horizontal hustle?
I have a guess. Oh man, couldn't fucking be so mad. I have a feeling Nemric also just gets plastered.
Yes.
Reads poetry on a canoe or something.
He is very much a gets plastered, eats nice food, leans back. That's it. Everything Miriam said minus the horizontal hustle, but maybe.
Oh, maybe. Depends who with.
Depends who with.
I literally have it in my character notes, so it's like reading, tea and/or wine,
Writing.
chilling, writing. Now, because she's more comfy, maybe writing music, singing with her boy, just chilling. Yeah, that's where she's at. That's her chill time. Everyone else, fuck off. Quiet.
Hey, I hear it's time for chill time. What's going on with you?
Okay, Lexi is her most relaxed when she's outside. So I think if she was gonna have any kind of hobby, and she doesn't know how to, but I'd like for her to learn like gardening. I think that gardening
Is
would
laying
be
in a field a hobby?
Yeah.
I know.
Dude, I remember you asked me. You were like, "What is like a hobby for Lexi?" And I went, "Frolicking." And you were like,
Just being.
Yeah.
This is totally prolonging because this is unnecessary and not entirely related to the question, but I was pitching the idea of a Lexi desktop buddy that just walks around your desktop, but they'll climb up onto like icons for your applications and they'll look behind them and find like sticks or like other things.
You can get a Fenris to follow it around.
Yeah.
I just want a little Lexi.
Fenris will sit down and make stew, and whenever they do, Lexi will like gravitate towards the Fenris one.
Oh yeah, that'd be so good.
Cute.
Anyways, yeah, that's the sad thing. How do you relax, Fenris?
Being around people, kind of doing what other people want to do, like, and also cooking.
Yeah, that's what I was
I figured
expecting
that
was
one.
going to come up.
Discover a new recipe.
Cooking for friends.
Like,
How Vulcan
very
relax.
much. You know that friend that you're like, oh, I'm going to the store, and they're like, oh, I'll go with you just cause.
Oh yeah, I get that. It's every
Fenris.
time we go to Shoppers.
Yeah, every single time we go to
Exactly.
Shoppers.
That's Fenris in downtime. Like, if she gets to spend time with people she cares about, she's pretty happy about it. That's why
Nice.
she likes going on the walks with Lexi.
Nice.
Oh, heck yeah.
Cute.
Also,
How does that
Very cute.
big muscly ball of tension Vogan relax?
I feel like he hunts.
Yeah.
I hate that.
With a knife.
I genocide bears.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like he's a big game hunter.
Like
he's
my
stabbing
God.
a fucking bear. He's like stabbing a bear, beats it, leans back against it, and then just goes.
Yeah.
A bear walking along a path as it looks around, sniffs the air, stands up a little bit, and then the camera slowly pans up to just a mud-painted face Vogan, knife between
Predator camo Vogan.
He becomes Skin Boy.
legs spread
Hell
between
yeah.
two trees as he just drops onto the bear. He's like,
God.
Punching the
Like
bear in
so
the face.
relaxing.
Yeah, just like continues punching, but
I really needed this. I needed this cheat day.
I love becoming one with nature, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Fucking
eat your
Lexi's
bear.
like just frolicking through the forest, and fucking Bogan's like the most dangerous game of all. Fucking
Hogan, this
hunting
bear
like-
is delicious.
Yeah. Fenris would be very fond of Logan just because of all of the meat that would end up going into her stew.
Hell yeah.
If your character was single and could hold hands with any NPC, who would it be? I've already done it with one of the like top contenders, so yes. there's lots of, I don't know, Lyra. I already held hands with Scandal, so like it's gonna be hard to top that. Satsuma, there we go. Let's just get weird.
Oh shit!
I'll pull an Isla. I don't want to kill her. I just want to fuck her so she leaves me alone.
Hell yeah! So proud of that.
Nocia.
Oh yeah, holding hands with Nocia would be great.
Nocia
Yeah, I don't
or
know.
King.
I don't know about Nocia.
Oh my god, yes.
Glorious.
Yeah.
Miriam got so thoroughly shut down right out the gate. He's like, all right, I won't push it.
Dude, I know. I learned something about Avi. She, like, when we met Artorias, it's like, she likes blondes.
Ah.
Oh. Hell
As we're like,
You like
as we're
light
like in
hair?
character.
Like, she has a type. I was like, I didn't know she had a type, but she has a type.
That's great. I love that.
As we're like in character discussing this, it's just like, I don't know about Nocia. Maybe if Nocia had like maybe if they had a son of some sort.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I mean, Argo's definitely on Miriam's list. He tried, and then he made him so sad that they didn't bone.
I mean,
Yeah.
listen, you can always try again.
I don't know. Nimric doesn't know
We'll
him.
kill
so I
the
can't
Crystal
say him.
Queen, and then we'll celebrate by breaking her new bed. I don't know. It'll be fun.
You know what? Do it.
Oh,
I'll
finally,
ship
it
it.
won't be my problem. Please, go ahead.
It's like,
you know what? I'll let you and Tantia do that instead. You're
Motherfucker, no.
You know what? I
That's
want good
fair.
things for my friends. You guys, fuck it out. Go hard.
do it. Live your
Damn,
dreams.
do it.
Oh
I
my
ship
God.
it.
Oh shit.
Oh, what's this, Carrie? I would not go for any NPC. There is only one person.
Why,
We know
why
that.
you saying it like that, bud? What?
No. I'm saying this naturally.
Oh.
I am not reading from a teleprompter.
I'm saying that because I want to.
All right, we're on the final stretch. If you became a table member, what would you want your red moon to do?
Ooh.
Thematically for
I would
Miriam.
want to do time stuff.
Ooh,
I
that's
want to know
pretty
the
cool.
time. Like, fucking, I'm kidding.
No, like totally mess with like initiative order, like have it bounce around initiative
Oh.
based on like
The easy way to do that is just use that, specifically because fantasy
Reroll
rounds makes
initiative
it
every round.
reroll initiative every round. Yeah,
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
that'd be a very
That'd
clean
be
thing that would be good for
really
Fenris.
Cool and confusing. Oh my god.
Miriam would be something to do
well,
with
Fenris
controlling
has spells
magic.
like that.
Probably be something to do with either counterspelling or dispelling things off of people.
I don't know for Avi. Logan, come up with one for Avi. I'm like, the first thing that comes into mind is like fear effect shit.
I
'cause
mean,
she's terrifying.
Yeah, you function very similarly to Celshay, so there'd probably be some overlap in the whole like
or your heart's
like,
attack too.
could not
It would-
be detected even if someone has like the appropriate vision for darkness and whatnot.
It would be very overpowered, but all under the moon are marked as my enemy.
Honestly, Avi hides less than Celshay or like Lexi. I think Lexi benefit from being harder to detect because Lexi's always
Yeah.
hiding. Avi is like really aggressive. So yeah, leading into something like the fear of slaughter effect. Might be a
Yeah,
way to go
like
with them.
perpetual, like fear.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It was foolish of any of you to come under the light of the moon.
Yeah, the first thing that came to mind was her fear of slaughter.
Or just with your mobility, like if you had attacked someone within the last round, then that fear is re-upped on them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the last person you attacked is always scared of you.
Yeah.
Oh neat.
This might have
Nemric
you-
is super comfortable. He's a lazy boy. It falls out of the sky in front of him and he sits down.
if I were making it and going based on fear, what I would probably do for you, Avi, is relatively straightforward. I would probably just have an effect that at the start of each creature's turn, they need to roll to see if they're afraid of you that turn. Because Fantasy Grounds allows you to automate that, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't
Yeah.
get
Be the
anyone's
easiest
way.
way to get
That's
in.
probably the way I'd do it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, honestly. But I'm like, that's what I want, but I
With
don't
the
know.
fun
if that's
caveat
what
of unless they
that's
close
who
their
will be.
eyes. Because I enjoy anything in D&D that's like, or you can be blind.
Yeah, I love that shit too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Risk
a
the
pain in the ass,
downside or
but
accept another
also
one.
it's really fun.
I would never have a moon.
Uh huh.
It becomes a sun.
feel
Maybe
like
it's something
Vogan's-
similar to
becomes
Kidz,
sun,
where
oh my
it's like it's like the sun, but it's super hot, so you start
It's
taking
just
like
the sun. No.
turns.
Yeah.
It's
No,
just
it's
the
just
sun.
the sun.
You,
Everything's
blindness, you
brightly
gotta roll
illuminated.
if you're. Yeah, you gotta roll and see if you're blinded.
Well,
No,
if
no,
you
it
have a
doesn't do any
drow in your
effect.
party, forget about it.
I
There's
get
no
what you're
effect.
putting down,
It's
Cody.
brightly lit.
It doesn't do any effect.
bright.
It's just the sun.
It's the sun.
It's just the sun.
I feel like
Exactly.
Vogan's would be like, fucking just would allow him to put the beat down on people.
Oh,
Yeah,
Just like
he-
everybody's
like lower their
vulnerable
AC or something.
damage whenever he's on whenever his
Ooh, or
moon is
what if-
activated.
What if like the moon happens and like everything around becomes like electrically charged?
Yeah.
But
so like it
That's
just
smart.
to the
randomly
theme of the
freaking shocks
question,
everyone.
what about Taguchi?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking about tag.
I have no idea. Like, I feel like if he had a moon, he'd be a different character entirely. He'd probably like have some sort of like bane effect on everybody in the moonlight, or like
Ooh.
Either a bane,
Given
or
the
he
two,
can
given the two
redirect
main
damage.
things that he does,
Yeah.
what I would assume is that if he has allies with him, he can redirect damage to them. Assuming that this
Yeah.
version of Tag is, flipped over to be an evil bad boy, he can
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
redirect his damage to his allies in a reversal of
Mhm.
his normal ability, so that
yeah.
he is not taking damage. The other thing I was going to
Yeah.
say is something that emphasizes his form of dread. But
Mhm.
the effects of the moon that, as I've written them, tend to not be you have an ability you activate as much as just a general effect.
It could
That's
also be the
always on.
opposite of what was it, Jakku's? It could be something where like he causes extreme cold because a lot of his stuff has to do with ice and stuff as well.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
So you could have like the ground become difficult terrain. You could have them suffering the effects of extreme cold.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That would be cool. Tag
Yeah.
would be an interesting table member.
It's just a blizzard appears, and whenever that happens in Honokuni, everyone's like,
You
the
wanna
red
have-
snow. Oh, that'd be so
Oh.
cool.
Future
that'd be
members of the
so
hunt
cool.
go out of their way to engage Tag and Jakku at the same time, so they both just even out.
It just turns into a fucking hurricane. Oh my god.
Tag and
What?
Jakku equally are like, fuck! Ah!
Oh god.
This sucks.
They would keep on opposite sides
Yeah.
of Honokuni, I think. They just avoid each other at all
Oh,
costs.
if Tag was anywhere, I think he'd probably be
That
guarding
would
the
give
gate.
way to such a
Oh,
great, like, Shonen Bleach moment of if anyone was talking about their abilities. There's someone being like, why don't we go after both of, or why don't they come after both of us together? Wouldn't that be smarter? And then just like the overly fake sentiment of, no, their natures aren't compatible. They could never work
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that is where we will find weakness.
What do
Uh,
you mean their
Hyper-abstract.
natures aren't compatible? Stop being cryptic. What do you mean? Oh, one hot, one cold. Sorry.
The party instantly becomes Eidolons. What is our god title and portfolio? What portfolio? would you
Reminder
have?
that some of these
my
are like
God.
Lushu, the Spark of Trickery, Vestius,
Mm.
the Skykeeper. Those are the sort of titles that I think they're asking about.
oh.
Oh, okay.
Fun fact!
Ariana the Big Bird.
Vestius is called the Skykeeper because of the moon. Anyways,
Crazy.
Vogan, the tomato boy.
Hell yeah.
Logan, you're welcome.
a tomato terror.
I love
Let's,
it.
he's gonna take you to Tomato Town.
He would play Fortnite.
Take you to the flavor town, but it's tomato town. I'm Vogan Fieri. I'm taking you to.
Oh my god, no.
Included in the question is also what portfolio you would have.
I don't forking know.
I don't
Merriman
I'm a
probably,
bird.
as is, he'd be like an idol of like lore or secrets.
Keep in mind that domains and portfolios are technically two different things.
Yes.
Uh,
The things you're
portfolios would be like, what do you conceptually reinforce? An example would be like Lushu conceptually reinforces things like honor among thieves and such like that, whereas their domains would be stuff like thievery, assassins, etc.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like Vogan's would be just like
Redemption.
redemption in
Yeah,
some
redemption.
way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That said, both
personal
answers are fun here.
redemption.
So if you want to say domains or portfolios, I think of both. It satisfies
Yeah.
the criteria.
Mm-hmm.
Dance Master Lexi, keeper of the flu.
Celebration!
Keeper of the funk.
Celebration
Keeper of the
domain!
Yeah!
No, Lexi would absolutely have like the harvest domain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That'd be cool.
Heck yeah.
What would your title be
I
though,
love
Lexi?
that. Oh heck! I just said Dance Master Lexi.
Oh, that was the title.
Yeah, I'm kidding. You trying to
Okay.
say that's not a good name?
Uh,
What you trying to say?
I'm not saying that.
I'm wildly implying it.
Heck.
I don't know.
Now I'm trying to come up with a real one.
Shadow
Damn it.
bird something. I
The
don't
Shadow
know.
Bird.
Ooh, heck
Shadow bird.
The Shadow Raven.
Caw. I don't know.
Fucking Tome Keeper.
Lexi of the Eternal Harvest.
Ooh. Lexi of the Eternal Harvest. Oh.
I don't know. I'm bad
Like
at these
that.
things. I'm tired and hungry.
I get that.
I get
Oh
that.
my
I ordered
God.
pasta.
Nice.
Here's a 2-second question.
Mm.
Flux's meteor swarm. Now, how do you feel?
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
I don't care. I don't think he's any more dangerous for knowing it. I think he was already super dangerous. So
Yeah.
him having that, I'm like, now he can blow up slightly more things.
Ugh.
Aviana the Midnight Sky. That's cool.
Ooh.
Oh, I
yeah.
thought that
See
said
that.
Midnight Sun for a second, which is equally
mean,
cool
the-
sounding.
The Dark Songbird. That's
The
cute.
Dark
Those are
Songbird's also really
My
cool.
God, if you attained any form of divinity and your divine title included bird stuff,
She would kill herself.
Flux, keeper of spiders,
Keeper of the Spider.
the Spider King. He just becomes the new Vecna.
Oh no.
Oh,
I am the Spider King. Me and the Bat King get along
oh,
very
now
well.
now I kind of see. Oh,
Huh?
oh,
Oh.
oh. I'm just laughing merrily. Don't mind me.
Uh,
Oh.
Dear Lexi, knowing all the stuff has happened.
She just
That
said
happens-
She just said
BRB.
BRB.
Oh fuck! Damn it, skipping them. Was there anything else like the monsters in the cauldron that were a really big danger, but the party just didn't run into? They weren't in the cauldron. They, were on
weren't
the
in
way
the
to
cauldron.
They were at the Heckin Perceptuary.
Yeah.
I guess on the way to the cauldron, was there anything that we managed to avoid? Is the real question there?
I mean, in that it's a small country-sized mountain range. Yes, there's lots of other things in there,
Oh yeah,
but
nothing specific.
yeah, nothing. There's nothing in there that really stands out beyond the usual like D&D adventure dangers. Like there would have been hiccups. Thanks, cool. There would have been in there like a community of like snow giants, frost giants, and whatnot, which probably would have sucked to bump into, but you didn't, and they aren't relevant to you.
All right, we're in the last 7 questions. Logan.
Yeah.
We got 2, I think 2 more specifically for you. Let's
All
start
right.
with this one. We know gemstone dragons exist in Somnus Dominant, but is there anything you can tell us about them, or the difference between yours and the ones in Fizban's?
There's no real critical difference. They all kind of come from the same general place. Yeah, there's not much else to say. They
they're
might have
most like the
small
ones that-
aesthetic differences, and there are feathered versions of them. But apart from that, they're not substantially different than what you'd see in other settings in the Forgotten Realms.
All right, the final
Carrie's back.
exclusively Logan question suite. We'll get back to Carrie's after this one. My wife has watched bits and pieces of Vestige for quite some time, but has not committed to start watching. Elevator pitch Vestige, please and thank you.
Oh damn.
Hello! There's lots of hotties, and there's great art. More art than any D&D campaign you'll probably ever watch. The people that are playing it are a bunch of cool, rambunctious little dudes. We have a lot of professional voice actors, performers, and writers who come onto the show, and they make it a good time. It's lore deep. That lore is real deep. Get in the shallow end when you start, but watch out if you don't. You need floaties in that lore because it's deep. And it's sad, which is good for media somehow. So, if you like sad in a good way, then come on down to Vestige, where we're selling lore. It's deep.
Perfect.
Damn.
You'll
guys.
enjoy
Hell yeah.
the elves.
Guys,
All right,
it took
somebody
me a
clip
minute.
it.
Told.
It took me a minute, but Nimric, the Dark Carnation,
Neat.
over deceit
Daddy.
and toxicity.
Oh shit.
Let's
God
see.
of sloth.
Yeah.
Knowing all the stuff that's happened since you asked your know-all question, do you regret using it so early?
Dude, I try really, really hard not to do that. Like, heck him. But, because, like, in campaign 1,
You're
I
so
held on to
willing.
so much shit.
Mm.
Like, I held everything. Like, no, man, fuck, I don't know when I'm gonna use it. So now I'm like, nah, man, just
You
fucking use your shit.
JRPG player.
Use your fucking
Yeah.
shit. Yeah. So I try not to be like, oh man, I wish I'd saved it for now.
Then use an ether.
Yeah.
But I only have like 99 of
I've
them.
only got 99. What if I need them for the final boss?
It's the final battle. Yeah.
Fucking y'all were like, how many potions of strength do you have, Carrie? And I'm like, I don't know, like 3? You're like, why? Why would we use them? It was crazy.
I don't want to be fun. I want to win in a potential far-off future.
Yeah.
In a conceptual
Fuck,
fight that
man.
may or may never occur.
What if we're ever fighting something and the only way for us to win is for me to suddenly have a 23 in strength and nothing else can save us? We'll be embarrassed if I use it before then.
But if the only thing that can save us is
What
me
if?
drinking down 3 potions of
Yeah,
strength.
I would say you held on to a
That's
pretty
what
good
I'm saying.
time. And mostly you were already chastised in character because Lexi was like, does anyone want my questions? Like, no,
Yeah.
this is yours. This is for you.
You'll always, when it comes to something so broad, I think you'll always have things you're like, fuck, this would have been useful then. But the thing is, you were only ever going to get one of those things anyways. Like,
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
no point
Even if
in...
you got it for something useful now, in a month we'll have something we're like, if only we had that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a constant, and that's like honestly just life.
Yeah.
Uh,
Back in time, man.
so I was wrong, because I think you're the only person that can answer this. It just doesn't name you. Is there a specific inspiration behind the new logo and the new subscription effects?
The new logo is, it's based on certain aspects of elements that will come into play in the upcoming Cauldron arc. The most obvious one, as I pointed out earlier, is the emerald in the middle of it is the same emerald that Diane has worn in all of her designs. The horns, the metallic plate behind it, not that I'm necessarily saying those are horns, but it is what they appear to be. And the little energy wing looking things behind it, those each are going to have a specific meaning in the Cauldron stuff. I'm working with Hazmi in such a way now that ever since doing the one for Honokuni, I kind of want to make the titles a bit of a impossible, literally, because you don't know things, to solve puzzle. That when you finally see things, you'll be like, oh, okay, all right, now I kind of see. Oh, now I get it.
They kind of
Okay.
reminded me of like tusks.
What?
The horns, they kind of reminded me of like tusks.
Scrap the whole thing.
Love
Gotta
it.
remake it.
They figured it out.
Fucking.
Fucking-
They
You
figured
just
it out.
see
It's all
Cody leave
tusks.
the call and the server.
Like, I had thought that, like, whenever I was like looking at him, like, are we gonna fight like a fucking ice orc or some shit?
Who knows? They could be gemstones. Remember that most things are gemstones.
That's true.
Now the other part of the question, the alert sounds. A bunch of our alerts. I do want to distinguish the brand from our bridge stuff because Nat19 is definitely an entity that is not. It all belongs on the same channel, I feel, but it is also definitely not just a thing we abridgers
subsidiary,
do.
but it is a separate thing from
Yeah.
the bridging.
And so I wanted to remove the quotes, largely too, because we couldn't leave them on during many games because they really break the mood. And then we had some alerts going that were like cool and sassy. We had the scandal boob bounce one, but we kind of come to a point where I would in no way say that we become prudish or anything. But as the brand grows and the mythology evolves, I want to make sure that we're kind of paying respect to that. And if there's fan servicey stuff, we can have it in the games, not as something that someone checking the stream out for a first time might come in, see the boob bounce gif, and then be like, oh, it's one of these sorts of things, and then, I don't know, leave before getting to know it. So I wanted to take all those out, replace them with things that are just a little bit more cool, but less distracting. And the sound effects are all from .hackgu's menus
Yeah.
and
I
whatnot.
can't believe.
I remember you
Logan's
telling me, I
going
was like,
corpo.
Yeah, and that's just a cool thing because I like .hackgu and I have all their sound effects. So I just decided to, like the subscription one, if I recall correctly, that one's the level up sound, which there's no meaning. It's just
It always just makes me excited. When I
a
hear
quick, pleasant
Yeah.
sound.
Let's all pay respect to the lore and the characters involved as I say this as a droid flux.
Penis.
Penis.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Heckin', I know
let's
it's
all take
jumping
the lore
back.
with the utmost
With
fucking
all the
respect.
Utmost respect.
So I feel like there was more to this specific question. We're on the last three. I'm going to tell them slightly out of order, so I can save one. So the what they wrote is, so tag your kids being in the service of the Crystal Queen, and then there's not a period but a comma. So I feel like they were going to type more. So Maddie, you can clarify, but I'm just going to go ahead and just hijack it. So tag, I guess your kids are in the service of the Crystal Queen now.
Wow.
What do? How do you feel about that?
I
Does
don't
it feel
good.
that this monster that you've helped create is now just running your family?
Oh no. I don't feel good. I do whatever.
I need to
do
sit.
not want to piss off the Crystal Queen.
I need to
tell my
sit.
kids so.
I need my chair.
Oh
Okay, hear
man,
me
you
out.
know
We just get-
the tensest reunion for Taguchi when they go back and they see the Crystal Queen for the first time and they have to be like, okay, that was just Sheri no
Yeah.
Tenke though, right? It was you
It
didn't
was just
you
that
didn't
they
know
don't-
about what we were doing in there.
You just like come into their throne room, they're reading like a missive from like someone they've conquered, and you just like head poked into the room. Hey,
That's my favorite.
how's my lady doing today?
Fine. Good.
Good, me
Good.
too, me too. Nothing
Yeah.
weird has happened lately, huh? Is it all good?
Nothing strange while I was gone. Right. Also about that Tiberius gun thing. The barrel knife.
Oh, it's
I don't have that yet.
It's gone. It never.
No
it-
dice.
It's gone, and I don't know where it went.
I can't tell you the exact year
Yeah.
where it'll show up again.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
Last two. Any ideas where we might go after Diana the family, a Vogan's pilgrimage, or Quinn's dad or something?
I
Oh,
think
where we
we're
might go
really
after
into the
Diana
pilgrimage,
family.
right?
I thought like
Like,
go
the
after
pil-
them, not go after them. You know.
The
Let's get 'em.
pilgrimage sounds like a really fun like trek. I think.
That's up to
Yeah.
these guys.
I mean,
as far
both
as
will
I'm
kind of
concerned.
lead the same place because eventually we have to go to the land away anyways.
Yep. Coming
Because
back
the
once we get near
pilgrimage
the end of the
is there.
cauldron, I'm definitely gonna check in with the group, see what in and out of character the party wants to do, and I think we got a bunch of options for the next general stretch of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like-
what does
Hmm?
Vogan still have to go after?
Temple of the
four
Summer
temples.
Sky, yeah.
He hasn't been to any of them.
That's true. Yeah.
He's got to go
through all of
to
them.
he's got to go to Vestius's temple with Sunder, which is in Grey Rock. He's
Yeah.
got to go to Haros's temple, which is in the land away. He's got to go to Quinn's temple, which is near the Itonian capital where Fenris is from. Then, because Emir's temple is nowhere and everywhere all at once, he has to then return to the academy, to Fort Redwake, or Port Redwake, where the academy is situated, and talk to the head of it again, and be like, okay, so what do I do now about the Emir temple? And then you'll find out from there.
Mhm.
Unless
Honestly,
by that
Mayrock
time
seems
you
like
piss
that.
off the academy by breaking a certain person out of it, but that's I'm sure that won't be an issue.
It's
gotta
just
go
like-
anyway.
it's like, okay, guys, I know we want to break out this guy I've never met, but
I do
Let
have
me
a
tell you-
secret duty.
I know that we all love Greg or whatever, but
Okay, but
Nah,
like,
fuck
I'll
him.
look for a way to do it while you do your thing.
No, fuck him.
How
He doesn't
about
like
you?
he doesn't like me. He said I was the worst.
How
It would
about
be
we
fun,
do an order of
And
operations
I think
thing?
that I think that pilgrimage, honestly, if it's what you guys wanted to focus on next, I do think that takes you to most of the places you largely
other
want to
places.
go.
Yeah,
So-
like,
Honestly,
honestly,
yeah.
I could start with Grey Rock because that's like right above us. We could freaking get a lot of things.
I was gonna say I
Probably the
would
Eternian
want to
capital,
go. I would
since
want to
it's
go to Grey
closest.
Rock because it's Sunder's thing.
Also, I'm just throwing this out there. If we ever wanted to get Raleigh involved again, he went to Grey Rock. To
Oh,
Yeah.
that's where he
totally.
that's where he decided to start his
We're
investigations.
also as close to Grey Rock as we're gonna be for a long time.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
I can teleport
I
us
finally-
there, but that's a side thing.
I finally I showed these nerds a terrain key map of the continent, so now they
Got it.
now they're armed with some general knowledge of where
I
things
didn't
are.
realize we were on an island.
Like, well, it's a continent.
It's a
Well,
continent.
no, I meant like the land
All
away. I didn't
continents
realize.
are-
Oh
Right,
yeah,
the
the
land
land
away.
away.
Island.
That's why it's the land away.
I thought it was like bordering the Strike Lands because we were at war with them or whatever.
No, the Strike Lands is like another continent.
Yeah.
That's way the fuck out there.
Yeah. Because like we were angry at each other for things, and I'm just like, oh, we're a fucking island up here. Hell yeah, let's
Oh,
go.
so you're at war with Cahulus, not the Strike Lands.
Oh, is it? I thought we had fought with a bunch of the orcs from the Strike Lands.
They
My bad.
the Blood Threshers are refugees from the Strike Lands who left there.
Oh,
You
right,
are
right,
at war
right,
with
okay.
them internally in the land away. They do not like represent the Strike Lands though. There's no greater force back at the Strike Lands. There's just an orc army,
Just some guys.
an orc plus army
Some
that
guys.
you're dealing with
Yeah,
in the
fuck
land
those
away.
guys.
Yeah.
They killed my dad, who's now alive again.
Yeah, the party now knows that again, that the land away is a big old island, and that the entire continent is kind of a big circle with a lake and a big sea in the middle, and then the capital in the center of that. I've armed these guys with knowledge and committed to distances, and now they're going to use
I
it
love
against
it.
me, I'm sure.
Yes,
Surely.
you gave me knowledge, and I'm so happy.
Yep.
The fact that the scaling has kind of shifted also just makes my ability to poof places after this really gonna come in handy.
I'm gonna be real, because I've committed to exact distances. Travel time in Mott is now going to be exponentially larger.
Yeah.
The 2
Yeah.
weeks that you spent
Oh,
moving to
no.
Ridgemont before would actually have been probably like 2 months.
Oh.
no.
Will you? Is everything in Summergrass still an hour away from everything else?
Yes, Summergrass is still the same size.
I had
It's the landmass that has finally settled and situated into an exact form. And it's
I had to
in the map.
ask because it was.
It's going to be in the guide. That's what it's being made for.
Yeah, it's just something that I was thinking about. I was like, I remember you're like, fucking, it's probably not accurate, but you know, each district's like an hour something away from each other. There you go. That
Don't worry
makes
about
it
it.
easy for me. Don't worry about it. That's how I remember it. So I had to ask
Yeah.
because my brain goes to Summergrass constantly. I wonder why.
I think it's time for our final question.
Da-da-da-da.
Oh my god.
Da-da-da-da-da. Hold on, I'm gonna turn
Is
on
it
some.
specifically
Gonna turn on
for
some
one
fighting
person?
music.
Sort of, but I mean, feel free to chime in. And just let me know when you're ready.
Hold on, I'm gonna make it so suddenly you guys can hear the music. Hold on, hold the fuck on, hold on. It's taking a sec to
Holding.
start up. Hold on, wait.
Holding.
Hold on, wait.
Holding.
Hold on, stop,
Holding.
shut up, hold on,
Holding.
hold the.
God.
There we go.
There, go.
Okay. For the final question, Filippo5 asks 2 hours ago,
Oh my god.
when is the beach episode?
Fucking when? I already have art ready. I'm good to go.
I've been ready.
Where's our beach volleyball episode?
Wow.
When, damn you!
I need to see Beach Bogan.
Beach Vogan. He's
Oh
still in a
my
mask.
Yeah.
All of us are kidding? Oh
You
my
know,
god.
we're gonna have to go to Port Redwalk to cross to the land away anyways.
No, it's on the other side of the land. Port
Aw.
Redwalk, the academy's
He's
in
in Grey Rock.
What?
I'm saying we're gonna have to go there to get a boat to go any of those other places, right?
You can technically
Give
walk
me a
most
boat.
places. You need a boat from Port Redwalk to get to the academy, and you would need a boat from probably Grey Rock to get to the Landaway.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Woo! Rider in the wind. I want to see beach blocks.
You know what I want? I want him in like those like old-fashioned like striped bathing
Hell
suits. That's like the onesie kind of
my God.
situation.
Why are you telling people
okay,
Quintus's
but-
bathing suit already?
Really old
What do you think you're
divers
doing?
suit.
Flux
Okay,
in a
but-
mankini.
Oh
Okay,
my
but
god.
we need Vogan in the Benoit Blanc again.
Oh, yeah.
Yes! No!
Hell
Again
yeah.
in Glass Onion.
Oh,
Oh,
this is my battle speedo.
Oh my god!
I need Quintus and
Uh,
arm float.
I just had the
because.
stupidest
Oh my God.
fucking thing go through my head.
Okay, but Lexi would for real be an arm floaties though.
Yeah.
Tell me your stupid thing though.
It's just, it's not even, it's tangentially, it's just because he mentioned Benoit Blanc. It's just fucking, if the truth ended up just being like, the characters become aware they're in a game, and then my mind just goes to the fucking, like, it's just like, it's so dumb. So dumb that it's brilliant. No! It's just dumb!
It's just dumb.
He's just mad about it.
Just dumb!
Oh,
Such a good
Uh,
delivery. That
It
and
is.
no.
love that movie. Oh.
Yeah. Are
movie's
you
so
in the
good.
bathtub again? No.
No.
I love
if
that
that
movie
if
so
that is our
much.
last
So
question,
much.
That
Then-
is.
then we need to play the song. And then I think we've all
I've already got a raid ready.
spun our gears here. We'll be
Tucker it
back
out.
next week. We will, with or without Izzy, be back.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah, no, I don't care if he's in the hospital. We're playing.
Hell yeah.
I will not feel bad if that ends up being a thing that happens. We're playing D&D.
Oh,
It's
while
what he
you're setting
would
that
want.
up, I want to air something that pisses me off.
I'm already talking about Izzy.
So it is the 6th year that we've been running Nat19 as of next Saturday.
Yeah.
However, it is our 5th anniversary, and that makes me so mad.
Technically,
Because that was
actually, it is Vestige's anniversary next week. It was actually Nat19's anniversary several days ago.
I thought the Nat19, I thought our first game was on the 14th. I have it on my calendar.
Yeah.
According to my calendar, where is it? Where are you?
That's why I got so hype about it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, no, you're right. It's Nat19's. I had it backwards. Vestige's
Vestige's, yeah.
anniversary was on Wednesday. Nat19's will be on the 14th.
Yeah, because I have it on a repeating yearly thing. As soon as I found it, I
Yeah.
went back through like all our old Discord things, and I had messages from us years back being like, "Oh, you guys ready for our first game?"
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh, woo.
It's fun that they're so close to each other, but
Yeah.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna
When
switch.
Logan was still an ooh-woo girl. Yeah. Those were the days.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this. I don't have it set up in any way where.
Oh wait, you're gonna get copyright struck.
Oh no!
No, I won't.
Hayden, are you gonna copyright strike me?
No. Instagram might, but so Heckin, can I give a slight preamble?
Yeah.
Okay, a preamble, if you will.
Preamble.
Preamble.
I'm
Preamble
so
it up.
lazy. Preamble it up. So I mentioned in game as Avi that she had written music in her journals because she talked about it briefly with Miriam and Fenris. Both songs that I have released recently, this included, were those songs that I wrote in her journals forever ago, and then because I'm an extra hoe, I decided why not actually make them. So I wrote those songs a while ago, and just in her journal as her. So these are songs canonical to Avi, to the campaign. So that's it. That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
So I hope you like it.
I am going to put myself on mute and deafen while I play this, so that nothing Nothing interrupts it, but I am going to play it on stream. If you guys wanna, if you like, you guys, not chat, you guys, like you guys, wanna watch it, you're gonna have to do it yourself because I don't have it set up so you could hear it too. It's unfortunate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll do it. I want to hear it.
How dare you?
Okay, but I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna play it. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello, people at home. All right. They and I are muted. I'm going to mute myself and play this. Hopefully there are no issues with the audio. Do a quick test.
Running fast.
Yep. All right. Here we go.
Running fast right into the light. Soaring higher, craving new heights. With my feet off the ground, the wind song's the only sound I hear. The call of my sorrow is far behind. The raven song, far from my mind. And below me is a light, cutting stars through my night. His voice and my heart intertwine. Sun on the stones, hands of stolen golds, hidden feathers and hunger inside. Lost, found, pulling me from the ground. Sapphire eyes and a smile so wide. Holding tight to his hand, and I'm tethered again. Afraid, but cannot let go. The call of my sorrow is far behind. The raven song, far from my mind. And beside me is a light. Through the trouble and fright, his voice and my heart intertwine. Chiding words, anger spurned. Darling, please hold me close, so far away. I won't stay to your side. I will fly through this crystalline light. Now the song of my lover is close beside, reformed still where my heart resides. A kiss, a breath, protect what we have. I will love you for all of my time. One by one days pass me by as I gaze to the endless skies. I am still holding fast to the hope that I have. The wish that I'll see you again.
None of that, you. None of that, friends in low places. Oh,
Talented.
it's done.
It's done.
The deed is done.
It's so good.
It's so good.
So good.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Fucking sidebar.
Yeah.
I got 2 lines into the song and then I got a fucking ad for TD and I was furious. I was real angry.
Larry, it's available on Spotify, Apple Music.
Oh, okay,
Amazon,
good. I'm glad you said
Deezer,
so.
TikTok. It's also available
Until
on
it gets taken
Instagram.
down.
Uh,
Some fucking Toei level, TV Tokyo level heckin' copyright hounding going on with this.
Ridiculous.
Oh.
We really got to contact the creator and ask them to chill out.
Right? Fuck.
Come to
They have
chill
no
the
chill.
F out.
Fair use or something, Hayden. Come on.
Listen, bitch, I'm working on it. I posted an Instagram reel and I tagged Instagram, or I posted like not an Instagram story rather, and I tagged Instagram like, hey, this is my song. Stop copywriting.
Get out of here.
But, I'm really glad you like it, Logan.
It's so good.
It means a lot that you really like it, because
Oh.
it's me being a squish about my fucking ship.
No.
It makes me like Rory more.
Aw, I'm
Hell
glad.
That fucking,
Now I like him.
that fucking Lorax.
I mean, it's not it.
the Lorax scene. That thing on your head makes me like you more.
Damn.
Baby, go away.
Wow, is
Talk to
that
her that way.
is that us for
Barry, I don't
today?
like-
I
Go
think
away.
so.
So,
I
Yeah,
think
fuck
so.
you, Barry. No, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, Barry, you suck.
We'll be back next week, beginning our much less depressing than the previous one. Hopefully,
We'll see about that.
we'll see what happens.
We'll
you go?
show you.
Lick some glass,
don't
dumb
need-
pooch.
We don't need a domain of dread to be depressing.
Right? Fucking.
Go sniff some butts because you recognize things that are like yourself. Small and shitty.
Damn.
Whoa.
Barry.
Whoa. Wow.
Anyways, got that out of my system.
Yeah.
It's time to raid somebody. We're gonna raid an Australian bunny.
Aww.
Bunny.
Remy.
Love bunnies.
Yeah, everyone, if you don't know Remio, you should by now because I talk about them pretty
love them.
frequently. They're an Australian bunny boy. They're playing some Prey, so if you've watched the Monday streams, you've seen what they're playing. And they're heckin' super fucking cute and fun. And they're honestly one of the few people I've met in VRC that I think could really do content creation full time. And they're pushing for it. So give them a hand, say hi, give them some love. I got a raid message ready for you. One second, let me get this started.
Let's get it started in here.
Let's
Wow,
get it
there's the
started.
raid. There's the bunny boy. We love the bunny boy.
We love the bunny boy. I don't know if Elma loves the bunny boy, but we're saying that they do. We don't know different.
I think they think he's cute.
All right.
He's not Hanzo, so they wouldn't be scared.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's
They'd be like, I was intimidated at first, but then I saw the ears, and that made it
I
better.
love that so
No.
much.
Dude, me too.
All right, everybody, have a great night. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we will see you
Yeah.
very, very soon.
Goodbye, everybody. See you next week when we finally scratch the itch.
Yay!